Hello, hello, chat. Can somebody please hear me?
Okay, maybe we actually talk about
Oh,
relevant things though, Jay Beto, because today is the day that we have in front of us the remainder of the playoff finals we saw so far last Sunday. Oh, we are back. Jay Beto, here we are for the Apac Founders Series finals. We've been through 5 weeks of open brackets,
mm,
2 weeks worth of playoffs tournament play, and now we're finally here, Jay Beto, to find out how it all ends, who's going to win, who's going to take it all away. Jay Beto, we started with 11 teams signed up. Today we are down to 4 APAC teams left in the region.
mm.
Tell me your thoughts. Tell me how you're feeling about this one.
I'm really excited. First of all, I said that before, but unfortunately we were muted. But yeah, I'm super excited for these games. I'm really happy to be here. We've had some long days. We've had a lot of games to cover, but we're finally here, and I think that it's really entertaining. Sorry, a really entertaining spot that we're in because I genuinely think that any of these teams could win. We've obviously got
Oh, yeah.
favorites at one, but honestly, I don't even know who's second place right now. I don't know who's going to come second. We've seen upsets, we've seen teams rising up, we've seen some failures, some successes. So I'm really excited. And we finally have two new gods available for this week, for this weekend. These next for these four teams to use, and it's going to throw a spanner in the works. Picks and bans getting more exciting every time that happens, and I'm ready.
Through almost every week, or at least every second week, we have a shake up to the gods that are being picked and banned out. We have a shake up to rosters as well, at least in OCE. But Jay Beto, let's have a quick look at the bracket, see where we left off yesterday with our after our catch up stream. As we can see, yesterday we saw Sunday School take down
Yeah.
Ape together 2-0 victory in the winner side of the bracket. We also saw Engage 2-0 over Fish. So that's the first game that we're going to see, Sunday School versus Engage in that top side of the bracket. Jay Beto, that's going to be a best of three. What are you thinking for that? A lot of people are saying that those are the top two teams right now, but that might be discounting Fish.
Yeah, I think that you do have to remember that upsets can happen. So I'm not saying that Engage don't deserve their spot. Absolutely, I don't. But I don't think that that 2-0 score line really represents that series as a whole. I think that it was a lot
Mm.
closer. Like honestly, that could have been a best of five, 3-2 to Engage. I really recommend going back and watching it if you want to see some great APAC Smite. But I do think that Engage really coming out strong, obviously, in these last few weeks. It was spoken about quite a bit that they've really ramped up, and that's what you need to do, especially in a playoffs finals. If that's what you're good at, if that's what you're good at, like ramping up as a tournament is going along, developing your own meta, as we've kind of seen a lot of Loki prior. And I think every single team in our top four right now can play Loki and play it well. And now, I mean, I just spoke about it before, but with the Sobek introduction specifically, opening up an a potential first pick, is Fenris still going to be priored of both teams? Is Jingwei still going to be priored as a ban? Is Fenrir going to be through? Is Loki going to be through? I'm not sure if Fenrir is worth that ban anymore when we've seen
Mm.
how well people are playing the Loki. So I'm super excited for this game. Absolutely.
Well, Jay, but we've seen a lot of these gods being played back and forth between the junglers, between the solo laners, across all of these different teams. We've got exciting players, exciting teams coming out. Later on, we're going to see a bunch of exciting games. But for now, Jay Beto, let's take it over to an interview pre-game between Sunday School
Mm.
and 99% Engage's mid laners. Send it over to Young Legs to bring us this interview.
We are back for another interview against with the two top seed teams here. We got Vintage from Sunday School, Swifty from Engage, the two mid laners coming in fighting for that grand final spot here. How are we going today, boys?
We're good. We talked about how we were doing beforehand, and we were both doing well.
Yeah, no,
Nice.
I'm very excited. Interested to see how the games go today.
Nice, love to hear it. Hey, I've got a few questions here I'm gonna ask to both ears. We'll start Vintage can reply first, and then we'll have Swifty afterwards. And then after that, I've got a couple personal questions for the each ears. Starting us off, any picks that you don't want to face or don't want to come up against coming into this?
Ah, Sobek's kind of annoying, I guess. And Not really anything in mids. I think the game's like, if it was next patch, I would not want to verse Nem. That sounds terrible, but no, not really.
Swifty.
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, I think Zeus is pretty disgusting right now. I do not like that character in middle lane to go up against. I think that
I won't play it.
Yeah, of course you won't, right? So I think we just don't have to ban it. But yeah, no, this is hard to play against right now.
Yeah. Next up, what do you think about your opposition mid laner? Personal level, game level, whatever you want.
I think he's been playing very well. I was impressed because, like, just coming back to the game and getting back to a decent level that quickly was impressive. And I also know personally that he has a lot of drive to actually get better at the game and think about it, which isn't really what most players have. He's pretty handsome as well, but it's not quite on
That
my
helps.
level yet.
Yeah, one day.
Swifty.
Yeah, no, look for me. I got a lot of respect for a lot of mid laners in OC, and Vintage is absolutely at the top of that list. So I think coming back, the skill is very high in mid lane. I think individually, I think our role sometimes doesn't get the opportunity to shine without the help of other people. So it can be hard to sort of see the individual impact that a lot of us have. But I think it's very high for a lot of people. I think the skill level from the first week to now is massive. You know, the jump is huge. I think the line between me, Vintage, Yada, Frenzy is very, very close. I think it really depends on who's showing up on the day and who's playing the better Smite. So I have a lot of respect for all my mid laners, and I think they're all very good players.
Yeah, 100%. Love to hear it. Much different from the last interview I just did.
Oh,
What-
look, we're very civilized in the mid lane. I think you got some ADCs, and
We're
that's
cold.
just
yeah,
ego.
yeah.
Yeah, that's ego
Yeah.
galore.
Any specific pixel strats? We're gonna see some cheekiness. Are we gonna see some spice coming out?
No.
No,
Mm,
no spies.
Maybe.
Yeah,
My team would probably be quite upset with me if I leaked it, but yeah.
yeah, no, that's
Um,
fair. That's fair. I think we might have something up our sleeve. You never know.
Any specific lane you're kind of looking at targeting or putting pressure on?
Well, not duo. We never go to duo. That's kind of our rules. Never go duo, and just let Luke let everyone have their way with Luke over there. But I think obviously the solo invades that we've been doing a lot, could just be looking at that, but we won't be doing that.
Yeah. I think that's pretty the bread and butter strat for Sunday school. They want to play through solo pressure, play through those solo side invades. So I think it really depends on how we respond to that and what we do to deal with that sort of pressure. I think that they do it the best out of any team in the region. So I think it's a really good test for us. I think if we don't correctly respond to it, it's going to be an absolute disaster. So it really comes down to how we respond to them enacting their game plan and if we can enact our own game plan.
Yeah. Do you have any personal beef with anybody on the opposition team?
Yes.
Oh yeah, there is actually. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll let you go. I don't personally, but yeah.
You don't hate Jackson or anything? Okay.
No, unfortunately not. I think the only person who I really used to play with was back in the day was Sharks and Texie, and Texie sort of just he was hitting his peak when I was sort of on the decline. But yeah, Sharks was around when I used to be, and I'm
He
not
was
too
just
sure.
annoying.
Yeah, I'm not too sure Shark's opinion of me, but I'm sure he probably thinks I'm pretty bloody annoying as well. So, that's all right. But yeah, no, you have real beef, don't you?
Well, I think Furin with the whole coaching cheating thing did upset me quite a bit. Also with just my integrity as a player and how I like to conduct myself. So I think stomping him to the ground has been something that I've enjoyed doing and something that I'll continue to enjoy doing.
love to hear that. Love to hear it. Outcome of the game, boys. What are we thinking? Are we going to sweep? We think.
I hope they take a game. I think that would be more interesting, but it's up to them.
That's true. That's true. I'm thinking a quick, swift 2-0 into the grand finals. Sunday, do whatever they do in the lower bracket, come back up to us for another swift 2-0. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I love it. I love it. All right, that's about all of the questions I have for the both of yous, but I now got 3 personal questions for each of yous. We'll go vintage first. Vent, top of the table all season. Have you ever felt like threatened by any of the teams coming into it? You've just been like easily just going through the season top seed.
I think the last couple of weeks, that now that we've gotten our act together, it's been fairly easy. Start of the season was a complete mess. Like my team was just not me. I was perfect still, but my team was dealing with that day in day out was a nightmare. It was like a 9 to 5. So yeah, first couple of weeks were rough, but yeah, lately I think it's been a bit easier than I'd like it.
Yeah. You did have a little bit of a hiatus going on the back of Smite 1 and then coming back in the Smite 2 coming in. Any kind of rust or is it just easy pick up straight back in again, top mid laner?
Coming back to the game, I found it fairly easy to play at everyone else's level. It was just getting back to my own level that I found a bit more difficult and actually performing the way that I have my standards, which is usually 5 tiers above everyone else. Which so getting back up to that level, yeah, it did take a couple weeks, but I think I'm pretty close now.
Yeah. And also Shank didn't have a PC for a period of time. How does it feel not having Corbin sup and then having Shank back in sup? Has that changed game plans or anything?
It's just constant stress and just every day you wake up and you're just my support is just going to be 0-12 today, and just all that weight off my shoulders. And yeah, the nightmares have stopped now, which is nice, but now that Shank's back. But now I have to deal with Shank walking around just trying to solo people and going oh oops, okay, now I can do that, can we do this? And it's just anything's better.
And just a nice little quick question here, Vintage. What do you think of Snowy 420?
He's kind of a Jingwei one trick, isn't he?
I have heard similar things.
He's also a bit of a rat.
Going into your question, Swifty, kind of a similar one to what Vintage had, but you did have a much longer period of time away from the game. Has there been, again, any kind of, did it take you long to back up on the game? Any kind of rust, not knowing what anything did really? How long did it take to kind of settle back in again?
Yeah, well, look, if you had the displeasure of watching my games in the Combine when I first came back, I was absolutely awful, right? It took a while. I'll be honest, it took a while and it took a lot of work. I've been talking to a lot of people, Vintage especially, in this scene to try and really understand the game and get better. I was at a level much below everyone else, right? So I had to work infinitely harder to try and elevate myself to the level that, I'm not perfect, far from it, but currently the level I'm playing at is much better than what I was when I first came back. So, yeah, there was a lot of rust. It was a lot easier to come back to Smite 2 than Smite 1 ever was. I would occasionally come back and try and play, and there was just all these new gods, new abilities, new items, new starts, everything. It was just so overwhelming, to be honest with you. So I never really ever stuck with it. But Smite 2 has made this transition a lot easier. A lot of these gods have been gods that have been in the game for years and years and years. They were around when I was playing. So it's all very familiar. I haven't really had to learn kits again too much, apart from some gods like Yamoja, and that was awful having to learn what that character does. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been really fun, to be honest with you. I haven't really been able to sink my teeth into a game like this for a while. I think I sort of filled the void that I left with Smite with League for a couple of years, but that's not really the same thing. It never really scratch that itch in the way Smite does. So yes, coming back has been really fun, and being a part of the community and meeting all the new people and seeing all the old faces. It's been really good.
Yeah, sweet. Team Chem, how's it holding up? Are we all in good steads with the team? Everything's flowing.
Yeah, it's been good. So we had obviously our little roster apocalypse or whatever. So we've had a bit less time than teams like Sunday School or Fish to sort of build the synergy, but we're making leaps and bounds. I think when you first start a new team, there's a period where you improve drastically very quickly, but understanding how you can maintain that improvement and keep improving is what separates the good teams from the mediocre teams that sort of just disband after a while. So I think you got to give yourself time, and we've not really given ourselves enough time. So we're doing what we can, and I think we've gotten to a pretty good level. And I think we just got to sort of do what we can.
Yeah. And then again, going on it, any coming back in, has there been many new players that have kind of impressed you since coming back?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah. So I mean,
around when you were there.
Yeah, so Vintage tells me he was playing Smite back then, but I'll be honest, I didn't really know he was around. So I mean, he's a new player to me. Yeah, casual. Okay, well there you go. So I mean, you're a new player to me. So I mean, you've blown me away. Frenzy's really good. Yada was around when I was, so that doesn't really count. But I mean, even everyone on my team, I didn't play with any of them back in the day. You know, Furin, Jed, Truvy, Cox, like some of these people are like console players. So it's really good to see these new players. I mean, it's great to see old players, and you know, I have relationships with them already. So that's awesome to come back and see those people. But meeting the new people is really exciting, because those are the people who have actually been around since 2018, who actually have the commitment and grind to play the game. So it's really interesting to play with those people.
Yeah. So that's pretty much wrapped us up here. All out of questions now. So thanks, guys, for coming in. Any last kind of remarks about anything?
Good luck.
Good luck. Okay, I'm calling a solo kill at 11 minutes 21 seconds. Me on you.
Okay, I'll be under my T2.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
put-
All right. Okay.
I'm backing you now. I'm backing you now. I'll chuck a tenner on that.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Sweet. I got your
Looking forward
backing.
to
That's all I
games.
need. Yeah, it'll be good.
Thanks, guys.
It'll be good.
We are back. What an exciting interview that was. Great to see Vintage and Swifty in that sort of head-to-head, and the mid lane is really central, as they say, to the teams in where they bring together everything, often team fights starting in that area. Beto, it was exciting to see how confident both of those players were. Obviously, Vintage, he's on that team that's been so comfortably at the top of Oceania for so long, but Swifty has come back to the scene, and he's also feeling confident, and Vintage really put some respect on the name. What are your thoughts about those two mid laners and kind of the dynamic in how the lane is going to be between those two?
Well, I think firstly, you know, you can see the interview, they just seem really excited to be playing against each other. Like, obviously they have respect for each other as players, and it's just going to be fun Smite. Like, you just know that's how they feel. I mean, I think it's super cool as well to have players like that in the scene as well, who I think both of them mentioned. I mean, it was a bit of a joking interview, like some serious stuff, some joking stuff, but the like that mid kind of can't do anything on its own, and they're kind of laughing about that. So to have them know that they both agree to this, and that they're going to be able to play around that they need to be supporting their support, funnily enough, and their jungler too. So I'm definitely keen to see, maybe not necessarily just the mid matchup, but the mid 3v3 matchup. I think the jungle is a really key highlight here. And maybe mid with the addition of Ra, but we might not see that. But I think that we're definitely going to see Sobek. So maybe some Sobek support, maybe some Sobek solo. I'm not quite sure.
Definitely, Sobek has just been a powerhouse coming back into the game. I wouldn't honestly put it past Swifty to run the Sobek. It's definitely something that he would feel comfortable on. Hey?
Sobek mid.
Sobek mid, why not? Or the Ra potentially as well. We'll have to see which direction they go in, but we are here ready for picks and bans for our semi-final. Game number 1, Beto, of our semi-finals here. Sunday School versus 99% Engage. And really, Beto, this is already kind of the story, in my opinion, of how things are going to look. And we've got Fenrir, unsurprisingly, banned out first here
Wow.
by Sunday School.
This is crazy. This is insane. Fenrir on blue side. There's Engage can't ban it. This is
Engage
immediately
can't
gonna
ban.
be
Completely thrown out all that. Zeus? Bro, he said it in
Hey,
the interview.
and he
No Zeus. He
lied.
wasn't going to play it. He lied.
He said he's not gonna ban it.
He's not going to ban it. Vince said he wasn't going to play it. He wasn't going to play it. Good ban. Smart ban. And there's the Sobek
And
J-Meadow,
here it
exactly as you
is.
expected.
The Sovek
Locked in
first
here.
pick.
Tell me some of the advantages right now of the Sobek. Why is he so strong at the moment, J-Meadow?
Well, obviously his kit is a little bit bloated. They have released some hot fixes to him already to change some of his stuff. I believe that they have already come out. They might not have though. Maybe this is the next patch notes. I'm not too sure when they come out. You know, when this game, what patch we're playing on exactly. But even still, I still think he's really strong. That just happens in an alpha when you release a god. It's not a bad thing to release a god in a strong state to then taper him down. But I just think he really suits this pick-based mentality that we've seen. A lot of that's a lot of what the comp is. There isn't too much hard dive yet. No Thor, although that is coming soon. No
I am
things
very
like-
excited for Thor.
Yeah, me too. But what I am excited for as well, guys, is this Loki. We saw Truvy playing that yesterday, and he popped off on it. I think Cox as well on the Odin, super strong, very comfortable pick. I've talked about that last night. I'm worried about this Loki, and it looks like we're going to be getting a Mordred match into the Loki. I'm not too sure how that matchup goes. I feel like
I don't think the story here is Mordred into Loki. I think, yeah, this Mordred likely is going into the jungle, but he's often picked up. Oh, there's the Ra as well. Both new gods for Sunday School.
I love this comp. This comp is so nice.
What I've noticed here for Sunday School is they will always give away this Odin in favor
Yeah.
of Mordred. They know that the Mordred has such a comfortable matchup into the Odin, and
Yeah.
Sunday School so often will just let their opposition pick Odin, keep themselves, oh, you can cage, you can keep yourself alive under tower, it doesn't matter, Mordred comes in and gets the kill every time. And so they let these Odin players think that they're so safe, and they have the Mordred,
Yeah.
and now, Jay Beto, they've almost got the old Naja, Ra combo, whatever god you
Yeah.
want, as long as it knocks up into the air, you've got Ra for follow-up, and Engage, they've locked in Jinglei Barkus. Both of these gods, or at least one of them, has the ability to CC immune out of Mordred ult, but they're going to have a hard time off the back of the Ra ult. And is that real, Jay Beto? That's a Bologna.
Wow. Sunday, Vintage wasn't lying. They did have some spicy stuff cooked up. I'm still not sure where any of this stuff is going yet. There's the Anubis hover as well.
Oh, yeah.
I am absolutely not locked in, but I'm assuming it's going to be Anubis
Oh,
ADC
well,
and the
it
Ra
could-
mid, but it could be
could
the
be
other way
anywhere.
around. I'm not quite sure. I think Engage, I'll jump back into some analysis. I think Engage's comp is very standard. They've got a lot of circles. I mean, technically Jingwei doesn't have a circle, but the ult, the Whirlwind, the one, and
she
the
has a
two
circle.
autos, she has AoE. She has AoE damage, right?
Yeah.
They have a lot of, Cage. They have Hakade out with Cage, with Loki out. We saw that combo with Simply and Yada playing that together. Barkus has a lot of engage. Jingwei is a very safe pick. But on the other side, this is what happens in a finals bracket. You're able to just pick this stuff out of nowhere, and if you aren't prepared to play against it, then you aren't able to adapt fast enough. It's very difficult. All of a sudden, there's a Bologna. All of a sudden, there's an Anubis last pick where we thought Ra was mid. Is it Anubis ADC? What's that matchup like? Are we comfortable playing that matchup? Well, we can't change it anymore. This is the stuff that you can't make adaptations to until the next game, and then you're already 1-0 down. I'm not saying that that's how this game's going to go, but
It could.
I'm happy to see Sunday School bringing out these spicy things in the game 1. If it doesn't work, that's fine. Game 2, you go back to standard.
And this is what you can do when you're kind of top of the pack at the moment, as well as you can take these risks and go, if we work on a risky comp and it knocks them out, or it takes a win over them, then they know that with comfortable picks, Jay Beto, they're going to be just fine, but they can throw Engage off their game and scare them a little bit. But Jay Beto, I know that this Sunday School comp is a little bit scary. They've got some stuff going on over here. We can see a much more standard comp over here for Engage. Which comp, just generally speaking, do you want to give it to for game number 1 here?
I mean, I know that the Sobek is strong, and I think that Anubis has been a bit of a sleeper pick in OCE, but man, this Loki, the Jingwei, the Odin, it's just so solid in my eyes. I got to give Engage this comp advantage.
Fair enough. I think, Jay Beto, if Engage play it how I want them to play it, they play it. They ignore Sunday School's interesting comp, and they don't let it confuse them and scare them, and they play. If Engage play their game of Smite, they're going to roll through this. But if Sunday School are able to scare off Engage a little bit, then they're going to take this game. But Jay Better, we are ready to go to game number 1 here between Sunday School and 99% Engage with Devane and D-Lo on the cast.
Nice Heart and Jay Beto on the desk. Ladies, gents, and MBs, welcome to some OCE playoffs action. Once again, I'm D-Lo, joined here by Devane for this game 1 between the top seed Sunday School and 99% engaged. Devane, how we feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Can't believe this is we're gearing up to the end. I'm excited.
It's the final countdown. We got some great picks alongside for it. Sunday School clearly going with the new is better philosophy here, locking in that Raw, that Sobek, and both teams strapping on their vests and getting their rifles. They're going a hunting. Unfortunately, just not quite in the right sides. Bologna might find themselves in the case of some nasty work, should she end up encountering this roiling death ball, or it might just be a war, the Jets and the Sharks crossing over, looking for a battle. Bologna's not with him. That's a 5v4 at this point, but it does not seem that 99% is going to get that engage quite yet. Plucked out there by Sunday School. They found him, and it seems that for now it's just going to be a big staring contest.
Yeah, I feel like it's quite lucky that Sunday School didn't cross in into the path of Engage there, because they did have 5 and they only had 3 for a moment. I was a little bit nervous for them, but it looks like they've avoided a disaster this early on. It would have been pretty bad.
At the very least, keeping themselves safe for now, but Sunday School's still trying to push this aggression. Look at this, Diamond Dennis and Vintage trying to go aggressive earlier. Maybe just get some proxy. That's an interesting strategy, but look at the collapse already happening, and so much minion damage. The Belch, the Sunder as well. Vintage, unfortunately now a relic of the past for that first blood. Diamond Dennis certainly looking more like a diamond in the rough, because this is not the best positioning you want to see. Doesn't have that leap from the Bacchus, but forcing the Aegis already. One more basic, one more slap from the Mutton Bat could be their end. Raw's on the way to try to save them, and that shoulder bash finally gets them back to safety. But now Dennis has got to back, and this start for Sunday School has been all washed up.
Yeah, that was quite surprising. I did understand the thinking of wanting to proxy very early on, but I guess I didn't really quite understand that the Engage were there. I don't think they realized they were all up in the jungle. He was not safe. So yeah, it looks like we got Engage has a little bit of a lead here very early on, which is a good good point for them to be in. They are a bit of the underdogs at the moment. They have been improving every week, and Sunday School has always been taking the top spot week after week almost, except for one. So I do want to see if they've improved enough to be able to take this game from Sunday School.
Or you could just freeze it in place and never have to play it at all, Devane. I mean, this is kind of what Jay Beto mentioned at the desk, the fact that Sunday School, they are the top dogs. They are the pinnacle. They're at the precipice of the play here in OCE. So maybe just feeling that confidence and saying, hey, we can let this game go, experiment, kind of put 99% on their toes, see what works, see what doesn't. I like the fact there with that start that Vintage does take the 2 on Raw. A lot of people, though, still kind of, you know, smite one pill and think that, oh, it's got to be the Celestial Beam, but no, it's actually quite effective to go with that flashbang thanks to that amazing auto stim it gives. But like you touched on, Devane, just a bit too hectic, maybe a bit too reckless. But let's talk about these god matchups here just in the lane. Soulbark versus the Jing Wei. That's going to be a bit of a rough time here because of that pluck. So I've got to imagine Jing Wei's got some evasive maneuvers ready, but that's good to use it on the Bacchus. Instead, the target who cannot flutter their way out to safety. Instead, some nice body blocks from Jing Wei keep the support safe.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this. I'm not surprised seeing Chiliana do this in the duo lane. This is his classic him to kind of show off like this. In a sense, it's you're putting Anubis in duo lane. I don't know. I don't know what to think about it, but we have seen him work really well with the Cuckoo Khan. playing mages in the duo lane, you're going to have incredible clear, incredible pressure, and we're already seeing that. They've already been being pushed out. They're going to have a tough time in that lane early on. And I think Tilly can definitely be left alone even later on in the game when, you know, it's no longer just about the pressure, it's about trying to box. He probably wouldn't want to box, but he will definitely be able to still keep that lane up safely.
But not safe at the moment. Might be getting that Texie experience because Loki's going coast to coast, bringing violence and wanton mayhem no matter where they step. Furin taking that kill away, making it now 3-0 for the side of 99% Engage, doing a fantastic job just asserting early dominance. Now Ra stepping up a bit too far, might be in similar danger after Loki grabs that blessing, able to exit stage right. So I'm glad they're at least trying to keep safe that way, because if that triplicate form had hit and the Mez had gone off, could have been a dead chicken just now, but chicken's still being hunted. Loki trying to order some drive-by. KFC looking to try to roast him up. That Ra ult a bit off the mark, and the red buff's been taken. 99% Engagers just stealing Sunday School's lunch money.
Yeah, I think if Engage play their cards right, and you know they do, Loki is pretty good in the game at the moment. If they do utilize him to lock down these mages that have virtually no escape, then they could really kind of prevent Sunday School from running amok with this team conk they've been cooking up.
And cookery is obviously all well and good, but there's a certain point where you're adding too much seasoning, right, to your dish. You just got to kind of let it breathe. Sometimes less is more. More damage being dumped here on top of the Sobek. Now, I will say, one other thing we got to keep in mind for here, 99% Engage. 2 words I got in mind. It starts with anti, ends with heal. Now, why would that be?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. So Sunday School has an incredible amount of sustain. You know, you have the Sobek with his 3. You have the Anubis with his, you know, he has life still in his kit, and then you have the heal on the Ra. Whereas Engage actually has Odin. And I know they gave away the Odin to Engage kind of, you know, on purpose. They just let him have it. But Odin does have anti-heal in his cage. So if they were able to play around that cage, they could really fall apart for Sunday School.
Ooh, this engagement might fall apart here for the Ra. A good open the gate starts it off, and they're good. So they execute, try to follow up and get the pressure on the Bacchus. Unfortunately, Vintage taken down once again, and Sobek feeling a bit worse for wear. A good pluck, but might just bring the danger right back to you. Hambat finishes the job. DBZ trade. Spell Ear does not finish the job on Diamond Dennis, but overall, 2 for 1 in favor of 99%.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Mordred wasn't able to back up the Sobek there, but at least Sobek was able to get a nice little pluck to try and make that trade a little more even. It was even, wasn't it? It was an even trade. So, but unfortunately, at this point, we are still only 1 on Sunday School, which is on the Sobek, and 5 for Engage. They've been doing pretty well so far. This is quite a strong start.
Yep. Just keep that pressure going, then it's going to be great pickings. And look at Bacchus putting respect on the Sobek's name after that one tumble they took, immediately securing that talisman. And like you said, they got double mage comp. There's no reason not to do it. You don't really have to worry about Texie's damage. It's only Mordred, and they're batting a bit behind at this point after just being out-farmed and out-rotated by Druvy. So securing that talisman first gives you a lot of cooldown, tons of magical protections, and of course that AoE cleanse for whenever a Pursue the Weak or a Charge Break comes to hit you. Now Sunday School trying to get their lunch money right back, taking that red buff, a solid work, and hopefully not going to try to find the fight afterwards. They're just going to stay safe here. Going to rob all of this right side farm. That feels great. Good answer there just on the macro side for Sunday School to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, and what Sunday School does really have is they're able to play around the map very well. So I think even if they've lost a few picks early on, they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. So now they can just play around the map, try and get their farm as much as possible, and just play it safe for a little while. I am wondering on this Bellona and why the Bellona was picked. She isn't a very popular pick at the moment. And I'm wondering if whether they wanted to utilize her ult, her stun, for the Ra ult. So trying to take her into late games a bit more and see.
Ooh! Look at that. The alley-oop. Rose sets him up just for Shaq to dunk him down. No vintage ultimate even necessary. That is the power of Sunday School. If their synergy is on lock, you got to put down your controller. You cannot play the game.
Exactly. We have the Mordra ult able to set up for the vintage. And so we have Mordra ult, we have Bologna ult, we even have Shank Pluck, and we have Tilly with a wrap. There is a lot of setup for this Ra. So I do think there is still hopes for them when it comes to late games and the team fights.
Yes. The caveman combo is something to behold, as I like to call it. You know, big, whatever ult that sets him up. And then a big laser beam, a big Spirit of the Nine Winds, always nice to follow it. Now 8 minutes in, 2-5 in favor of our underdogs. But the gold lead, Sunday School, with that right side tear through the farm, have now ascertained the lead once again. It's small, but it's still significant. Unfortunately, some more trouble here, though, for the Ra. That sustain, though, is going to start to come in big. What we're not seeing still here, Devane, anti-heal. You've got to hope that if you're this Bacchus, that's going to come next.
Yes, absolutely, considering how much healing they have. I do think Engage, something that I've noticed about them, they have been playing really well against these better teams. They are really good when it comes to getting the picks, getting the team fights, you know, doing the mechanics that they need to do. But playing around the map seems to be what they're lacking, and you can already see how that is representative here in the gold lead, where despite having more kills, it's not really paying off as much as they would hope.
Kills is nothing but a number, Devane, just like age.
Yeah.
And one thing that we actually do want to talk about as far as the numbers, the number of shells Sunday School is packing. Odin's in this solo lane. We don't necessarily have to worry about him too much quite just yet, but having one shell on your Bologna, nonetheless, when the rest of your team is not super capable and liable to escape from that cage, that's risky business, especially with what you mentioned before. It's shutting down all of the healing Sunday School outputs. Might need that healing right now, too. Mordred in trouble. A good body block and a great talisman. There comes the open the gates. Brings back in 2. And there's the damage onto Dennis. 1 down already. A big roll through the wall. Shank shanks him with that charge play. Slips the knife between the ribs for the counter kill. It's 1 for 1 so far. Now they're turning their attentions over to Loki. Going to be forced into that blink to escape to safety. 1 for 1 trade there in the jungle. Might be seeing more bloodshed here. The duo, the Plague of Locusts, finds Furin. Tilly takes that one too.
That's an excellent 1v1. Tilly knew that, you know, there was no one that was going to come and gank him after that. So good on him for securing that kill. And it was excellent to see. The thing with the Odin ult is that in Sobek's ult, he does take reduced damage. So even though he was caged, he was still able to safely get out of that ult without an escape. So that, I guess there is kind of a, what to say, like an out for some of the characters on Sunday School. Because you're right, there isn't a lot of escape at all. If, you know, Engage have to play their cards correctly. They do have the cards. They have the Odin cage. They have the Loki. They can shut down these mages quite quickly. But I really feel like Shank is disrupting their plans a little bit by, you know, still able to get these picks, and, you know, he's been healing really well for his team.
What really was as well was the synergy between him and Vintage that time around. Hitting that searing pain through the wall was pivotal, and you've got to imagine the immediate calm was Shank turn the hell around and kill that sucker. They happily obliged. That being said, you make some good points here just about what they can operate within inside that Odin cage. I'm still a bit concerned, but it's a card that we don't have to see being played for quite some time at the very least, assuming that Odin doesn't rotate for a bit. Gold Fury's still up for the mark, though, and that might just be where these solos begin to rotate. And it's that question of, does the Bologna bring that impact you mentioned? Is it that stun setup that they're looking for? Is it just the disarm on top of the Jingwei, who is currently going hard in on Tilly? I'm curious to find out what impact they bring, but the Searing Pain hitting too. Don't need to ask what impact that one goes down with. Swifty taken out as well. Diamond gonna find that kill onto Jed. Beautiful 2 for 1 potentially here as in the duo lane. Tilly gonna be suffering that gank. 2 chimps, 1 trench coat, 1 kill there in response. Tier 1 tower though in the mid lane gonna go down too.
Yeah, and Bologna's surprisingly rotating to the left lane, not much to get there. It was interesting to see Swifty, sometimes that Hecate ult you know, bringing in the enemy team into you is not the play that you want to have, and that really did turn negatively for them. But it was good for them to get that cool kill on the Tilly because they realized what was happening in mid, but they were still able to take a pick in the duo lane.
Another pick there too, on to Truvy right afterwards. I mean, Swifty did say that someone would die at 11:20. Came a bit later, but it was Swifty actually the one who got suffered for it. So that's gotta feel a bit rough, buddy. Might want to, see better into your crystal ball, do better divination.
The way that I was kicking myself seeing the time at 11:40, and I was like, wait, did we miss it? Did anything happen?
No, unfortunately,
Nothing
Mans is
happened.
he's not a prophet. Despite having gone to Sunday school, Vintage has not been able to see the future quite yet either. Doesn't seem like the second coming is going to arrive just yet, but what has come here is a nice little tie in terms of the kills. 13 minutes in, 3,000, 4,000 here for Sunday school, and that's just going to continue to amount itself because with this double mage comp, you have is a fantastic team fight. So much AoE with all these cooldowns are going to be outputting. It's quite the thing to behold. Taking that Queen Naga away, Sunday school just going to continue that objective pressure. At the very least, Jet escapes with his life.
Yeah, and speaking of the mages, they do have really good objective steal as well, or objective confirm. So that Gold Fury and, the Fire Giant, I think they might be really wanting to play around to that. And so now I think they're gonna start looking around that Gold Fury. And it really should, I feel like a lot that Engage can do against their comp when it comes to the Gold Fury. I guess you're really just relying on the Hecate ult. To try and stop that from happening.
If I'm 90% engaged, I'm calling Odin over for that one. You have the Cursed Donk online, so you have some anti-heal. You're stacking a Prophetic. That feels good. You need to make sure you're responding, and this might be their way to do it. It's going to be a Pyro for a Gold Fury trade. Interesting option when they recognize, you know what, maybe our objective secure just is a bit too risky to confront. I really respect that play from 99% engaged.
Yeah, that was
something
probably
that's safer.
That was a very safe play. It was obviously not, the same value, but they probably realized they were mostly sitting on the right side of the jungle, and the gold was up, and they were like, we should really take this here. They're probably doing the gold. We're not going to contest the gold. So at least that wasn't that big of a loss. But the lead on Sunday school is still growing ever so slightly, bit by bit. They're not. How can I say, like, it's not completely on one side at the moment. It can still be changed over with any team fight that can come up. They still have a chance to take it.
Got a chance for the solo kill. Once you miss that wrap, you are in trouble beneath the AC-130 as well. Grasping Hand's going to grant you a bit more space, but no one's here to save you, Tilly. It's a real-life horror movie. Jingwei now on the offensive. One more arrow in the back will finish the job, but hold on, the heal's not going to be enough. Urine claims the life of Tilly for their own.
Oh, that was quite a close one. It would have been really funny if he really managed to turn that around.
Uh-oh, I need to turn around here because you could be in trouble from the Ra. Trying to engage from the back, finds the Solar Blessing, can't heal inside, but still does damage. Leaping right out of that cave, searing pain from inside the kennel, takes him down. Jed, soon after, that front line's been eliminated. Sunday school once again saying, give me your lunch money, Engage, taking all the farm they can.
Yeah, thankfully the Odin walls isn't enough to cage in that Mordred if he has another wall available to him. That was a good hook up for him.
They're doing a solid job here so far and just finding these small fights. They're not quite 4v4s, 5v5s, but Sunday schools stand to win them all. And once we bring Tilly into the fold, it'll look better for them too. Like we said before, if you miss that wrap, it's kind of curtains against the Jingwei. But if you have the backing of the rest of the team, it looks a bit better. Now a second Ankh being secured here by Odin. They're clearly just trying to respond by shutting down all the sustain. But I'm not going to lie to you, Devane. At this point, sustain isn't the entire name of the game. It's just Sunday school also playing these fights really well.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of burst on their team. So if they're able to, if the Sobek is able to peel the Loki off them, peel any kind of shutdown that Engage is trying to use, they're going to be doing an insane amount of damage. I'm seeing excellent combinations of abilities when it comes to Vintage with his light beams and ults, especially when Shank's plucking. Excellent combo right there, easy damage. It was really, really about the synergy between those plays.
Looking at the players for 99% engage here, I'm seeing weapons that are still very much ready to start a tear. And I'm looking at the 3-in-1 Loki. I'm looking at this 3-in-1 Jing Wei. If you are this Loki, you got a bomb in pocket. What do you think is going to be your strategy here in the coming minutes of this game? What do you think the strategy going to be for their Fearin is to not die, unfortunately? That Katie's going to be
Under his
revived quickly
tower.
thanks to a nice little death gaze.
And well, and Tilly was only 1 in 3, and he's slowly catching up to the Jingwei there. I feel like he's gonna start turning that around, maybe make it a bit even. But even despite that, he has 1 level lead on the Jingwei. And yeah, and regarding the Loki really has to see if I'm doubtful because Sunday School positioning is really good. But the Loki and the Odin have really got to try and get the picks early on in the fight as quick as possible to prevent them from having that sustain, which they would have if the fight was to be any longer than they want.
In that sense, 90% engaged kind of, as his Fury goes down once again there to Sunday School, they want to end it in the span of time as that Ring of Spears crops up. Sometimes you decide to save that Odin cage for the end of a fight, the middle of the fight. You want it before all those healing cooldowns are dropped, because at that point, all the value of these mages has already been expended. In fact, we're seeing them all two together just join their hands in a little magical circle. So far, working out quite well for them. There's just more farm dropped in their pockets. You see Sunday School on the right side doing the exact same thing, invading that blue. 99% engage is kind of looking a bit lost here in terms of what they do to respond. That one proxy farm slip up is long since forgotten.
Yeah, it does feel like they really need a... They're not getting the picks that they need. They're not... Like, for example, that Gold Fury, they weren't there. They were nowhere near it. They weren't able to contest. They need to start thinking ahead of the game. It's just like, you know, the Loki and the Odin, they got to get ahead of the team fight. Everything's got to... They got to start thinking ahead of what Sunday School has planned. And it looks
So
like
far, it's Sunday School. Look at them. They're thinking ahead instead, just camping out the
Fire
bushes.
Giant.
Try to bait potentially here. You can see what's really on their mind. Murder, column 1 die, MU Melly, because they're looking here for the Odin. Forced into that leap already. Death K's not going to be able to quite finish the job, but Sobek, execute range acquired. 2 chimps get gobbled up in this nature documentary by the Croc. Big open the gates though, a big searing pain too on the Jingwei. Over the wall with that airstrike to try to save their team. Texi does go down, but at the cost of 2 of their own members. Swifty has to get out swiftly or they might go down too. It's a 1 for 2 in favor of the school.
Sunday School was prepared, and they really were able to capitalize on the stuns that Tilly was putting out, and putting, like, it was a focus of, you know, we're gonna take this person, everyone put all their damage on there, and we're gonna take this person, everyone put all their damage on there, and just like that, they now have the Fire Giant.
Their communication is what seems to really just bind this composition together, and you need that. You have high setup abilities, you have that searing pain, but to be fair, Vintage does not seem to need any setup with it. He likes to hit him just like the name of the god himself, Raw, and it's working out quite well. 99% engage. Trying to get a bit of farm here on this left side, stealing away purple. That's nice. It's definitely a consolation prize at this point. You're suffering an 11,000 gold deficit. 3 kills down 2. And the one good thing that you have is that the next Fury is not going to be an Ancient one. So at the very least, you won't be suffering that really rough siege. But still, tier 2 towers up for the taking. If you're 99% engaged, Vayne, you decide to defend these?
Yeah, so I'm just... Yeah, so 99% engaged seems to be now waiting for the fights to come to them instead of being prepared ahead of it. And you can see them being like, oh no, I think they're at the fight, and then they fire and then they get picked. They really have to work to get these picks now, and I do think they would have a good defense if they were to set up for it. But they are starting to really lose that lead is gonna get to them. There's now a 10k lead on Engage. That is, you know, an item difference. They're really behind. They, you know, the more towers they lose, the less farm they're going to be able to get. to try and close that lead. It's just playing under these towers is a rough play. I don't really know what they can do here.
They didn't even play underneath that tower. They just sacrificed it. And with Odin distracted on the right side, I feel like Bologna's taking away their one real trump card to even have a chance in these fights, robbing 100% of that sustain. But with Odin occupied, can't rely on the Alt Father. That's an absentee father at the moment. Sunday school looking to try to find anyone here for the pickings. Pluck up any orphans they do see. But Sobek's by themselves at the moment. Maybe just going on zoning duty. Mordred trying to bring up the rear. And the rest of 99% engaged. They're too afraid to rip it. Despite Shank being by themselves, just the threatening presence of the Croc was enough to make them back away. Third Fury there for school.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you said, without the presence of the Odin, there isn't a lot they can do. Whereas Sunday School, they still have the Sobek. They don't need the Bologna. I don't think the Bologna really adds a big deal to their team comp in terms of what they bring to the team fights. So Bologna could really just be boxing with the Odin, just trying to keep him distracted, whilst the rest of the team can do what they want.
They are doing everything they want. They're rotating with impunity. They're looking for this Queen Naga in the enemy jungle. And Engage, what can they do to stop them at this point? What's going to be their key? What does an ideal fight look like for them to get back on the offensive end? It might just be around this Pyromancer, but I don't know. You got Shank still lurking in the waters, looking awfully scary. Any person from Florida, or it seems from the Apac region, just knows maybe we should leave that one alone.
The Engage, I feel like, really has to be in 5-man grouped at all times by this point to make sure that they're prepared for Sunday School coming in. And at the moment, they're always kind of split. I guess they're trying to get the farm that they can to try and recoup the gold that they don't have. And yeah, just maybe prepare for this fire giant. Make sure you're there before it happens so that you can shut them down as soon as possible. It is possible. We have seen them play really, really good team fights, and I want to see it happen.
They've got everything on paper that makes sense.
Yeah.
They've got Divine Ruin on the Sakate. That's nice. They've got even an Amanita for their own little healing, trying to be a poor man's Ra. That feels good. But it's just going to come down to technicals here, Devane, and you got to pluck someone out. We haven't seen since the days of old, since that Loki was rotating so fluidly across the map, Truvi really contribute too much to these fights. Still's got that bomb in pocket, but what are you going to use it for at this point? You're all on the defensive end. Now look at this fight. A bit split up there, and this could be troublesome here for the Ode Cage. Could be troublesome here for the Anubis. Caught in by themselves. Just a little bit of their laser show before they go down, and now Mordred turns back, trying to look here for Jed potentially. There's Celestial Beam, finds a bit of damage. No, Bach is able to leap out with quickness. Here comes that rally cry. Unfortunately, might be rallying beneath their tower. That's A-okay, it's where they want to be. Jed goes down, and the sustain's coming through. You've dropped your cage, but now you've dropped your one hope to contest.
Yeah, this is where the benefit of the double mage is working. They did do a really good job of taking out the Anubis early on. They were in a really good spot. But then you still have a Ra that is able to deal the same amount of damage that the Anubis can. And so because of that, they weren't able to maintain sustain, and Ra was able to heal them up the entire time, and they were staying healthy through that fight. And so that was a pretty good team fight for Sunday School. They've gotten even more of a push there.
At the very least, you trade out someone. 1-for-1 trade when you're down by this margin is a victory to a certain extent. You lose your tier 2 tower. That was kind of inevitable. At this point in the game, you really don't need to feel too sore about that. Gonna feel a lot sore though if Shank tries to pluck you away after the Sickle Strike 2, right into that Celestial Beam. Just instantly so much damage off of these empowered autos. Here comes Texi trying to get back in there, and that Ra heal just going to get them right back to where they started.
And unfortunately, because that Odin have just been plucked and all that damage he had to back, he won't be here for this fire giant.
And that means, once again, where's your daddy, buddy? Bacchus goes with a double leap. There's a double intoxicate too. That's pretty good damage, but the Mordred right back into the searing pain. Caveman combo delivered nice, hot, and quick. And 2 kills right on top of a platter. Furin might go down right after. You gotta know Vintage is looking for him. Says, where are you, sir? You do not fight with honor. Instead, gonna have to look for this FG Mordred. Chasing down Truvy from Kingdom Come. But with only these 2 mages around for the count, FG might have to be forgotten as well.
I'm surprised it's just these 2 mages taking on this
Uh-oh.
fire giant. They haven't got the health for this. I know they have a healing pillar, but I don't know if that's really enough.
They're just
Okay, they
running
chased it.
this poor Odin around the ring, and that just might be the strategy, I suppose. Bellona's being sent to spank the Allfather across the entire pit, whipping the man in the back. Chains and whips seem to excite him, but so does the attempt of an FG steal, not going to be granted. 2 chimps, 1 big laser. Gets that FG alongside the kill on the Odin. Sunday School still on that tear.
Maybe if the Odin was lucky, he did have an ultimate. I was waiting to see if maybe he was going to jump in and cage in that Ra, because that might have been able to do something, but he couldn't really seem to find the opening, unfortunately, so that was coffins for him.
Oh, it's so unfortunate because
Yeah.
Raw was really low. That looked tempting.
Yeah.
That looked tasty. I was licking my lips just watching it. Unfortunately, just not able to quite find it. And in the meantime, Truvy was actually also hunted down by this Mordred. That must have been terrifying. Dude can't trust the walls that stand around him because they also have eyes. And now, they might have another Fury, and this one's ancient. In their pockets. Vintage, of course, loving those vintage things. Just grabs one from the boutique, and now those Phoenixes all weakened.
I was going to say, I think is Tuxie in trouble? It looks like
No, they're in
Engage is
trouble.
looking for him.
They
They're
think
all
that he's in
surrounding him.
trouble.
I don't think he realizes.
Nah,
would've seen on the map.
Texie's cool, calm, and collected. Eat that spell eater. Uh-oh, wait, hold on a second.
Oh,
That was
the
kind of a
ultimate
clutch
coming out.
decoy block, and there comes the assassinate right after. All right, I might have to eat my words as Texie swallows these swords. Whoa, no, they got that. That doesn't block physical damage, sucker. Swifty answers back, follows up on their fallen ally. 2 chips goes down right after. Pursue the weak. Gonna be talismaned away. Baka stays alive for now. That belch gonna be pivotal, keeping them alive. Here comes the Jing Wei, as well as an open the gate. Spell Eater falls on top of an Aegis. Vintage finds Fury for the double kill. You do not fight with honor, and now we'll fight in the throne room instead. Jed can't even get back to his fountain for another drink. The poor guy's just got to deal with the beer he's brought. And this Titan, it's got a lot of damage brought on top of it as well. Sobek's gonna bring you a kill just on top as well. Sunday School take this game 1.
What a nice game.
Well,
Fun game, actually.
That was pretty
Really
solid.
enjoyed that.
Honestly, based on the showing that we saw at first, 3 kills, uncontested by Engage, and then what happened? What the hell
Yeah,
happened? Where did it all go wrong?
I feel like sometimes the teams are almost surprised that it happened, that they got such a lead ahead and that they feel like they're in such a good spot, so maybe they let the ego get a little bit ahead of them, or they didn't think to plan ahead. Okay, well, great, we're ahead now, but let's carry this. Because Sunday School were able to catch up after that. They were just like, okay, let's play safe, chill out, we'll get some picks here and there, just farm up, farm up, farm up, and they were able to play around the map, and it was like it never happened.
Really, I mean, Beto talked about you got the game to play with. Sunday School played, man. They played out of their minds. Anubis ADC, now you got to worry about that. That sucks. I don't want to have to worry about that. You got to worry already enough about the typical ADC picks, but they were never really punished for it because the disadvantages that you gain when you have that mage ADC is that you don't have auto in-hand damage. It didn't matter. Their coordination, their technical finesse was enough that it just didn't feel like it. It's like you had a Jing Wei that just also has amazing lifesteal and an AoE ultimate. So I don't know, just they've got to find some better answers here for Engage. What do you think that's going to be?
Yeah. I do think, the Loki did get a pick on the Anubis early on if they were to do a double mage thing again. Unfortunately, Loki then got chased out by Mordred for the rest of the game, so he wasn't able to have that impact again. And if they were to do something like that, it's really, you got to shut it down as early as you can. I don't think you can let it go on because Tilly was really good with those wraps, and the team was able to do a lot of damage off those wraps. So that was a really, really impactful pick, despite having no ADC. They actually didn't have any tower push technically. That would have been on the other characters. So yeah, it was just interesting comp, honestly.
Really was, and it's going to be interesting to see how they respond on each side in this coming day game 2. So we got our friends, the Beanie Bloke and the spiffest man this side of Smite, Jay Beto. Desk, take it away.
Thank you very much to Detail and Devane, and what an exciting first game we just saw between Sunday School and 99% Engage. First of our semi-finals, Jay Beto from the get-go. Proxy by the Ra in mid lane, punished immediately. It felt like Engage might have gotten themselves a foothold in the game from Vintage being a bit overconfident, but Sunday School, they clinically won that game to just stay ahead on farm, Jay Beto.
Guys, can you please rename to Beanie Bloke, please? Can we make that stick?
I think we can make that stick. The crazy thing is that my standard like emote face thing has a hat on, not a beanie. We're gonna have to get it redrawn.
But yeah, I think that the early game from Engage was really good. Despite that proxy, I think that was maybe a bit overeager, a bit ambitious, maybe cooking something up, and it just didn't quite go the way they wanted to. Maybe in scrims it went better. But despite that, Engage still had a great lead. But the whole time, they were barely up in gold. They got invaded every time, which we heard from the interview. Engage know that's coming. Everybody at this point knows it's coming, and they're still just able to do it every time for free. I mean, obviously, we're not in the game, and it's a lot easier to just look down from the top and say, well, that's what they're doing. Why can't you guys just not let that happen? But it really is what they've been doing every week, and they haven't had to change it up and make it that much more complicated. It's always solo side invade. The buffs are up, we're going there. Shank's going there. There's one time where that fight goes, and there are trades across the board, but that's still what Sunday want. They happy to take that fight. They were up in gold. So I think Engage taking first pick here, maybe having a look at this Sobek, maybe having a look at this Anubis.
I think, Jay Beto, that is the most important part of the story from last game is this Sobek. I think that 99% Engage really need to look at that because Jed 9 was 5 levels down in the late game, 5 levels down on Shank from 15, 20 minutes on into the game. And that's a hard position to be in. Barkus normally is that very aggressive Engage support, and the Sobek made him feel irrelevant. He finally found a good Engage for 99% to Engage around the Fire Giant in the late game, but the Sobek punished it once again. This time though, 99% Engage, they're going to once again ban away this Zeus, leave the option to Sunday School for whether they're going to get rid of this Fenrir, Sobek, or apparently the Loki.
Oh. I do really like this. I think that Loki's been a sleeper, but this opens up a really interesting question. They've gone with the Sobek, so this means that Fenrir is open. They've called a bluff. We're going to ban Loki. We don't want to play against Loki. We're happy to play other stuff. You either ban Fenrir, which they didn't. You either pick Fenrir, which they didn't. Or as you see right here, we're going to pick Fenrir for ourselves. And they've been playing other stuff. They played Loki. They played Mordred. Sean's been playing Amir. They've been playing whatever they feel like. But he's still got this Fenrir in the back pocket. And guys, that top 2 from Sunday School, that is terrifying right now.
It is a strong top 2, Jay Beto. I'm curious to see which direction Engage go here. I think that if Sunday School were in this position, they would get themselves a Mordred. They'd love to pick that to punish out this Odin. I honestly would love to see a Mordred and a Ra and almost switch around the team comp here. Because we saw that Sunday School were playing basically off of a Pluck, Mordred ult, Ra damage combo. If Engage can switch it around and do that themselves, they're going to punish this Odin pick. They're going to hover a Jingwei. I don't know how I feel about that. It did okay last game, but Tilly was able to punish it on the Anubis. We saw a point where Furin did solo Tilly once, but once that Anubis is able to be soloing that Jingwei, that's not good, but there's the Mordred. That's what I was hoping to see, Jay Beto.
Well, we do get the Jingwei locked in as well, so I think it's not too bad against a Fenrir and an Odin. It is very safe. It is the most safe ADC, so maybe not wanting to opt into an immobile mage like Ra. Maybe not wanting to, take the Anubis for themselves into something like this where they can just get caged and Fenrir to death. But the Mordred pick up again into the Odin. I can't even talk because Shank just locked in Yamoja, and I'm shaking.
Again.
Guys, I'm
Are
terrified.
you trembling beneath the waves?
I am. I am. Those rivers rebuke. I'm feeling them already. I'm already locked into a corridor, and the Anubis as well. Now this can go either way because Jingwei's locked in. So unless it's going to be Jingwei mid, the Anubis is not going to get taken away
Mhm.
in ADC for Furin. So they're taking it
Mhm.
away from Swifty, taking away a safe pick. Not a safe pick, a tanky pick, sorry, because Anubis has those inbuilt
Wow.
procs. Man, we've got some tanky team comps going on. I know that Fenrir can build full damage, but I assume that we've been seeing a lot of tanky Fenrir. And I think
We
that
have been
Anubis
seeing a bit of tanky
favors that.
Fenrir. That's what I wanted to see. This is exactly what I wanted. I was going to ask you, Jay, but where is the Neath? We've seen it so much. And the person who really, I'm not going to say pioneered, but I think made me personally go Neath was Swifty, the mid
Yeah.
laner for Engage. And now he's got himself this Neath here, that Jingwei likely to go to Furin. And, you know, a safe god has that backflip, can get himself out of Odin Cage, can get himself out of River's Rebuke. But the sun has risen once again, and Ra has been locked in here, likely going to go to Vintage in mid. So kind of a similar team comp here for Sunday School to what they were running in the last game, but some of those Engage tools have been taken away by Engage. Now the Sobek and Mordred are on that order side of the map here for Engage. But Jay Beto, which team comp do you prefer here? Which one do you think is a bit stronger right now between these two teams?
I think that the carries on Sunday School have such a hard time dying this game. This game, they have just as much, if not more, healing than they had last game with this Umoja, and no answer from kits from inbuilt. I know Sobek has anti-heal in his 3, but it's not an Odin Cage. It is definitely not
No,
the
it's
same
not.
level, and it still wasn't enough for the healing. So combined with the fact that they've got this healing, they've got so much safety in the protection that the carries have with the Umoja for peel and for engage, with the Fenrir for peel and engage, and the same thing for the Odin. Obviously, the 3 attack speed buff getting 0 value this game at all, but he's just not going to use it. He's going to stun. He's going to cage. He could even go talisman and just sit back on. This is a very standard pick comp. Just 5-man group, front to back, the first person you see. If Sobek plucks in, just talisman beads it and kill him on the spot. There's so much damage coming out from Sunday School. Their team comp, while very hard to execute, is a very standard style, very easy to understand style. So I've got to give it to them.
Well, let's see if 99% Engage agree with you, whether they can take us to a Game 3, or if this set is going to go to 2-0 for Sunday School. We're going to throw it on over to D'Lo and Devane. Take it away for the broadcast.
Dice Hart and Jay Beto on the desk. Everyone, welcome back to the second game between 99% Engage and Sunday School. Looking to put a quick finish to it. I'm D'Lo, joined once again by Devane. Devane, your thoughts on Vintage Cowsix Proxy Farm Simulator 2025?
I'm sure he's not doing it again because they would expect it, right?
No, that's what makes it even more wise to do, in fact. Actually, it
Sure,
seems like we're just seeing a bit of a repeat here in terms of the invasion. Are we just going to scrap? Guys, come on. Wait for the minions to spawn. It's a MOBA. It's not For Honor. You don't need to go in like this. But it seems like 90% Engage having a bit of buyer's remorse, saying, all right, we didn't know y'all were chill like that. We're just going to back off.
It feels like they're just circling around each other. They're not game enough to do it. It still
Guys,
looks like they're going for... Is this
that's
a
not their side
proxy?
of the
What's
map.
going on?
That's not their side of the map.
No.
I feel like we are all turning around. It's Freaky Friday on a Sunday right now. I am baffled personally, and we just got Sunday School waiting in the bushes. You can tell they just clearly want a fight of some sorts, and Engage, to their credit, are not taking the bait unless Swifty dies right here. No, okay, sweet.
I think Swifty was trying to see if they would take the bait, but they didn't. They were wiser than that. I'm glad. Now everyone's going back to where they're meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you. That was scary. I genuinely was
yeah.
enraged.
I'm interested in Engaged comp, honestly, because it did seem to me, instead of banning out, or obviously because you only have one ban, they picked the guards that they would have expected Sunday School wanted. But the team comp doesn't feel like it works well together. Like, they didn't really think the team comp through very much. So I'm interested to see how they go. I feel like last game they had an answer to Sunday School's comp. This time round, it's a little all over the place. There isn't really anything for the Sobek in terms of a shutdown or a stun or a follow-up. Just a couple of ADCs able to hopefully just shut them down with autos afterwards.
I've got to agree with you, Devane. I'm a bit concerned that it seems that Engage was more focused on taking away tools rather than building up their own box instead. And what did Sunday School do? They did the same thing. They took tools, but a bit more effectively, it would seem, because now, like Jay Beto mentioned, all that sustain, Sickening Strike is not going to cut through. Solar Blessing, Anubis heals, the Omi coming in from Yamoja as well. Fenrir Lifesteal, there's a lot to fear here from Sunday School's side, especially when they're coming right at you already. No kills dropped quite just yet for either one, which makes it a bit more of a passive lane that we saw prior, but not for a lack of aggression here. In all sides of the map, you can see Sunday School applying that pressure.
Yeah, we're gonna really need to see Engage more anti-heal items. We only saw a couple last game, but they still had the Odin. This time, they need a few more with the anti-heal. And yeah, I don't know. I was also looking at, I don't know how common Blink is on Amaterasu. And, oh, she just got a pick here.
It does not matter, showing why it's common enough. Truvy coming over the wall, finding that first blood onto Vintage once again. So not proxy farm simulator, but chicken farming simulator at the very least. And working out pretty well, getting some nice poultry on your side, but could be troublesome here. For that, Odin has to respond with a Raven Shout just for their own protection, because that Sickening Strike could have potentially ended with their lives. But that feels great here for Swifty. They don't get the kill, they get that assist though, and still, even participating in that, putting Vintage a bit behind after their performance in Game 1, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, that's good. They had a similar start in last game where Engage did have an early lead. I hope that this time that they understand they need to keep that lead if they want to win, obviously. And it's interesting to see that the Mordred this time is in the jungle. He's actually in the solo. So it's a nice, interesting, not role swap, but swapping that there.
To find out then if it actually still brings that same contribution, because that means you're not going to see that rotating Pursue the week. So we're going to be seeing a nice little alley-oop there, but for what afterwards, we're seeing right there, and of course, it's only 3 minutes in, but I do think that it's kind of an example of things to come. Nice little Pursue the week, though, for things to come, which is more slashes to the face. Texi goes down. In terms of where these kills are falling, it is a bit of a repeat in terms of Game 1, but now Truvy in a bit of trouble of their own. Sunder doesn't quite finish the job. Neethel incoming, trying to put the dog down. It is eaten up there by the Raw. That Heart Slash is not going to give you enough life right back, and Sunday School get themselves some well-deserved farm.
Yeah, we're getting a Fenrir on Sunday School, which is a really good pick for them. I feel like that's going to have a lot of value. They have so much shutdown this time versus the last team comp that they had. They, instead of before, they mostly just had a lot of sustain and maybe, you know, the Sobek pluck being able to set up. This time we now have more of a shutdown and the Fenrir kind of taking Sobek's job.
And it's going to be really good at fetching those kills with ease, and I think we can see Sobek putting respect on that, trying to build once again maybe into that talisman first. Now, we've been troublesome here for our friend the Emoja. Maybe not, though, because the light show, Fearin, going to be seeing stars, now seeing gray as well. Jed on the offensive could look to try to pull this Goobus. Good target selection there, because the Riptide would definitely keep Emoja safe. Forces the beads, that feels good. Jed's not going to push the issue any further, but the question is, of course, can you get the gank off that actually makes that beads grab worth its while? About 5 minutes in, we have to wait to find out.
Yes, if they're able to get the gank onto the Anubis, knowing that beads is down, it would be really good. It is important to note, I think Shake is quite confident on the Yamoja as well. Yamoja is actually quite a good pick for Shake.
It's just quite a good pick in general, isn't it? It just does so well against an Odin. And look at this again, as far as the relics. If my eyes do not deceive me, that is one shell, and if my eyes also deceive me, that's 2 ultimates that make walls.
Me looking at all the walls. Yes, but it's the shell on the Shank, and it's Odin and Yamoja.
It's the shell on the Sobek too, and that's what's going to be their only real hope, right?
Yes.
Mordred,
yes, right.
What do they do to get out? They got the ultimate. That's good. Amaterasu, nothing. Peanuts. Swifty's got an answer. So does Furin with their ultimate. Jed as well, but only when their diamonds are full, and you don't want to see everyone burning their big rig abilities just to escape out of one from the Emoja. So what are we saving that shell for? Who do we think's got the bigger threat in terms of those player-made obstacles?
Yeah, honestly, to me, I feel like the Yamoja is more frustrating to deal with, whereas The Odin is a little bit more predictable, whereas your Moja, you still have the crash down, you have that oncoming damage as well. Whereas Odin, if you're able to still duke out and avoid the damage, that you still have a chance there. So I do think the best use case is against your Moja.
It's a really fair point. And might be seeing some damage crash down at the moment. Sobek, execute range has been acquired. Riptide will not save this chicken. And that's just going to be another nature documentary. Ever seen a crocodile eat up a laser chicken on the BBC? No, only action you can get here on Smite Game stream. Mordred having to escape from that gank from the puppy dog. Using that Pursue the Weak quite well, both offensively and defensively. And with that, Sunday School being occupied on that right side, 90% engaged, make the call. Try to grab this Fury. A dangerous prospect, but one less so thanks to the fact that Raw's not here, but the Anubis still is, and it's going to be taken away by Sunday School. What lives can you take afterwards? Tilly has done their job. They're willing to sacrifice theirs in trade. 2 Chimps goes down on the right side anyway, so overall it's a 1-for-1 trade here, and Fury goes down to the side of Chaos. Sunday School's feeling good.
I thought Engage was doing a really good job at playing the map there. I was thinking, you know, they have the lead. They're now going to get this gold. Look at this gold Fury. But Sunday School weren't that far behind them. They knew they were going to be looking at that gold Fury. And, you know, Shank's ult, I'm pretty sure, was the one to confirm that. It's a pretty good ult to use around objectives like that because it does the damage, it locks off the team, and, you know, well, it got them the gold Fury.
Yeah, man. It's what you talked about in Game 1. Mage burn is real, and yes, it wasn't the mages securing it this time, but it certainly got him within range for the Rebuke to actually take it. So, really well done play there by the Magical Threats here. And now, looking for more objectives, and let's see if it goes any better for 9% engaged. Doesn't seem to be. Going to charge prey right into a laser, and that shell's already been expended, and they weren't even pursuing. Ragnarok going to be used as well, but that's okay. Comes back a lot faster than the Relic does. 99% at the very least left to grab that Queen Naga. No! Sunday School, take it away! You guys are just mean.
Engage isn't allowed to have anything that they want, unfortunately.
That is so messed up, dude. Oh my god.
Sunday School owns this map.
Apparently, like, just you might as well just go. They've clearly got John Hyrez as their dad. They have the Allfather on their side, and he's ready to change the rules however they might need to. Truvy could mean a bit of trouble here. Waiting for a blue buff. That'll take 80 seconds, buddy. You might want to go actually into the lane because Shank's following. You're ready to find a sneaky knife in the ribs here so far. You can tell that clearly they're going to have those comms pinged out, and there's good vision for 9% engaged, so they got to know that Yamoja's coming too. They're just going to have to call this one a stalemate.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that, you know, that the support is ready. They're ready for the gank here. They know that they're coming for the gank, so it's good for that awareness, that map awareness of knowing that, you know, you need to have the side lanes back, and they have been there every single time.
Oh no, and Yamoja's here, prepared once again. Charge Prey's down, now so is the backflip. All of their escapes brutalized within those lurking waters. Jed going to drown within their own swamp. There's that ring around the rosy, a game you do not want to play because Mordred seems to be winning it. That's a good Raven shout though, and denied healing as well. Sunder on top, the lunge is a bit off the mark. We're playing Hell in a Cell, the gold camp's gonna be here to assist. Does that make the difference? Trenchcoat's gotta find their way back. Unfortunately, Gungir's Might going to finish the job, but hey, good assist there to the gold cap.
An excellent solo kill for Taxi there. That was a really good play. Just a couple of solo laners whacking at it.
And 3 minions.
And, yeah.
Can't forget their contributions here. I also can't forget the promise that Swifty made in that interview. 11 minutes and 20 seconds, everyone. Just might be the hope for 99% engaged to get back in it. We're seeing it potentially a bit early. Get a bit more punctual, my friend, or I guess just try to get on the scene. That's not a solo kill, though. Seems you might have a bit of assistance. Charge Prey, Sickening Strike, the tail whip. Not very effective. Now Sobek, unfortunately, in trouble, Searing Pain. And now it's Swifty underneath the claws of the approaching Fenrir. Leap for leap, gonna keep them safe, but unfortunately, the soul's been reaped of your friend, the Crocodile. That's just unfortunate. 11 minutes and 20 seconds. You might just be cowering in your fountain.
There were a couple of beads taken out, but no one quite killed. There was some ults and beads. I don't know if the team's got the memo. It's meant to be at 11:20. I really wanted them to be around for that. So at least they might be still. There's still a chance. Still hope left.
Oh, come on, go. So next here though, unfortunately.
Oh, I
Dang
really
it.
looked at it.
Well, 99% engaged clearly lose here, right? Well, if they don't want to lose off the back of not getting that solo kill, what is their hope at this point in the game? They're down 3,000 gold, down 3 kills, not feeling the worst, but certainly not the best. What do we think's their trump card this time around?
Yes, I mean, we really got to see. Jed has been doing some plays here. I've also, I'm not used to it yet. Sobek has a goddamn execute, and we're already seeing one execute from him. So they do have that onto them as well. So that is a certain level of shutdown that they can be using here.
Oh
my
no,
gosh,
that
not-
laser.
he just
Oh,
missed.
up your sensitivity. Up your sensitivity, Tilly. If you could have gotten around to it, if you just snapped that mouse around a bit quicker. But look who's snapping around that corner. Mordred and Amaterasu, knowing that ultimate is down, pursuing the weak. The juke shoes. The Neathel's going to have to be used on top of it. Does he live? He might just. That lifesteal is going to be potent. Yamoja's on the way only to watch their friend fall. That's unfortunate. A good killing spree there from Truvia. Now this 5v4. They're looking to stand to win it. 3 members caught in the lurking waters. The Heart Slash keeps them in place, but River's Rebuke's gonna put them in place as well. Can you swim? Grok, not quite. 2 chips down as well for the double on top of Yamoja. Low health though on a Vintage. Not gonna be able to live his Furin. You don't fight with honor. You're not fighting anymore at all. Within the Gold Fury pit, the NPCs are getting rowdy. Swifty goes down, and Truvy as well. It's a deicide. It's a triple kill. It's a Fury right on top.
You know what I saw there? I saw a Sobek wanting to use his ult and holding out for that execute. He could not let it off because he died sooner than it could happen.
Sad.
Yeah, which is, well, I think that's what I saw. That is probably, yeah, the downside of having, just waiting for that execute. And maybe he should have let that off earlier so they could maybe have a bit more disruption in that team fight, so he can, more plucks, more whiplashes, but he wasn't able to do that because he was in his ult.
Yeah, that's just what happens when you get focused on one aspect of your utility with that ultimate. That's utility though. Nice little CC combination. Dennis, of course, a million leaps. Can't use them though if you're silenced. That brutalized, and unfortunately, 4v1 gonna be put down. The puppy dog gets picked up by animal control. It's a big shutdown there. That Fenrir was 6, and that is a huge purse being awarded to the members of 99% Engaged. They're gonna now reward themselves here at this nice little Pyromancer. Sunday School have steal potential, but that Searing Pain's a bit off the mark. Now it's Yamoja up on the case trying to do it themselves. Not going to be quite granted the luxury. There's that. Dazzling offensive as well, going in with that Sobek ultimate. Not going to find the execute means, not going to find any kills. Instead, we're looking for Fury. Tilly obliterates the Jingwei with some help from Texi.
I think we are starting to see Engage trying to defend their buffs a little bit, where, catching out the Fenrir there was a really good pickup. But it does look like I don't know what's happening in the left lane. Something is happening. But there is a tower probably going down.
Just round. And there's also 2 members going down here in this left side beneath the cage. These player-made obstacles, man, they hurt. And so does a tower, though. Could be troublesome here for Texi as Mordred pursues the weak. Anubis, these juke shoes. Dude's got his Nikes on. Didn't know they sold those in ancient Egypt. And that plague of locusts, the bird bomb Sunder combo. Tilly reverses it right onto 2 Chimp's head. Sobek can do nothing but watch.
This game is chaotic. I don't know. I don't know how to keep up. There is a fight in middle lane. Towers taken. They just got a middle tower and a left tower. Really playing well on this map here. They're playing these mini team fights where we have 2 or 3 people grouped up, making sure they take these lanes, pushing them up.
They're just doing their job. They
They're
are
doing their job.
acing all their classes. The nuns are very pleased, and they're going to graduate with honors at this rate. If they keep it going, now 15 minutes, 15 kills. Hey, keep up with that theme, and you're going to be doing very well to 6 for 99% Engaged. And a nice 9,000 gold lead here. That feels rough. And looking at the stats here, looking at just the performances between these two mids, we saw them interview. Let's take a look maybe at their stats. I mean, 2-2 for the Raw, and then 1-2, of course, for Neath. But there's got to be just more here to it. And just looking at these numbers, Devane, what stands out to you?
First of all, Vintage has a higher KDA. Um,
Right.
for the first four, their gold is fairly similar. Vintage a little bit higher, and player damage also fairly similar. With Vintage also a little bit higher across the board, on the most part.
And that kill participation, you've got to
Yeah.
credit some of that to the fact that Swifty's playing Neath. So naturally, with those assists across the map, it's still really impressive that Vintage is able to really keep up at all. Playing these mage picks, impressive to be able to almost 100-0 the Sobek. Hyper Beam, unfortunately gonna miss. That accuracy is just a bit off the mark, and now Ra's got to recharge. A-okay though, that pressure still forces Sobek to back, and now the pressure we're seeing here on the right side too. Two Chimps falls on the cage.
Yeah, we did see earlier the Neath having a little bit of value, having the Neath and the Mordred shutting down. I think it was Anubis in the left lane. They do have a chance of playing around that a bit, but that really does start to fall apart when it hits the late game, and they're getting to that quite soon.
Getting to this third Fury. Sunday School, not feeling confident ripping it, but just leave it for 9% engaged. Say thank you very much. We will take it. And only one member caught within the River's Rebuke. It's going to be Truvy. They're okay to sacrifice him. At this point, 99% do not want to fight this. They want to escape. Sobek, though, might be able to be granted that thanks to a good Riptide. Charges Prey right through. And at this point, might just have to sacrifice their life within that ultimate. They bring themselves a little chew toy. What'd you get me, little buddy? It's going to be a nice little Jed on top. Tilly takes that kill, but in exchange for a Gold Fury, a fantastic play from Engage.
Yes, that's definitely better to, trade the Sobek for the Gold Fury. That worked out well for them, I think. It does look like, though, Sunday School might have an edge on this Fire Giant here.
Uh-oh.
They don't have a Sobek. Well,
That's
Engage
scary.
doesn't have a Sobek to be there for it, and they can quite easily. They still have double mage. They can burst this down quite quickly.
Watch Mordred, though, wrapping around to the side. The deadliest game of Ring Around the Rosie you ever did. Saw and Shank could be in trouble here, too, from these basics. They're taking a bit too long, though. FG's quite low, and FG's been secured by Sunday School, and now they're on the pursuit. Flames flickering in their paws, and with bloodlust in their eyes, they look for Furin first. That gust will not save you, but a fantastic AoE route from Swift swiftly puts an end to that fight.
Yeah, I thought Sunday School might have been a little bit in danger there. Shank didn't have his ult up, which would have been really useful for that Fire Giant, but they managed to burst that down just in time. The benefit of the double mage, even though they don't have the ADCs, which is excellent for objectives, they still have a lot of confirm. Just
we don't
dashing
have
away
more.
here.
Smart work. Yeah, I don't want any part of that, honestly, at this point. Two Chimps
Yeah.
is just going to be backing out with the quickness here. 19 minutes now, 6-17. Gold lead, actually, thanks to that one Fury plucked away, still being maintained at 10k. Now, of course, it's at 10k, which, as my buddy Z-Tan would lovingly call, is uh-oh territory. And it's going to stay that way, especially with these tier 2 towers on the map. I'm going to ask you the exact same question we talked in game 1. Do you defend these at this point?
Yeah, I think so. They have to play safe. They can't let themselves get picked here. They're gonna have to try and defend these towers. I feel like trying to get the picks now, Sunday School are gonna be grouped. I can't imagine them splitting up at this point. They're always gonna be grouped, so they're gonna need to actually group up and defend as far as they can. And it looks like already here they're probably gonna get cut off.
Oh no, and you saw Sobek back, maybe a premonition of the future, staring into the crystal ball. You stare into Mordred's crystal ball, you'll see nothing but darkness, because that Pursue the Weak does not mean they will live this engagement. Good sickening strike, buddy. They're just going to go down swinging, but Ross swinging that staff, finding that kill onto two Chimps. Cage dropped as well, leaving the poor Ama wrapped up in a little bow. Tilly takes that kill as well. That makes this tier 2 on the right side undefendable. At the very least, Jingwei and Neath can start to get to work on these tier 1s.
Yeah, it looks like the double ADC comp for the Engage is getting put to use, taking down these towers. I reckon they should just keep going. I don't think Sunday School is going to stop at this Phoenix, but I guess they might have to defend this Titan, just in case they decide to ignore the rest of the towers they still need to get.
definitely want to defend the Titan. If they go
Yeah.
for that, I'd highly recommend it. Sunday School
We've seen
instead.
it before.
Sunday School instead opt to go for the safer play. Instead opt to go for the damage on top of Sobek. Unfortunately, that Searing Pain just a bit off the mark. Singes the edge of Sobek's scales. Not going to be able to do too much damage though on top. Tier 2 in that mid lane. Going to go down thanks to that Naga buff as well. Just further surmounting this massive gold lead they have worked so hard to painstakingly build. And just going to rob all of the jungle on top of that. Fury spawns up just in time. Hey, where are you, buddy? Ancient Fury. Nonetheless, so those two Phoenixes, or sorry, that Phoenix in mid at the very least in that left tier 2, gonna be weakened all for it.
Yeah, and it looks like Engage is gonna try and take a trade. It's not really
Please hurry.
a worthy trade because they did give up an Ancient Fury. So they got the Pyromancer. I thought maybe they were gonna get the mid
the
tower,
bomb!
but they didn't. Yeah,
Oh, thank God.
it's at this point they're gonna take whatever they can to try and get their gold level and their levels, not their gold levels, just their levels even, so that they maybe have a fighting chance when it comes to these team fights, and
Oh, no.
maybe hopefully they could turn it around.
Run! The totem's not worth your life. Please value yourself, Trenchcoat. Going to use that ultimate to escape back into their own battle lines and lose that totem they fought so hard for as well. That's just got to feel rough. But you know what is good,
Mordred
Devane?
is yes.
Right Phoenix is down. So at the very
Yeah.
least, it's not the worst Phoenix for this upcoming FG. Mordred is down of ultimate. That's what he
I
is.
think
It's
he
Swifty.
keeps
Giving
using
it.
his ult to escape, unfortunately.
Yes.
Which is it's just not there for the team fights. They need to be prepared for these team fights, and it's rough that they keep using these ultimates as escapes. I've even seen the Sobek use his ultimate as escapes, and they're using everything very defensively, unfortunately, and they really need to use these for these team fights.
Furin just got to watch as the next tier 2, the last tier 2, taken down here by Sunday School. Fenrir lurking around the right side. I love how the Ragnarok has not even been the centerpiece of this engagement. I really do feel like it's been Shank with this Yamoja, but their engagement is so multi-pronged, but 99% engaged just haven't seemed to find their answer. On the defensive end, that's how their comp is going to be played soon. What do you want them to start with for the next fight?
For Engage,
Yes.
yes. I really feel like the way that they're going to play it now is they're going to try and split push, but they really just need them all together. You know, I don't know. They need that Mordred ult. They need that Sobek ult.
They do need
the
that
plucks,
Mordred.
They need the plucks, and they need to be able to follow up. But it really does look like they're going to be taking the route that is split pushing as much as they can, trying to take the towers where they can, because that does give them gold, and then they'll be able to buy more items to try and give them more of a fighting chance in these team fights. It seems like anything they don't want to do, they don't want to be dead, because if they're dead for defending the Titan and the Phoenix, then they've lost the game.
It's all going to be over, but they try to take that tier 2. They found a watchdog guarding it. Who let the dogs off the leash? Because Fenrir's going insane. Ragnarok going to meet that airstrike. Hey, there's an offensive Mordred ult, but it doesn't find any targets. And meanwhile, Sunday School have found their second bird. Right one spawns quite soon, and Fenrir's just not going to let Mordred back for a bit more time, keeping them separated. Now they finally can, but will you only arrive back to base to find the corpse of this Sobek? Answer is yes. Jed goes down, now looking for Jingwei. You can't evade this. Furin goes down once again to the hands of Yamojo. Swifty readies their arrow. Fire it true, or you might be black and blue. There comes the Brutalized right after. Double kill there on Diamond Dennis. It's Texi taking down 2 chimps. Only one left alive is Truvy. Is your heart true, sir? What can you do against the Knight of Sunday School? 5-man deep. Fire gianted up. The Searing Pain's been brought, and the set's come to a close.
Good job, Sunday School.
Yeah, man. They
That was
kind
a
of crushed it.
Yeah, they did. I felt like it started off more even. It looked like 99 Engage learned a bit there, and then Sunday School really just doubled down. They were able to get more picks, fight harder. There was a lot more team fights, I think, in that game. I did feel like, the shell on the Sobek wasn't that valued. It didn't get used very often. We saw, you know, Odinol and Yamojo used whenever they could, and there was no real play around it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One shell, two ultimates. The math
Yeah.
ain't math in Devane. It just doesn't work is the issue.
Yeah, and especially like in that last fight, Jed's the one with the shell. He was the one that went down first.
Yep.
And then there was a Yamojo, Odinol, nothing could be done. Yeah.
In that sense, is exactly what Jay Beto mentioned, that Sobek goes in, right? Okay, we talisman, we kill them. They've lost their shell. Now we just rinse, repeat, drop all of our ultimates. What can they do? We build a house, essentially. They're Mr. Beast ended up just building 1,000 houses for the members here of Engage, and they couldn't do anything but say thank you. Like and subscribe, video over. So that's just going to be it, unfortunately. As Sunday School take a rousing victory, but don't you worry, because we got more action coming at you in just a second. So don't you dare go anywhere. More Smite 2 fun for you after the break.
very notable in that game is that Engage had kill leads both games. But Sunday School, their macro is just still too good. Now, it's not over for them. They're going to be going down to the losers final.
Yeah.
It is adaptable in my eyes. I don't think that it's just, oh, it's done. I do also think that maybe some adaptations in draft. I think that game 2 draft from Sunday School was really strong. Too strong. I think that they shouldn't be allowed to play that. They've shown their cards, they've shown what they value. You are not allowed to give them that if you are able to come up against them in the finals. You have another chance. It might not be you, but you've gotten some information given to you. We're going to set aside that set for now. And we're going to look
We'll
at.
have to see
Hmm.
which one of these two teams have an opportunity to potentially find their way, at the very least, against 99% Engage. It's going to be Apes Together versus Fish, J Beto. And
Yeah.
Engage, they did, as you said, they might have to find a way to work around and redo some of their drafts against Sunday School, but they're going to have to get through one of these two teams first. And before that, we'll have to see which one of these two teams are going to come out on top.
Now, Dice, I think that Fish have been, in this matchup, specifically the favorites throughout the whole of APAC, but this is a best of one. And Fish have been looking pretty shaky in the finals, in this finals bracket, sorry, in playoffs. I think in best of ones, the best thing that you can do as a team is bring out something that's super cheesy. Kind of similar to what Sunday School have done. Now, Sunday School have shown their cards. If Apes are able to do that, and they're able to start the game rolling really, really, oops, sorry, just flashbanged everybody, and start the game off very fast and not give Fish a chance to get in, you're not able to make a game 2 adaptation to that because there is no game 2. You win and Fish are out. On the other side as well, if Apes make some wild choices in draft, they try to come out with some cheese and it doesn't work, there is no second chance for them either. So this is a do or die game and it is very tense. I'm very excited for these picks and bans.
Before we get to that, Jay Beto, let's find out what some of these players think. We're going to get a head-to-head interview between the ADCs, Thegoris and Flix. We're going to send it over to our host, Young Legs, for that next interview.
Hello, everybody. We are here for an interview, big interview, losers bracket finals. We got Thegoris from Apes Together and Flix from Fish. How we going today, boys?
Good.
Doing good.
I'll start off. I got a few questions for the both of yous. We'll go Flix answers first. Then we'll go to Theg.
Okay.
First off, any picks that you looking to ban or don't want to face in the ADC lane from your opponent?
This old geezer can play anything, and I still solo him.
Ooh. Theg?
No, not really. I mean, he just has to wait till Artemis gets in the game. Then he's screwed.
Next up, going off of Flick's little jab there. Flix, what do you think about your opposition ADC?
No, he was good for his time, but his time is up.
New blood's coming in, young blood.
Yeah.
Theg, any response?
Well, I think I'm just going to show his team that they made a mistake picking Flix over me.
Oh, that actually is a lot of heat coming in this game. You got something to answer for, something to show.
Mm-hmm.
Little cheeky one here. Any picks and strats we're gonna leak? Anything coming out?
You might see some mages. Who knows?
Yeah, I could pull out a little mage here and there.
It is a best of one, so if there's ever a game to pull out a little bit of spice, catch someone off guard, it's this one. Not really kind of going away from the ADC lane now. Any specific lane your team's kind of looking at targeting for the game?
Got to take down Quickie, he's too powerful.
Anywhere but me, I think. Anywhere but my lane.
That seems to be a common occurrence when you're in ADC, Theg.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's fine.
Anybody on your team you reckon are gonna step up and have a massive game in the best of one?
Oh, my goat, Ultimatum. Forever.
I think Quicky's been stepping up. I'm looking forward to seeing him in these playoffs.
Oof. Outcome of the game. What are we thinking? What are we saying?
Oh.
mean, Come on.
What are we?
Apes together strong, mate.
Easy one. Is anyone going to say the other person's going to win the best of one?
No.
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 Is it going to be? Are we talking like 15-minute game? Are we talking a long, drawn out 30?
15 minutes
What
is a bit
do we-
long, to be honest. Maybe a 10-minute surrender.
Damn, I was thinking you had a DC and get an early surrender.
You got any personal beef with anybody on the other team?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I could.
I think the other guy right here.
Yeah, I don't really know anyone else on Apes, so I'm going to say Theg, yeah.
Now I have 3 questions, like personal questions for the each of yous. We'll start with Theg. All right.
Okay.
Been in a bit of a rust apocalypse through the season.
That's an understatement.
Been passed around a little bit. Has that had any kind of like negative effect on mental gameplay?
Well, I think the main issue I've had was that I was playing 3 weeks of jungle and then like having to play ADC on the outer edges of that has been weird to get back into. But I think I found a good home with this crew.
And then on the other side, not even bad. Has it helped you want to win more than being passed along that much and just really
For
showing
sure.
people that you shouldn't be passed around?
Yeah, I mean, coming up against both Fish and then Engage, most likely, or even Sunday School and then Engage afterwards. It's there's a lot of teams here who have passed me around already, so gotta prove them wrong.
Yeah. How's the team chem coming in this game? Everyone in good mental, everyone in good stead.
Oh, yeah.
Happy.
My team has been putting in the research, putting in the hours.
Yeah, it's they're having a good time. We're all yapping for hours after scrims. It's a good time.
Yeah, love to hear it. And Theg, no Rama or Artemis in the game yet. Is there now an ADC pick that when your team doesn't know what to pick, you just go, we'll give Theg that?
I mean, Jinwei's easy as all hell. So. You can't go wrong with
Jigaway
that
has
one.
replaced the Rama until Rama gets released.
Oh, it's over when Rama's released. It's over.
Alright,
Counting down
Flick.
the days till Ula.
Flick, second place seed coming in the finals. And then you kind of dropped the ball in their game, kind of lost to the 3rd seed there. Did coming in as second place seed kind of give your team's head like a little bit of an ego coming into it, where you kind of then dropped off in the finals?
I think I just played a little bit. Well, I can't really say that, but I played not great. So I apologize to my teammates. That'll not happen again.
Early leads, both games in the last finals too, and then lost it in the late. Do you have any reasoning for what happened to why you kind of let it down in the late? Was it like a comms error, decision making, like going too quick at a decision when not like picking the right thing?
I think we were just rushing the gun a little bit, not taking our time.
Yeah. And then do you have any plan to counteract that,
we got
when you
plans.
get to the late to not throw it away then?
Oh, yeah.
And the final ADC question for the both of you is, will the 1v1s be taken for number one?
Yeah.
And
Obviously.
will your jungler and or sup not respect the 1v1 and ruin it?
My jungler will absolutely respect the 1v1 because he doesn't know
I
what
don't think
dual
your
lane is.
solo laner will, bro. I think Quicky's going to come over. Little TP action.
Possible.
So I'd like to see a little couple of 1v1s there. I'm not gonna lie.
Could make that happen.
And that's pretty much gonna wrap us up here. I think that's everything I've got now. So ready for the game tonight, and get ready to take the dub, boys.
Thanks,
Thanks for having us on.
A lot of fun there to hear from Flix and Thegoris. And exciting again to have Young Legs back with us on the interviews. Did a bit of casting last night as well. Good to see him. Jay Beto, I think both ADCs, they're very, a little bit stoic, very locked in, not wanting to give anything away. Still a bit of egos on them, as you expect to see from ADCs, but both of them really just, they didn't want to give anything away, and they wanted to make sure that the other knew that they were toughing it out.
Yeah, I mean, ADC's always ego, like you said. No, but seriously, I think they are locked in. This is a very interesting matchup because Fish, like I said at the beginning, have looked very strong over the first few weeks, but haven't looked super strong in this specific playoffs. On the other hand, Apes together, more of a recent team, also ramping up, similar to 99% engage. So I'm very interested to see. Specifically, actually, the duo matchup of what gods they're going to be playing. We saw a lot of Jingwei from Gorus. We saw some Soul from him too. We've seen Anhe, Jingwei, Sonanos from Osha Megafen or from Flix. Are there going to be any majors like we saw Tilly play in that last game? Is there going to be an Anubis? Is there going to be a Zeus? We'll have to find out.
We will have to find out, Jay Beto, and I think that while, of course, this is a very crucial game, one of these two teams will be eliminated here. We're in the top 4 now, so every team from this point forward is receiving prize pool money, which is exciting for all of these teams. One of these teams will be knocked out, so for that reason, it's crucial. But also, in these picks and bans, I think we're going to see how well these teams have adapted to the current meta, how they're going to handle 99% engage, and potentially how they're going to match up into Sunday School if they can get past that next boundary. For now, though, Sobek banned away by Apes together, Fenrir by Fish, and Zeus being hovered here by Apes. So very similar style of picks and bans. The prioritized gods seem to be the same across the board for a lot of these teams right now. So a pretty clean grasp on the meta, but Zeus locked in here by Apes. Jay Beto, talk me through this. How do you think Frenzy's going to go with this god?
Well, this also could be ADC Zeus. We
could be
seen a bit of that, and we did see mages, but yeah, I think that Frenzy most likely to take that. I was just about to mention this. The Loki prio is high this set against Scout or Half Guy, who is a Loki player through and through. The Loki now are getting picked up by Simply, who can also pilot this god. Now, Odin locked in. My mind immediately goes to Mordred before this is locked in. Before I can say that I said it. Mordred into the Odin, like we've seen, and it has been Half Guy's prio after the Loki is down. Fenrir also down as well. So my mind is on this Mordred here. And I think if you're Fish and he doesn't get picked on 3 here, you just slam it on your own. Put Odin support or Odin mid and take the Mordred away. But the Amir and the Jingwei, lots of pressure dice right now. A lot of wave clear as well. And some good CC as well for this Jingwei to play around.
It does seem pretty clear the direction that each of these teams are going in, Jay Berto, and kind of what they're looking for in their comp. They're not really worried about telegraphing to the opposition team what they're doing and trying to counterpick each other. It seems more like, I know what I want, I'm going to get it, and I'll play around that. Obviously, Odin and Loki have a great time into this Zeus, but the damage that he can output is, of course, potent. Having that Ymir to set him up as well. We saw Texi playing it last night, and the capability of this Ymir to drop walls, block off pathways, and we even saw some of those rocket jumps getting him out of danger very comfortably. But on the other side, Jay Beto, Fish have locked in Anubis, Barcus, and Apes have got themselves this Mordred. It's like you said, although Fish may be dropping an opportunity to grab that Mordred for themselves.
I think the Anubis actually is the answer into Mordred, because Mordred just can never do anything against him. He blocks the ult, and then he just sits there and death gazes you to death, funnily enough. And then once you've landed on the Anubis and the ult hasn't hit, the Odin cage can come down on top. The more of that CC, the Loki, the Barcus can land on top. But with this armor, there is a very aggressive, I'll call it, front line from Apes together, and a very solid backline with the Anubis right now. This Sonanos as well, if this is getting locked in, can be a very easy target for Apes, especially with this Mordred, because the Sonanos doesn't have any of that built-in CC and safety like the Anubis had. No Ra, which is something that I'm very interested about. We saw Sunday School very highly prioritizing that god, but maybe with the Sobek off and the Emerger as well, that pick potential for Fish is just not as strong. So they're opting for more of this dive threat with Loki, Barcus, Odin, with the Anubis safety and ulting through, and the Sonanos ult as well. that can be
think-
landed onto the targets.
Jay Beto, the fact that there's no Ra here really does speak volumes. Like we talked about, we saw between Sunday School and Engage that the Ra being prioritized is really a crucial point at the moment, and might show whether or not Apes and Fish have their have their finger on the pulse to the same extent that those top two teams do. But perhaps you're right. Perhaps it is just the picks in this game, nor disallowing that to be the case for now, though. However, Jay Beto, we do have two absolutely massive team comps coming out here. I'm excited to see the Zeus. I'm excited to see the Anubis, and perhaps simply on this Loki, not letting Half Guy pilot it. Which team do you think is going to take this away, and who, Jay Beto, is getting eliminated from the APAC Founders Series next?
I mean, this is only game one, so I can't speak about the elimination yet. But
This is
I have
best
to say,
of one.
oh, you are correct. My bad. I did say this is a do or die before. Totally forgot.
Yeah.
I have to give it to the Loki pick. I think that yesterday, this Loki has looked really strong, and it's been kind of sleeper. I mean, we've seen it a bit. I know some people have been talking about it, but it's really just come into my mind watching it last night how strong this Loki pick is. I think that Simply can have an absolute disgusting game on this pick. It can be counterable with the Amir, with the Zeus ult on top if you're able to react to that, and even Aegis the combo before you ult. But I think that simply having the agency on this Loki is dangerous, and I'm very excited to see what he's going to be able to do. I got to give Fish for their comp.
Jay Beto, I'm going to hype up Frenzy. He's the Pentakill King of OCE. I'm going to give it to him. I'm going to give it to Apes together here. If he's going to take that Zeus and he's going to be the Pentakill King of OCE, then I'm going to see it. Let's send it on over to D-Lo and Ozme to take us through this BO1 elimination game. Take it away.
Thank you, Dysar and Jay Beto, our lovely desk duo. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the do or die moment between Apes Together and Fish. I'm Dilo, joined here by Osme. We've been here before, seeing this team at work, and Dice touched on it, the Penta King Frenzy operating the Zeus. Osme, how we feeling?
I'm good. I'm keen. These teams have it all on the line here. Someone's going home. Someone's going to progress to fight for that spot in the final. I think tensions are high, but some people are going to have to step up and put the team on their shoulders and just carry that game out.
And what a team comp it is to do it. Like was mentioned, no Ra, no Sobek, so the new tools being left alone. Old is better, being the argument. Very interested in terms of the draft philosophy here. Jay Beto made a great point that it just seems like, or it might have been Dice actually as well, who touched on the fact that it just seems like they're kind of operating off what they want to do themselves. No one's really looking for counterpicking just yet. And at a best of one format, that makes sense. You go with what you know, you go with what you flow. And I'm loving the Ymir. We touched on it before, me and Legs. It's just a great pick. And I think that in these jungle fights, Anubis and CERN could run into some problems, could run into some walls too.
Definitely. The Ymir is a great pick here. This Anubis is definitely going to run into some issues. I think this Loki pick for Fish is very, very high value. We've seen week in, week out, Apes Together prioritizing this Loki as their top pick because Half Guy has said, this is my comfort pick. I want it whenever possible. Oh, this Weave's chilling in mid. He might find a pick here.
Weave's wiggling.
This Anubis steps up a little bit too far.
They're clearly not even focusing the minion wave. They're just looking for the Goobas. The bees have already been expended, but unfortunately, those basics don't finish the job. And without a Sunder in the pocket of Weave, that kill potential is reduced by quite a bit. Interesting start, but you do, as a consequence, leave Theg alone. Respect the 1v1, but respect the 2v1 at this point here, because that's a lot of pressure. Forced onto the Jing Wei. I don't know, do we think these unconventional starts are welcome in this best of one? Should we be risking it all like that?
Why not? Put it all out there. They do find the speed invade off that, and Theg will find some extra farm to himself, so ultimately probably going to find himself ahead regardless in that duo lane to start out. Not too much happening right here. But yeah, as I was saying, this...
ahead of that.
Yeah, this Apes Together roster, Half Guy's jungle pool is... He has probably two picks at the top, being that Loki and then the Mordred underneath. But the further you can get him down on his jungle preference, the better a chance you have of winning. Because Half Guy is known to carry games on that Loki. And forcing him off that is always an awesome idea. But seeing that they have so much dive with this Loki, this Odin, this Bacchus, undoubtedly this Zeus will fall. So a lot of pressure is going to be on the shoulders of Thegoris, in my opinion, to see if he can have that damage output while the rest of his team, the rest of his backline just gets dove very heavily.
Yeah, that's the scary thing, is that a lot of these front lines on both sides, I mean, Fish clearly have a very forward-facing composition. Bacchus is not meant for Peel. Neither is Odin. Neither, really, is any of those members. So you're leaving Yada and Asuka in kind of their own hands to babysit themselves. And if Apes Together find an early advantage, that could be a strategy that comes to bite them in the butt. Without that instant demand CC from the Bacchus Belt and Finger's Might, it could be troublesome. On the side of Apes Together, though, what are their weaknesses? As far as the chink in their armor that we can abuse, what do you think Fish are looking for?
I think there's going to be just a lot of pressure put towards this Zeus. I don't mind Quickie on the Amaterasu. He's been playing that for quite a while now, and it's probably one of his comfort picks. Ooh, gank coming out here.
This is not comfortable. Blink already out, but just gonna blink and you miss it. The death of Asha as they go down for the first blood. Apes Together finding that early pressure. Great counter rotation there from the Mordred to immediately respond to that pressure.
In the same vein, in the way that this Zeus may get caught, if this Ymir steps up a little bit too far, ooh, damage coming out, belly flop's good. Weave's struggling to get over his shell expended. He's going to be a little bit annoyed he had to use that shell there.
Yeah, that doesn't feel greatest. But at the very least, you don't have to worry about the real reason you want to use that shell, which of course is Asha, for quite some time. I am seeing double shells being packed here by the dual lane. That's great, because we saw before what happens when your hubris allows you to believe that Odin Cage only requires one. What happens if your mirror dies? Now you got Jingwei as well, who doesn't even necessarily need it for themselves. So I'm really appreciating the respect Apes Together are putting on that comp. Not respecting the boundaries of this jungle, though. You see Quickie trying to get aggressive off the back of that gank. Do we just anticipate Mordred to pitch a tent here in the solo? Because it seems like they're really favoring this right side.
We've seen lots of teams prioritize this right side for invades, and Half Guy has been known to play quite right side oriented. He likes finding those ganks in solo, finding that red and blue invade, and usually leaving his ADC on an island. And when you have Thegoris on this Jingwei pick, it's not a bad idea. You just let him farm up, get to late game, and then that's when Jingwei really comes online. So why wouldn't you prioritize this right side if you're playing the Mordred this game?
Yeah, it seems the consequence, in fact, of that early rotation from Weave is that Thegoris has been by himself just about this entire time. They really have just banished him from the island. Just saying how he's got fast ground, but at this point, no one wants to touch the dude at this moment in the game. Instead, trying to get some slashes in the back of that Odin. Dazzling offensive, trades there for the cage. 3 for 3, poised here in this mid lane. This core fight is going to be an interesting one between support, jungle, and mid. Who do you think takes the edge when it's just reduced to these numbers?
Well, they both have very, like, all of their mid 3v3 for both sides have lots of CC, lots of damage. I think it's going to be very important how these fights in the mid, amongst the mid 3v3 play out, because if their communication is just a little bit better, finding advantages and finding picks is really going to swing the entire game pretty much. This is a best of one. Little mistakes in mid.
That's not a big mistake, though, to use that Aegis so well timed versus that Death Gaze, dropping the Thunderstorm too. I can do damage while bearing my Aegis's protection. That's not a luxury Yada can bear. And that's also not enough health that can bear that damage. 2-0 here, 5 minutes in for Apes Together. Nice little 1,000 gold lead on top.
Yeah, Yada's going to have to position so carefully this game, as we just saw then. When he goes into that Death Gaze, he's stuck in place. And if he gets a Zeus ult dropped on top of his head, he's most likely going to die. But maybe this Jade Scepter pickup, first item for the Anubis, could be what he needs for that peel. We don't see that item getting picked up too much, but the passive of that just provides a little knock-up away, buy yourself some space, which is what you want on the Anubis. I'm interested to see if that has a much impact going into more of these 3v3 mid fights.
The fact that they're prioritizing so heavily clearly shows that they're got a target on their back and they're aware, but Frenzy's got one on theirs too. We talked about it, now we're seeing it, a 3-man assault. The assassination job complete. They can go back happy. Fish on the board.
Yeah, if you're Fish, you'd hope that they just identify that this Zeus, if he's ever alone in middle lane or ever stepped up just that little bit too far, he's got to fall. He has really no response to a dive from a Loki and a Bacchus if he has no relic or if he doesn't want to drop his ult on at his feet. So yeah, Frenzy's got to really keep his vision up, be calming with the rest of his team to just identify where this Bacchus and this Loki are so he can know how far he can actually step up in that lane. This left side invade coming out from the Emir, it looks like they're getting pincered a little bit here by Fish.
That speed buff's gonna have to get you out awfully quick. Good rocket jump to avoid the belt stun and a good stun of their own right. Nice work, a little heist being made here. They're aware of those buff cooldown timers. And now 2 belts wrapped around my friend Thegoras. Got that Gucci on. Not gonna get their party on, trying to get them fight here in the midst of this left side jungle. That thunderstorm already dropped and ultimated in the eye of the storm. Gonna be that Naga up next. 2 birds, 1 stone. More trying to scout them out with that Pursuit of the Week, but Half Guy not going to be able to quite find any guys. Victim of that ultimate instead. A bit of poke themselves thanks to that Plague of Locusts. That being said, Apes together overall make way with a nice kill and a nice objective on that Naga.
Yeah, these mid 3v3 is so volatile. It just seems like anybody can die at any point. So I don't know if they're really planning this like these engages on the Zeus together, because it seemed like the Nagas just flopped in and just copped a freeze and then died to that Zeus ult like he had no defense almost. But this game, I think, will get out of hand quite quickly in either direction. I'm not too sure who, but I feel like, or who will get the lead. Ooh, Amaterasu coming in for the dive on Yada in middle.
Ooh, instant response there. That Death Gaze does big damage, forces an Aegis when you might not have needed it, and now Bacchus sees that opportunity, licking their chops. Not going to quite find it, but that Relic's down for quite some time. Puts our friend Frenzy in a bit of a rough spot for the next 130 seconds. Interesting thing I'm noting here is Fish begin to rotate through this Fury. Ymir's got that Spirit Robe up. Dude's clearly anticipating some CC. It might just be useful for the mitigation of the coming battle. Going on in with that belly flop combination. Not going to find, but the Assassinate finds 2. Wild Hunt trying to slice up some bacon. Ymir going to try to put it on ice. Instead, Pursue the Weak finds the Bacchus. Ultimatum is going to find their ultimate end at the end of Scout's Blades. Nice work there by Half Guy. Now Loki might meet the same fate. Agility to get on in. Airstrike to further close the gap, but they decide to go back instead of going aggressive. Might be some buyer's remorse there, but simply taken out there by Frenzy. Around this Gold Fury pit, just seems like this mid laner of Apes always gets some sort of passive buff. And now this first objective might just go the way of order.
Yeah, you mentioned that Spirit Robe. Ooh, quick Smite going for the steal. But yeah, we mentioned that Spirit Robe first, and so many resources expended into the Emir there, and he just did not fall. We saw the Loki ult on top, which I actually thought was awesome and might swing the fight, but just not enough damage, maybe committing too much onto that support pick. Left Frenzy to just drop his ult and do Zeus things. Nice identification there that they might be saying, oh look, they're focusing me, just kill them. But
yeah,
hopefully not too much more of that from Fish, because yes, it's good to find these picks on Weave, and we know that Emir is a big comfort pick for him. From the start of his Smite 2 endeavors, he's been very he's favored the Emir quite heavily. We've seen him on picks like the Bacchus as well, but going back to his roots this game for the Ymir is a nice look. And in the same respects, we've seen from the very start of the Smite 2 Apac Fantasy Series, Ultimatum loving this Bacchus pick as well. So lots of comfort picks here, and I know that even though Half Guy hasn't got the Loki in his hands, I think he's not going to be too sad about that Mordred pick.
And yeah, looking at the stats here between these two supports, I mean, We've clearly, in terms of the KD, not batting the same, but hey, it's okay. You're a team player. Just rack up them assists instead. And that just might very well be the case of, you know, prioritizing differently. There's peel supports, and there's dive supports. Bacchus clearly being the latter. And Ymir can do a bit of both, but certainly with that on-demand AoE stun, can provide a bit of the former as well. Just taking a look at these numbers, anything come to mind? Anything catch your eye?
10k EA for ulti? That's wild.
It is
Big
kind of
freeze
crazy.
coming out
I'm
onto
not
the
gonna lie. Ooh, maybe trying to augment his own KDA. Weave says, hey, watch this. I can do numbers too. Maybe not quite enough just yet. Jingwei, great CC immunity there in response to that Wild Hunt. Weave, unfortunately, doesn't find their chance to get some kills, but doesn't die themselves. That feels good.
Yeah, it seems like this 1v1 we saw in the interview earlier is coming up big in this game. Thegoris is finding himself a little bit ahead. Could be from that early solo farm that he got, or it just could be maybe Jingwei going towards that Dev's glove start, finding a little bit more sustain in lane, and also just being Jingwei and being able to get back to lane quite quickly. But yeah, it looks like Feg's very comfortable, as he said on the interview, on this Jing, and you saw there he perfectly immuned that Wild Hunt with his Jingwei ult like it was nothing. And if they can continue playing like this in this backline, especially towards the end of, or towards these latter team fights, ooh, big 1v1 coming out.
Thegoris wants no part of it. He's like, yeah, I'm good. He's just happily
should eat my
trots his way
words.
through the jungle. Yeah, and doesn't want to eat that damage. I don't blame him. Those waves were doing quite a bit now, Quickie. Deciding if they want to go in with the quickness for that blue buff. Instead, they'll look for the kill on Odin. Or at least try to pressure them out so they can't even hope for their own buff. Now, Quickie, back to business. Fish, though, in the wings, looking for their own farm. And Quickie's got a bigger lust for blood than buffs. Might not be granted either one at this point since there's so many members of Fish lurking around. It's going to be a rough fight to start up, and you have no ultimate. Double Sunder there going to be the case, but unfortunately dashes glorious charge right into a wall. They're just going to follow you to the ends of the earth, ring around the rosy as they try to heal their way up. Here comes Pursue the Weak to divide the odds and get them back stacked in Apes Together's favor. Going to be able to actually drive the rest of them away as well. So nice job there to Apes, managing to get the steal off and also save the life of Ama.
Yeah, I just realized that we have huge wall.
Oh no.
Yada.
So sorry, buddy. Condolences. That's what happens though. In these fights in the corridors, it's gonna be such a tough spot for Yada because your path suddenly completely blocked off. Your snout bumps right into that ice.
Yeah, Frenzy's farming really well also. Level 14 in mid is definitely a good sight for this Zeus. We've seen in other games how much damage this guy does. Flopping on the Zeus is good.
But is the damage afterwards. There's shell expended just for sustain more so than any player-made obstacle. In fact, Ymir trying to put them up to grant some separation. Once again, Mordred, you hear that heartbeat and suddenly your pulse starts to palpitate just a little bit. And it's just that intimidation factor that half guys had because their presence has been so great across the entire map. 14 minutes, we're feeling it with this 4,000 gold differential. That's been won by Apes Together. And with only one Fury their way, it's also just credit to their great map presence. 6-1 in terms of the kills. Fish, we talked about some ways back in. Does not seem like, though, that Frenzy's going to go down anytime soon. What have they got to play differently to make sure they can get the edge?
We saw last night in their game against Ping 269 that they did fall behind early and managed to claw their way back in just through a series of very nice team fights and then finding all their individual farm. I don't doubt that they have that potential to be doing that again, and we know all these players on Fish. They're all very experienced. They've been around the scene for a very long time. They have that potential and they know, okay, we might be down a few kills, we might be down a few K gold. As long as it's not too drastic at the moment, I think it's maybe heading towards that. This gold lead is not something you want to see. Wrap coming out is just...
Oh, nice response with the Death Gaze there to get the CC immunity. It's not going to matter. Heads will roll as Quickie flashes their blade and ultimatum goes down right afterwards. Tier 1 in the mid lane reduced to ashes. Odin arrives to the party just saying, hey, where the hell did everyone go? They're all dead, buddy. And now this Gold Fury might just be next. Apes Together looking for Sir Nuno's too. You're not going to be able to steal anything except for hopefully keeping your own life in tow. Driven away by half guys. Second Fury there goes to the Apes.
Trading Pyro there as well is also good, which they might not be able to do in time.
Oh no! Oh, thank God. They got
lucky.
it. They got it. That was scary.
Yeah, it looks like there's just that Apes are just playing with such speed and like kind of ferocity at the moment, and maybe Fish are just like, I don't know. I think this Anubis pick is leading, is showing not to be too great. Maybe it's just in this mid 3v3 where he can get focused out quite quickly. Osha Mega Fan very
Oh
low.
no,
Fedorus-
Dag! Dude's
Oh.
got Red Bull. He's got wings. Unfortunately, does not have enough damage or enough accuracy to quite finish the job. But Osha's going to be retreating back to base with the quickness. There's the rotation from the rest of Fish to try to just get them to back the hell off. But damage already been done. Just got to make that long trot back to this tier 1 tower. We've here to give a bit more presence as well, some moral support to their carry. Dual lane's been made a dual lane once more. One's made a trio in just a second. Three's a party, says Loki. Simply
Big
trying to
flaw.
set them up. Good intoxicate right afterwards. Makes this path back just a bit more wobbly. Weave does have to go down, and Thegoros sheds a tear for their support. That being said, Apes not losing too much for it. Unfortunate that Ymir had to go.
That's a really nice pick there. There should be a nice little bit of left tower pressure coming out off that. Hawkeye is rotating over to maybe try and quell some of that pressure, but I really love just identifying that they're overstaying in left and picking up Weave. That was an excellent flop from Ulti, finding 2. Some more pressure is coming out towards this left side. Pursue the Weak looks like it's coming out.
Yep, but not going to actually find that Kratos combo. You might want the damage still true though. Force Assassinate, a great flop once again. Ultimatum doing a good job just trying to keep them off their back. I said they don't have peel, but proving me wrong. There's a blink though. They're going in deep. What peel you got there? The Belch actually secures it, but that just sets up Thegoros for the double. One more arrow in the back for Bacchus, and that dual lane's going to be wiped away, doing their support proud as they come back in with a nice wipe.
Yeah, Flick's in the interview saying that Thegoros is an old man and his time's up. Maybe it's quite the contrary, and you got to respect the guru, respect the master. Oh, dash coming out just in time. But yeah, Thegoros is having a great showing so far. Level 18, 2-0 on this Jing. Seeing the replay here.
I mean, you had Half Guy go in deep there with the blink, and sets it up to be fair. You gotta say that was necessary for this to happen, for that trade. You needed to have Half Guy eat up some of those cooldowns. Unfortunately, they had to go down, but the damage that Thegoros is doing is undeniable at this point. 2-0, not the most impressive slash line, but when you consider the fact that he's still deathless and that he's received quite a bit of pressure, it's pretty damn impressive.
And Jingwei is a late game monster, so finding the success early is all the more impressive, especially against someone like Sonanos who can be more impactful at earlier points in the game. Of course, all ADCs are kind of late game skewed at the moment. Big grouping around right side here. Hawkeye looking for some damage on top of this Odin. This red buff may be free here, but Zeus getting wrapped on in mid.
This could be a bit dangerous here as Apes looking for more farm. It's worked out well so far off these invades, but Weave caught by themselves. Good rocket jump to get out of those dancing blades. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, Sonos made a bit of a rotation, and Quickie's made a rotation too, all the way to the opposite side. Finds no one there, says, where did everyone go? They're all in the mid lane, buddy. That tier 1 tower gonna be sacrificed there. Some good global gold for Fish to respond. Not too much actually happening. Blue buff spawns, but Apes not too intent on that. Instead, it's Fish taking advantage of the lack of presence in the left side, trying to look for gold. They're trying to look instead for the Amo, who's experiencing quite a bit of pressure. An aggressive horn dash, trying to follow Quickie back. That does pull them off the Fury, though, and it might buy them enough time. Meanwhile, though, look at Apes. Are they going for fire at the moment? I am so confused. But it seems they're instead going for kills. Aggressive there with that Pursue the Weak. Looking for Bacchus in the midst of the cage. Deathgate is going to fall down on the Shards of Ice, but Scout already outski. Half Guy has been made into a quarter guy once again now, trying to look in the side for Weave. Frenzy goes down. That's what you needed. Weave going to be the next one up on the mark, surrounded by 4 and brought down just the same. 3 members down. Fish turning that question mark to an exclamation point. Yada will fall thanks to Quickie's rotation, but that's only a consolation prize. That's the first fight that Fish have got they can soundly say was decisively in their favor.
It's looking like a memory of last night where the early game may have been a bit not in their favor, but a series of team fights just shows that Fish has that communication and they're all playing on the same page in these team fights. I said earlier that Yada was struggling a little bit in that mid 3v3, but now in these team fights where he's not the main focus, his solo laner and support are there to frontline and provide some space. He's really popping off. He got a double kill there, finding a lot of damage off his death. And a free gold on the other hand.
You know what we talked about with Frenzy having Yada set up on a silver platter? Ymir's kind of the exact same story for Yada, just raining that Death Gaze damage down on poor Ymir, who's just trying to huddle up and ball himself into the fetal position, says, please leave me alone, does not do so whatsoever. And now, you can tell by the stats, these mids are both such incredible performers, but these KDs on the side of Fish are insane.
Yeah, and almost 80% kill participation for Yada throughout every game in this Apac Founders series so far really shows that he is a commanding voice on this team and is the center of most of their team fights. I don't know if we've seen him on the Anubis just yet, but usually picks like this Neath may lend a little bit more to that high kill participation. I have enjoyed this Anubis pick, but I just thought from that early game, it looked like it may have been in a bit of trouble, but there's actually a left lane push coming out from Scout here, while a big grouping around this Pyromancer.
This could be a dangerous situation, and if Fish get another good fight in their favor, that might just be what spells the defeat of Apes. They're ruined. Quickie once again dashing head first into the cage. That's a good dashing offensive to try to evade the laser beam, but look at all the ultimates dropping onto Quickie, and they'll drop soon afterwards. Loki taking credit for the kill. Weave eats a spear off the back of it. Fish have now firmly taken command of the pace of this game. Now looking for the Pyromancer. Can Apes respond? Not quite soon enough at this point. They're just looking for a kill potentially onto Asha instead. Fish now in a bit of trouble themselves. Asha moving back to safety. Pyromancer's been released, and that's going to mean that they don't have any objective for their troubles. Pursue the weak off the mark here. Fish maybe just now calling this one a draw. 20 more seconds before Quickie crops up, and Apes just might have to let this one go. They're just not intent on it, though. They're not used to being on the back end after driving for so long. They're waiting around that bush, but Odin's calling it out. Once again, eating a bit of CC. Just not enough poke, though, to finish the job.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sus positional play from the Amaterasu there. We saw that the Mordred was on the left side of the map, and they just can't position like that with an Odin and no shell when your whole team isn't there, because they're just going to step up on you. They know that they have the numbers advantage, and they're just going to take those fights every time. So maybe if they're going to continue playing with this split map pressure, they really need to identify that they're not as strong without the Mordred in the fight.
This is scary. Quickie sees that wrap go down and instantly Glorious charges forward. Good juke, but at the same time, best be careful. Your own life's still valuable. There's the Mordred ult on top of this Loki. Not much damage, but still keeps him out of the fight, and now Yada's out of it for 50 more seconds. We've's got to back up, and Apes together. Let's look for this objective instead. Let's see if this Pyro pull goes any better.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of an overstay there from Fish. They had some health bars, not too good positions, but they really stayed. They really wanted that Pyro, or perhaps the fight after the fact, but yeah, just identified that they can find picks, and simply being caught in mid, definitely not where he wants to be. I don't even know if Half Guy was aiming for him with the Pursue the Weak, finding simply in the bush there, but yeah, that's maybe a slight slip, and I don't think it's going to happen again for Fish. They've showed that they aren't willing to hand this game over just yet, but yeah, Apes together, they still want their spot in the finals also. It's a great match so far. Apes together still leading slightly on the gold. They have about a 5 or 6k lead, and coming towards these firefights, these itemization leads, even if it's just one tier 2 or one tier 1, they're going to matter. So going forward, Apes together still in a commanding position, but Fish have shown that, yeah, they're not willing to step back just yet.
Not whatsoever. Despite there being a 6,000 gold lead, it might be more after this Fury goes down. Apes together just take that one easily. An Ancient Fury as well, so those tier 2s will be weakened. Now extending that gold lead just a bit more, but Fish don't feel like they're playing from behind. They're playing quite confidently after that one changing team fight that we saw that swifted the momentum a bit around that FG pit. Question is, how can they just keep that momentum rolling? They do have, like you mentioned, some interesting itemization. I'm seeing a lot of prophetics on Fish, which might just be the reason why, despite their goal disadvantage, they're staying alive in these fights for so long. Now, Quickie, can you do the same? I'm seeing a lot of members of Fish, a school of them, in fact, lurking around this right side, caught in the cage once again. That's why will assassinate there off the back of it, though. Quickie stunned out, but able to dash to safety.
Yeah, nice mid lane grouping coming out. This tier 2 may fall. I don't know if this Anubis and Bacchus can really step up to do too much here. And it's interesting. I think.
Nice wall.
Yeah, great wall. I think lots of this map pressure coming into the late game is gonna depend on who between Scout and Simply can win that 1v1. We know Loki's so potent on the split and in the 1v1. Mordred maybe not who you think of as Firepool. Great identification.
That's some heads-up play here by Fish. They're going to take it in spades, but can they take the fight afterwards? It's a 2v5, all too easy. Airstrike there as Weave goes down beneath the soaring wings of the Jingwei. Going to land in the waiting arms of Quickie. That root a bit off the mark. Here comes Pursuit of the Week. Someone take this man's license. He's on a rampage. Tokyo drifts through them all. That is unfortunate to see, and now Apes together trying to retreat together, but might not be able to do so. Maybe just joins back in the fountain. Good damage there onto the CERN, but now Thegoros in a lot of trouble as well. Asha Mega Fan flicks, might get flicked away like the fly they are. Scout, half guy takes him down, now looking there for Ultimaton, and this fight's been reversed. What happened here, FG? Quickie bullying them in the backside, dazzling offensive, finding two. The spin, the moves, Frenzy takes them out. Ultimaton's off, Yada's done, it's a double kill. No penta potential, but that's A-okay. It's still just as impactful. Triple kill onto Asha. Frenzy's on a tear.
They might be able to end here. I don't know. Oh, they have their mid wave. Just so happens they have a mid wave there. They can run down mid and possibly look for the end. It might be cutting it a little bit short. We do see 22 seconds on the respawn for both the Bacchus and the Xenanos. But Simply wants these back trinkets, maybe.
Uh-oh. Wait a second, watch Simply. They might go in to take down half guy, looking pretty low, but instead they're just gonna back up. Phoenix is down, Apes together are going for the end, and with enough damage, the Thunderstorm rains down, and that's gonna be simply wiped away. I want you to clip this moment on Sunday for me, okay? We solo, and we spank an over-aggressive duo, and enjoy the dessert. Moving on to the next round.
Oh my god. That's not what I expected to come out of this game. I'm very impressed that Apes just identified their window and went for that end. I don't think many of the people watching that game would expect that Fish would dive out of the competition like that. Very well played by Thegoros as well. He showed that even though Flix was trying to get the better of him in that interview, he's the OG and he should have respect on his name.
That was beautiful work. My God. I mean, just able to put on so much aggression at a moment's notice. Apes together. Strong. Asame, you said it yourself so long ago, and it's proven true just time and time again. On the reverse side, though, Fish had some fantastic moments. What do you think were their highlights?
Oh, there's just a few team fights where I thought that they were going to go. Like, Fish just looks like they can win every team fight, but maybe a few little micro situations in the middle of those team fights that just turn them away. But yeah, I think everyone in that match played well. No one should be disappointed with their performance. I think Apes just found that window and found a good few picks there towards the end, and yeah, just rushed it down and found that win.
And unfortunately, this loss does mean their playoff run does end. They will receive their prizing, just not going to be as great as Apes together as they advance on through this bracket for a chance to fight for those finals. Beautiful work there on Apes side. On their end, any warning you want to give to future opponents that look down the Simeon squad?
Oh, just get half guy off either Mordred or Loki, and you got a good chance, because if he's on that Loki and even that Mordred, he's gonna have the impact. And maybe put a little bit more focus towards Thegoros. He was just free farming that whole game and just walked into those team fights late and pumped.
Absolutely. So just keep an eye out, man. These guys are wild. They will tear your face off at a moment's notice. But that game, that best of one, that's going to be it from me and Asame. So we'll toss it right back to our desk. Devane, Jay Beto, take it away.
Devane, what a match that was. Now, that is not the outcome that I expected. That was beyond that fire start, which was really smart, an absolute stomp, which is crazy. I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, it really did feel like the comp was better in Apes Together's favor, and the
Mm.
Goros did an excellent job at, you know, getting all the picks that he needed. Everyone did a really good job.
Yeah.
Frenzy as well, excellent damage on the Zeus. Yeah, it was crazy. I'm stunned. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. I think that Zeus is something definitely to look at as we
Yeah.
go through the next matches, because that was some crazy damage coming out from him. The level 1 play that he and Weave did together, where they forced Yada's beads out, that must have made those early levels really, really hard for him to play. We didn't get to see too much of how that mid 1v1 was going, but he's low, he's got no beads. It makes the beginning of the game really hard. What if Emir comes back?
Yeah, and the Aegis on the Zeus, walls from the Ymir, fantastic placement. So many times I saw him catching out the Anubis a lot. The Anubis didn't have a lot of chance to get any picks really. Just they were able to play against it, counterplay it.
Yeah, and I think that the Loki, I didn't expect it to look as I don't know, as unimpactful, I guess, is the word I'd used. And the
Yeah,
Mord looked really strong. I think that Half Guy has shown that, he's not just going to play Loki. You take it away, he'll play the Mordred, and he likes that matchup.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's interesting because Loki is quite strong at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think this game really was like mid ADC.
Mm,
The support, those were probably the stronger players of the game. And you had Amaterasu doing a lot as well. I think
yeah.
Odin did had a few good plays, but it's just one of those things. Very good team plays from both sides, but good job to Apes Together for taking that.
Well, before we jump into our next game, we're going to have a quick look at our bracket. So after that loss from Fish and obviously the win from Apes Together, our next game is going to be Engage versus Apes Together. This is the losers finals. Now, the team that wins this match is going to be playing off against Sunday School in the grand finals. This is going to be an absolute fest, Devane. I think that this is going to have a lot of kills, a lot of fighting. Is Engage able to counter what Apes did there with some early starts? The Mordred getting off to a good start as well. Theg having just like absolutely no contest in that lane. He just was able to farm for free, do whatever he wanted. They played invades well. They had some questionable macro decisions towards the end of that game, which resulted in them starting fire and all getting wiped and then losing fire as well. I definitely think that Fish had an in back into that game.
Mm.
But before we get into our picks and bends for that game, we are going to be jumping into an interview hosted by Sleepy.
Matt, congratulations to Ape for winning your set, and I guess congratulations, Jed, for losing. I guess.
For losing, yeah.
Well, you made it this far at least. Firstly, what are your thoughts on the games? We'll go with Goras first. Like, you guys just barely scraped past Ape against Fish.
Yeah, we definitely made some questionable calls with the Fire Giant side of things, but they made the questionable call back, so it worked out. I think overall, though, I think we played a lot more solid, and I'm pretty confident going into our set against Engage.
Watching from our perspective, it should have looked like Fish could have run that out a bit longer, but you guys got lucky. But it was you guys played really well early game and stalled out mid game. But to end like that must feel on a high, especially considering they were the favorite.
Yeah, definitely. The end call was big for us, just to be able to close it out like straight away. No messing around. Don't want to give them another chance back in. So it was a good feeling.
So good. And Jed, you guys obviously just went up against Sunday School, got 2-0, sadly.
Yep.
Your early game looked like promising both ones, but it sort of just fell apart after that. Could you give us an insight?
I think we played sloppy. I don't think we respected the pressure that they were giving through, and we were letting them play the map way too much. I think we were way too passive. It was a misplay by us, and they played it well and took advantage of it.
Yeah, okay. Well, after like last week of your week games against Fish, you guys sort of failed early, but you guys definitely brought it well back to this one, and you focus on your early game. So hopefully you guys can clean up.
I wouldn't even say that. The first game we were like down a lot of kills, but for the most part, I don't think we were even maybe max 3k behind at some point, and a lot of the times it was actually going back and forth.
Yeah, okay. Going to this game, is there anything you guys are worried about against each other?
Without saying too much, I think Feg would have a good idea of how, because we've been scrimming. I don't know about Apes, but we've been scrim locked by the top 2 teams. Well,
Not
1
top
and
2
4
anymore.
now, right? But we've been scrim locked because there was an accidental double booking. So we've been scrimming Apes the whole time. We've been doing Apes for like official games, and same to them for us. I think there's a couple things that they do in scrims that we might have to look out for in these games.
Little tricks, yeah.
Little tricks. They love a good cheeky start.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting with all these scrims we've had against each other. We definitely know like a lot of habits and stuff, but I'm pretty confident that both teams have been kind of hiding little bits without revealing too much. So I'm pretty keen to see what we bring out in this set.
Bit hard to hide when you guys only scrim each other, so you guys, should be a bit well versed in this.
Yeah.
I did think you were gonna say Theg knew a bit more about your draft because he was originally on the team with most of your teammates, Jet. Is there anything, any beef going on into the set? Like,
not on our end. At least it would be different if it was us versus goblins. That would probably have a lot of beef. But I don't think the trial side of the split has any beef with each other. Do you, Feg?
I mean, I think I was a bit screwed over by being put in jungle for 3 weeks, and then being told, "Nah, Truvy's actually playing." So
Yeah.
that was, I'm a bit salty about it. So I'm here to put Furin in his place.
well, yeah, you're back to your roots now, and you're versing the person that sort of kicked you anyway. So, anything you can tell us with your matchup against Furin? What's going to happen?
I think he's going to press W and he's going to die for it. 24/7.
Someone's dying. Either way, someone's dying.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of death.
Is there going to be any jungle rotations?
Go to expect a 1v1.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, exactly. Come on.
And Jed, what about you? Anything you expecting from the other team?
I expect it to be a very aggressive game. I'm expecting it to be something like our semifinals with Fish. It's going to be probably back and forth, I believe.
Any picks you can tell us? Zeus has been prior the last 2 sets. Zeus got picked obviously from Frenzy and fragged on it, and engaged Ben Zeus both games. Is there any other picks that you guys are looking at?
I don't want to leak any strats. I want to get second place. It's
I'm just
money.
saying there's
Money's
always a
nice.
chance of a little cheeky like Ra or Kook ADC could happen.
So quick game, long game. Who's going to win? Well, obviously you guys are going to say yourselves, but is it going to be quick or long?
I'm expecting it to. That's the thing.
I think it'll be a bit long.
It's either going to be over in 5 minutes or it's going long. I don't think there's any in between.
Hopefully it's a long one. That last game should have been a long slog, but yep, fish through. But anyway, good luck to your games. Wish you both luck, and I hope Goras wins.
Thank you.
Sleepy, yeah.
Underdogs.
You heard it here, Devane. Some kind of last exchange between the two. Obviously, Goras. I mean, he's pretty scary right now, coming out with a vengeance.
Yeah, he's also a very, very confident player. He does seem to really be the backbone in a lot of these teams and these fights. He's played well through the whole time, even when he was on a different team, moved around a little. And and I do think these 2 teams, Engage and Apes together, they have very similar stories. Where they were kind of formed out of that Rust Apocalypse thing, and we did see them start out really, really well. Despite being so new, and they've been getting better every week. And they do have excellent potential. So great to see them here, already trying to take second place at least, and then
I think there's so many interesting matchups between players, so many good head-to-heads this set. We've got Truvy and Scout or Half Guy, and we've already seen the Loki ban, so neither of them are getting that. I think that's a smart decision. They've both been performing really well. We've got Swifty, the the GOAT, the OG Smite player versus Frenzy, the new guard. And then in ADC, we've got Furin versus Goros. We've got Furin ADC who kicked his jungler Goros, and now he's against him in ADC. These are some great storylines, and the Zeus ban away. I mean, after that performance, I'm not surprised. Zeus looks really strong.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm surprised they're not picking Zeus for themselves.
Maybe worried about first pick.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
But it does open up to this Sobek first pick. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
This is
strong pick.
scary.
We've seen Sunday School use the Sobek really, really effectively. If
Yeah.
they are able to get, a mage with a stun or some kind of lockdown to follow up with his pluck, that's really strong. And really good on teams with sustain as well.
But the it does open up to this Fenrir, which we talked about Scout a bit. He played the Mordred into the Loki, but now that the Loki isn't available and the Fenrir is up, he's prioring that Fenrir. So definitely something that Sunday School in the finals can look at if Apes are the ones to go through. Fenrir prior from him is important. Amir as well. And Odin lock-in tells me this Sobek is going support for Jed, which we did see him play. Now, I really want to see some synergy for Swifty. I believe it was the Neath with Sobek. They had no magic damage that game other than the Sobek, and it's just not enough follow-up damage in my opinion. You're just following up with Neath 1 and maybe a backflip. Like, it's just not enough.
Yeah, I think we did see Sobek and Anubis, and they did work really well together. If you had the Sobek and the Sobek pluck wrap, rest of the team can really follow up. So already a good start for engaged team comp.
Yeah.
And I do think the Fenrir was kind of had to pick it because it would be bad to give that away to engage. I feel like otherwise we would have seen Scout and Mordred. So they're picking up the Amaterasu for Odin. We've seen a lot of Amaterasu today, actually.
Yeah, Quickie prioring that in that last game. Looked pretty good on it too. Very comfortable, it seems. And this Anubis, Devan, can go both lanes. Mid makes most sense for me for Swifty, but Furin did just get handled by Tilly on the Anubis both games. So potentially, realizing, damn, that pick's kind of strong. Let me pick it. But I'm happy if it goes to mid as well. And with this Jingwei hover, I'm guessing it's going to be Fury back on the Jingwei with no Anubis lane. He's comfortable playing into the CERN, but we have seen the CERN into this Jingwei. And the CERN has looked really good. If you're able to catch with that, root Bramble Blast into alt dash combo, it does a lot of burst damage. It can really catch out the Jingwei, and she doesn't have an option to live through that unless she goes Aegis. But Dwayne, Aegis into Ymir and Fenrir. Surely there has to be a beads angle.
Yeah, they have to pick a beads, and there's still also the stun on Amaterasu. Xenados has
a lot of CC as well. Yeah,
it's just a lot of CC on that team. Susane also an interesting pick, although I'm not really sure what they might have picked alternatively.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and Kukulkan, I think that's pretty solid. Looking at all the setup that they have. They have a lot of CC on that team, and Kukulkan to be able to really do a lot of damage off the back of all that CC. I really think we have a pretty good team comp here. For
I agree.
Both teams, honestly.
I also agree.
I like
both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're going for some. You can clearly see each game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that still the key matchups for me, jungle. How is this Susana going to perform? We haven't seen too much of it, and they've got Fenrir, right? That has been the 100% contestion pick as well in solo. This Odin, maybe a bit more of a dead lane solo, nothing too crazy at least until the team fights happen. But that Odin as well, 100% contestion. No Neath this game for either side, so that contestion is going down below. I think it was 98% or something like that. Now it's further down, but ADC, volatile lane for sure. And mid, I mean, if this Kukulkan gets caught by Sobek pluck, by Anubis wrap, by Susano pull, blink pull, or alt, anything, he's so vulnerable at getting caught. But at the same time,
he has that dash. Yeah. I mean, Kukulkan does have that dash, and it is a lot faster to pull off now. So he does have an escape potential. He can be pretty slippery. I do feel like Apes together, they don't have an Anubis that can get caught out, so I feel like they have more flexibility then
Yeah.
engage. Engage kind of relies on the Sobek pluck, which is hard to
Yeah.
land. The Anubis wrap also hard to land. You know, there's a lot more.
Mm.
They have to land those abilities in order to get the damage. Whereas apes together, they have a lot of big round circles. You know, Kukulkan also pretty easy guard to play. It takes
Mhm.
a lot less skill, a lot easier to output the damage. So yeah.
Yeah, and we did see this happen. I mentioned it the last time we saw this Sobek, and I believe it was Jed piloting this. It's not the same thing this game. There is a lot of damage and still engage for engage, but if Sobek plucks in, gets talisman, it's to support Sobek. He's going to be squishy, and Jed was really behind in farm that last game. He was 3 or 4 levels down at a point. It was very hard for him to do anything, so he's got to be really careful with the way he plays. But Devane, I think it's time that we threw over to the casters, Dice Heart and Osme. Take it away.
Here we go again, esports fans. My name is Diceheart, and I am joined today by my good friend Osme to bring you this best of one between 99% Engage and Apes together. Osme, one of these two teams, yet again, going to be eliminated here in the losers finals for the Apac Founders Series.
It's all come to this. I think both teams definitely want to be in that finals match, and I think they're going to be on their A game. Hopefully, we see a very entertaining game ahead of us. Little's Engage coming here, perhaps.
Not surprising between these two teams to see them both grouped up looking for an early pick. Osme, I don't think we're going to see a kill just yet. I think both of these teams are a little bit too safe. Maybe the Sobek will try to find an early pluck, but I want to talk about this Odin. Very, very highly contested god in Oceania. We see that he's still at 100% alongside this Fenrir. Both gods picked up here. And once again, or this game, for the first time in a while, we haven't seen a Mordred come out in response to this Odin. How do you think Apes together, Osme, are going to deal with that pick?
I think the Mordred pick is a alternative for when Half Guy doesn't get his Loki. I don't know if they necessarily look at it as that Odin counter, but now they're in a situation where they do have Fenrir, who is, and the Loki was banned, and Fenrir is available, so they're obviously going to go to that Fenrir first. There was a few changes, seeing Fenrir's ult getting tweaked, where his bite doesn't go off as instantaneously. Quickie looking for the cheeky invade here with the Sunder. I don't know if Truby has any idea.
I don't think Truby knows. Successful invade there by Quickie, going to lock himself down an early blue buff invade. Do you think that impacts this lane considerably, Osme, in this early game for solo laners?
It's good for Half Guy, because Half Guy gets to solo both blue and red. That's a very nice start for your Fenrir, getting him some very good early XP, and it's obviously not the end of the world. Odin still has that red. Quickie doesn't get his buffs, doesn't get XP from his buffs, so he's going to be behind a little bit, but Odin obviously wants blue. He's using a lot of cooldowns, so it's not so much for the lane. Oh, Half Guy, so much damage on the Anubis.
Aggression out from this Fenrir. Great body blocks coming out, going to lock Swifty down. Will survive on the Anubis, but barely getting under the T1 tower. In the meantime, Furin dashing, looking for the Gorus in the duo lane. Shell popped early. Jed9 aggressive on the Sobek, won't be able to find a pluck. In the meantime, Scout, or as he's known, Half Guy, might look for another speed buff invade here. Truvy and Jed9 positioned to try to prevent this from happening. Safe jump out from the Fenrir. Osme, look how aggressive Half Guy Scout is playing this god, trying to find as much farm as he can in the early game.
Fenrir is such a powerful god at this point in the game. His stun followed up by a brutalize will end up doing maybe like 50 to 70% of your health if you're lucky. So Half Guy does have the right idea of getting involved as early as possible on this Fenrir. But I think Truvy is worth mentioning on the Susano. He has been seen on the Loki. He has been seen on other more tanky picks, like we saw the Amaterasu earlier. Oh, finding the pick in mid.
First blood does come out. Truvy credited with the kill onto Frenzy the bot there. And Osme, Frenzy was the person we were talking about the most last game. Now he's been first blooded.
Yeah, maybe a little lapse in judgment, or Kukulkan is just not too safe at this early point in the game. He has no ult to peel himself, and if he gets pulled by that Susano, he's probably going to fall.
Wow,
I think
look at that head-to-head. Look at those stats. Swifty 7.4 average KDA compared to Frenzy's 2.18. But very close kill participation between these two, Osmo.
I think they both are great mid laners, and they've been showing that they are great. As we saw in the interview at the very start of the stream. Oh, half guy coming up for 2 chimps on Trenchcoat. Jumping away.
Jump is good for the Odin, but Quickie might just be better.
Big
Blink
blink.
out from the Fenrir. Underneath the tower does he go. 2 chimps, 1 Trenchcoat goes down. Osmo, 1-on-1 on the board now for these two teams, but Engage are ahead on gold.
I think teams need to catch on to this, where we've seen in so many games, Halfguy has put this pressure towards solo lane early. They got that blue invade and they have that timer, so they're always going to be showing up for that blue. On the other side of the map here, Jed looking for an aggressive block onto Weave.
Block is successful, only level 4 for this Ymir, pulled back in as well by the Susano. Furin credited with the kill, Swifty making the rotation over as well. Comfortable kill there for Engage, and maybe, Osmate, not the greatest time to be looking to defend that invade for such a low level Ymir.
You gotta, like, it's hard to say. We know Weave doesn't want to give that up, but seeing that the rest of his team is pressuring that right side of the map, maybe it's okay. I trust Weave though. He's a veteran support, and he knows where he shouldn't step when the map's like that. I think going forward, they will probably either fully commit to the right side invade and try and bring more members like Weave over there, or fully commit to that defense on the other side of the map. Halfguy's still in solo.
Halfguy once again. Dazzling offensive does come down, stuns out the Odin, but no dive this time available. 2 chimps, 1 Trenchcoat will survive, and now, Osme, we're seeing that so much pressure is coming out once again towards this solo lane for no reward now for Apes together, and that means that Engage can continue pressuring Duo.
It's we've seen it, as I said. Halfguy loves this right side of the map. Thegoris is probably used to by now, just playing that, not so much of a weak side, but just playing on a side where he's not going to get any presence from his jungler. And maybe I'm not too sure about how that goes when you're playing this Cern. Obviously, it's way more comfortable with the Jing pick.
Ball out from Weave there, followed up by Scout on that brutalized Ragnarok ultimate from the Fenrir comes out, but Swifty's Death Gaze will keep him alive. Farm secured by Apes together there though, and Frenzy is slowly gaining a lead over Swifty in this mid lane.
No shells coming out on the side of 99% Engage. This Ymir wall can have big impact. We know that Sobek, Anubis, Susano are going to struggle if that Ymir wall cuts them off in a team fight. And Jed opting for the Sunder might not be the right play, in my opinion.
Furin over in this duo lane, freezing out a little bit of farm, but maybe not aware that Weave is in position to gank. Although Jed9 making a rotation over might be able to find a pluck. No real engage potential here from either team, but Osme, we are at about the 6-minute mark, and 99% engaged, still have about 1,000 gold lead over Apes together. A quiet game so far compared to what we've seen leading up to this point. Do you think maybe these teams have had it settle in here that this is the elimination, one of these teams goes to finals and one of these teams is gone?
This is a do or die moment. I know we've seen that Truvy in the past few games has just been so happy to play this early game so carefully and really prioritize the late game. Might not be the same impact on the Susano in regards to him kind of just running the map on Loki, but I think we've seen he does have a good impact on Susano. So it's just going to be a time will tell moment, seeing if he can really match that same playstyle of splitting the map, and if Halfguy is going to contest, and who is going to come out on top in that 1v1.
Jed9 looking to steal away this invade coming out from Halfguy. Successful use of the Sunder there will mean confirming that blue buff for... Oh, sorry, no, that was Jed stealing it completely.
Yeah.
That was a steal off the back of the Sunder. Good play there from Jed9. My apologies.
Cheeky Jed. We see the same build coming out from Furin as last game with the serrated edge first item in ADC. I'm no ADC build aficionado. I don't know if that's the right play, but this gold's getting looked at. No, not too many Apes Together's members in the area.
Started up here by Engage and nearly taken down. Deathgaze likely to secure this one. Engage will lock it down, but Weave does get the wall off. CC immunity popped early there by Truvi. Jed9 being chased down. Weave, though, won't find any immunity, any CC there. Jed uses that lurking in the waters to avoid Ragnarok's CC. No ultimate available now for the Fenrir. Chase down cannot be found by Apes. Osmo, clean play by 99% Engage.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, there's Odin invading all of these back camps from Apes Together, and we saw this pressure coming out to that solo side. We saw that the invade at the start from Quickie, but Odin's ahead, and I think perhaps maybe more pressure needs to be allocated to that solo lane if what's been given it already isn't enough, because I don't think Odin should have that lead, seeing how much presence Halfguy's shown on that side of the map.
Seems like Engage, you're right, are getting further and further ahead across the map off the back of this Odin's successful invade and the comfortable Gold Fury secure that they found just on that left side of the map earlier. Osme, this is a crucial point in the game for Apes Together. If they let the bleeding continue on, this will become another 10k game like we saw earlier. How do Apes Together hold on from here?
Well, you just got to be playing. I think their mid 3v3 is so strong. Finding picks around with that Emir, Fenrir, they both have beads burn potential. There are a lot of beads on the enemy team, but not enough to survive multiple iterations of CC. Scout's looking to contest here.
Jed9 poked down as well.
But yeah, I think since they have that kind of monopoly of this Emir wall and no shell on the other side, I think their mid 3v3 is so important. We've seen how impactful Frenzy's been in these previous weeks on the Kukulkan, and with such a strong jungler, both the pick and the player, I really suspect some fireworks to come out soon.
Seeing the potential here for damage coming out of Swifty, using that Death Gaze and the follow-up from Jed as well. Lurking in the waters now, has an execute on it and does secure the kill against Weave in the meantime. Odin K tries to come down, dazzling offensive in response to try to find a stun. Quickie does find that stun, but still falls down to 2 chimps inside of that one trench coat. Jed, though, pulled under the tower by the Ragnarok ultimate coming out from Scout there, does secure himself the kill, and Fenrir finally finds some engage back into this game. Swifty, Truvi, and 2 chimps, though, deep in the backline here, looking for the red buff invade. We'll be able to find that 2 chimps, dives underneath the T2 tower, finds the kill, does Truvi, and forces the Spirit of the Nine wins as well. Great play by 99% Engage.
Yeah, they've showed up to fight. Furin rotating mid there. I'm not too sure. I feel like he could have found a bit more farm in that left side. But overall, that's a very nice capitalization and a good win. There could be more pressure being put towards this Fenrir here.
Scout, half guy, does get back under the T1 tower, but loses his back twice there. A lot of pressure, and this is not where you want to see the Fenrir at this point in the game. Osmay, you want to see him ahead, and he is 2-0 at the moment, but dead even with this Susano.
Yeah, I think he will still find impact. He's going into that tanky build, which is what we've seen become so common for the Fenrir, and even if he's not ahead in farm, he's still going to do so much damage and have so much, like, just more defense and more health to play with in these team fights. We do know that his ult is the big contention point, and that's probably why we haven't been seeing, or why we see this no-shell pickup on the enemy team. But I think Halfguy will find that impact in these team fights, and we saw before that he's ready and willing to rip those Ragnaroks whenever anybody steps out of position. There is a Gold Fury coming up soon, though. I think there will be a nice team fight about to happen. We see Odin backing. He's going back towards the solo lane, so maybe not. Oh, who knows?
Furin a little bit of poke out onto Thegoras, trying to find this 1v1 in the duo lane. Feg, though, we've seen how confidently he plays here. He's going to find the route onto Furin. Scout has also made a rotation over alongside Weave on
I'm a rotation.
Ragnarok used there to try to find this pick, and you're right, the Amaterasu is here. Quickie, dazzling offensive underneath the tower, beads popped. Will the auto attacks be enough? Quickie might fall here. No, tanked out is the last tower shot. Jed9 makes a rotation over as well, but 4 members of Apes together have made a rotation over to get that kill, and Truvy is left to find Frenzy the bot, dashing from Jed9 as well though. He finds the Sunday and the kill with the lurking in the water. Strong play by the support there to trade out for his ADC's life, and great work from Truvy as well to find a kill in mid and knock down this T1 tower as well.
Yeah, they committed so much into finding Furin in that pick there, and all the meanwhile they're finding that mid tower. They're finding so much good farm and map pressure on the right side as well. Maybe a little bit of an overcommit to try and find that Furin pick. Good tower aggro there to get Quickie out, but he still managed to fall. And now there's a bit of pressure being put towards the Gorus here.
It might be in trouble as Truvy will walk up on this. Susano does find the pull in, and the follow-up won't follow all the way under the tower. Now Weave here, great wall, followed up by the freeze, but no damage to be pumped out. Jed's respawned and likely to start up this Gold Fury for Engage. Osme, I don't know if Apes can respond to this in time.
Yeah, it seems like that Engage are really dictating how this game's being played at the moment. They're forcing team members to rotate when maybe they don't want to. Big block coming out onto Weave. Still leashed on the Gold Fury.
Well, down goes Weave. Truvy secures the kill. Gold Fury goes to Engage, and now 14 minutes into the game, we're going to see a 6,000 or 5,500 gold lead in favor of Engage. It's getting harder and harder for the Apes to remain together strong.
Yeah, I think maybe they could have gotten away with just giving that Gold Fury. We saw Half Guy never even stepped out of that right lane. Quickie did come over, but as a full unit, well, as if they're not a full unit, I don't know how well they really contest that, especially without the Fenrir being there. He's probably their scariest team member at the moment, seeing that this Amaterasu is only level 12, and the enemy team is kind of pretty much at the same level. We see this Sobek, level 11, finding impact, and he doesn't even need to stay in a lane or find farm.
That's true. 3-level lead on the solo lane is very impactful. I'd love to see the head-to-head between these solo laners as well, to see the impact they've had throughout this entire tournament. Having a look at it, 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat, 6.9 KDA compared to Quickie's 0.57. Very impactful, but Quickie has had a higher average kill participation, so kind of back and forth between these 2 solo laners, but Osme, that's not really the story of this game. The lead heavily in favor of 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, honestly. Like, I know that Jed is very vocal in his shot calling for this Engage roster. There are other members that are taking part, but I know Jed is very fond of just a deathball group up and seeing his team start taking objectives together when they kind of have this sort of lead in the mid game. I wouldn't mind seeing that come out and just like as a unit going across the map, finding towers and really bolstering their lead even further. There are some lanes that aren't doing as badly. Like the Gorus has kept level with Furin, or maybe not completely level, but
just a little bit lower.
And Frenzy's ahead in middle, which is kind of expectable when you see there's this Kukulkan because he just farms so well. But I feel like if there is a grouping coming out from Engage, that it's going to be hard to deal with. Furin getting his ult forced here, not what you want to see.
Great rotation over from Weave to try to find some presence and pressure over Furin right now, but potentially overcommitting to his position here. Beads popped early, good use of the wall for the rocket jump there to get him out into a good position as well. Although we're going to see in the mid lane Death Gaze use Scout low health. Quickie being chased down over in the solo lane as well as Thunder will be popped there. Truvy following up as well. Quickie likely to fall before he gets to his T1 tower. Does go down. Truvy credited with the kill. Susano 5-0. Duo lane Weave chased down here by Furin. Auto attacks and crits coming down. Ultimate will be used. Is it enough? No. Goes down. Jed9 credited with that one. Engager further and further ahead. Now 10-4 on the board. 6,000 gold in the lead. Where are they going to take it from here, Osme?
It's kind of disaster stations on all sides of the map at the moment for Apes together. Getting picked in solo and then following that up with another pick in duo is very hard to kind of come back from mental-wise. And this right tower should fall unless we see good pressure from half guy to defend. But Pyromancer coming out as well, uncontested. Engage is looking really clean, and they're really showing that they want to play in this final and they want to get that revenge on Sunday School.
They do want to get that revenge, and potentially, Ozmay, this is 99% engage saying we deserve this spot in the finals. We deserve to take on Sunday School again. But, you know, now I guess this is all coming down to practice for them. If they're able to win this game, they're really learning how they can try to beat Sunday School, as we're going to see Beads forced out of Frenzy, and the follow-up from Truvi. Spirit of the Nine Winds will connect, but Truvi just fine on this Susano for now, as the Wrap and Death Gaze will come out and find Weave. Swifty credited with the kill. Great stun there from Jed off the back of the pluck, but Frenzy comes back in and shuts down Truvi. Now, in goes Scout, forces the beads out of the Anubis as well. Good use of the Ragnarok. Jed 9 chased down 2. Frenzy the bot, and Thegoris looking for a lot of damage, forces the Lurking in the Waters to be used. Brutalize out into Swifty as well, near this mid camp here, as jump out from Scout as well, trying to chase, but won't follow Swifty under the T1 tower. That's a big 5 for 8s. They didn't find a lot of kills, but the fact that they found any means they're not out of this game yet, Ozmay.
Yeah, definitely. And we now see Cookies has some time to farm and find some pressure on the right side of the map. This Gold Fury is going to be picked up and maybe contested here. Half guy quite low. No ultimate, but I'm sure he doesn't want to give this over for free.
Jed 9, low health on the Sobek, still has the position in here to find a pluck. Cage has been dropped. Gold Fury goes the way of 99% engage. Need to find a way to get out of here quickly, or Apes will find a pick. Weave has this wall available and going to use it on Swifty. Nice wrap there, though. Get Swifty back into a comfortable position. And Ozmay, we're seeing the impact of the lead this Odin has. He's just untouchable right now.
Yeah, definitely. And he's only going to get harder to deal with. The more health and the more cooldown he gets online, this Odin will, yeah, he'll be untouchable. I think there may be some issues if you're on the side of Apes Together. Weave and Thegoris both have shells, and they're both going to be playing quite close to each other. So maybe there could be a wasted relic opportunity for one of those players there. Weave may end up more frontwards in the team fight, which probably will happen, knowing Weave is going to get in there, but we'll see coming up. Quickie wrapping around the back here actually could be looking for a fight here on this blue buff.
Might be an opportunity to find Truvi, but this Susano heads-up play will lock down damage onto Quickie's Amaterasu. In the meantime, Cage has been dropped, and damage coming down from the Kukulkan is good, but Weave will fall before it can lead to anything. Jed 9 credited with that kill. Ragnarok, though, does bring the Sobek under tower, dashes out, trying to find a way out of trouble, and then once again, 2 chimps, 1 trench coat will zone out Apes Together from finding any kills. Furin picks up the T1 tower and left, and further does the lead go.
This Pyromancer is coming up shortly. I think it's quite a comfortable position for 99% engage at the moment. They're really starting to get ahead on in their items as well. This gold lead is really showing. We're seeing 3 complete items for the support, 4 complete items for most other team members, and this Anubis has his Totem of Death online and is going into what seems to be some defense here. Maybe a Shifter's Shield coming out. They're in a very nice position, and I think grouping towards this FG could be a good look. Truvi still probably will like kind of play his more traditional split the map jungle style, which I'm not opposed to, but I think Half Guy will remain in these team fights and try and look for impact on top of this Anubis or on top of this Jingwei.
Shades of the first set tonight, Ozmay, as 99% engage have found themselves a 9,000 gold lead 21 minutes into the game. We saw this very team dealing with a 10,000 gold deficit at about the same time in both of their games against Sunday School. This really is their revenge arc, Ozmay, and they want to get themselves back into the finals on a second chance at Sunday School.
And outside of this Fenrir, I don't really see who... I don't think Quickie's farmed enough to pressure this Anubis, and I don't know if Weave will necessarily be trying to focus or solo engage on top of this Anubis, so he may remain relatively untouched, as this Odin's going to be such a nuisance in the backline and will probably force a lot of focus to be put onto him here. Fire Giant Pool coming out here. could be looking to fight off this
Fire
thing.
Giant of the game, and you're right, fight potential is here. Scout though zoned out comfortably by Jed9. Good use of the pluck to keep this Fenrir out, but will jump in, has Ragnarok and finds one. Deep in the backline though, we do see the Odino used, as well as Spirit of the Nine Winds. Death Gaze might be able to pick up one. No, Scout does leave 2 chimps in Trenchcoat. Credited with that kill. Furin finds Quickie, apes together, falling fast. Scout, Quickie down, although a trade. Fenzi, the pentakill king of OCE, finds one. Walking up is Swifty, trying to find damage on the Anubis. In goes Furin as well,
Furin
although he's
might
being
die.
ticked down quickly by the NATO. Not enough to kill him, but Frenzy is still on the chase. Jed9, 1 health as well on this Sobek. Too low, a 99% engage to find this Fire Giant now, as Weave and Frenzy are on the chase. Dash out from Frenzy, he's looking for Furin, and he finds it, the GOAT! Kukulkan does get the kill, and apes together hold.
That's why he's the GOAT. No, that's a
Excellent
very nice
defense.
2 return picks there from Apes. Falling quite early in the fight were Quickie and Half Guy, but yeah, the rest of the team really managed to step up, pool together, and find that massive pick onto the Odin. And Furin is playing as a Jingwei should. When they're not being focused too much, they can dive super hard, but maybe disrespected Frenzy's damage a little bit too much there.
Oh yeah.
And ended up falling. I think they could have just used that Fire Giant as a complete bait. They did actually seem to be trying to burn it, but looking for a fake fire pool and just straight into a fire instead of actually committing quite a lot of time into burning the objective could have been a little bit better there, because yeah, maybe Furin could have positioned even more aggressively, or they could have caught this Kukulkan early trying to come up for the steal. But that kind of left relatively even, but it looks like Engage are back on this Fire Giant already. Truvi playing through mid, pushing that wave up, forcing someone to respond to that will make this fight uneven. And Quickie standing in this right side bush, no one knows he's there just 2 yet, but he does have that door open.
Here we go again. Osmay Fire Giant a little bit above half health. 2 chimps, 1 trench coat, zoning out for now. Scout has a pathway in here on this Fenrir, but Jed also positioned well to prevent anything from happening. Here comes Quickie though. Fire Giant already secured. It's too late. Apes together walk in too slowly, although frontline here for 99% engage is being engaged on. Quickie likely to fall here inside the Fire Giant pit. Jed has to find a way to survive here, but Scorus is on the chase and will be credited with that kill. The Kernos finds himself a little boon here in the fight. 2 chimps to the trench coat will also go down. Double kill for Scorus. Swifty finds one. Furin auto attacks looking for Weave. Swifty will be credited with that kill. Great play from Thegoras though to find 2 and take Fire Giant off some members of Engage.
Truvi doing so much damage there, but yeah, Theg played that really well, finding those 2 picks. The fire did go in Engage's favor, and they will probably just look to find some of these remaining towers. Truvi, oh,
dives the Phoenix and finds the kill, but he's found himself in front of the GOAT of OCE, Frenzy. Can Truvi find a way out of this one? No, he can't. Frenzy picks up another kill on the Kukulkan, now tries to defend this mid Phoenix from Furin and Swifty. The Death Gaze is out, but Frenzy survives. Phoenix does go down, and now Furin and Swifty are aiming their aggression towards the left T2 tower. It's getting worse, Osmay. The game is nearly over. Apes together are just barely holding on.
yeah, as Dilo said before, it's in uh-oh territory at the moment. I think there's still so much map gold present as well. It's not going to get any better anytime soon for Apes. But we have seen they have, from their last game, they did just take that end call, so they are willing and ready to take advantages when they arise. Stepping up onto this Gold Fury here, Weave can be a little bit too far up.
Pulled in late on the Talisman of Purification, but the GOAT, Frenzy, does find the Spirit of the Nine Winds. Swifty on the chase alongside Fury, though, will pick up Weave. That Gold Fury did go in favor of Engage too. And Osmay, it's getting harder and harder for Apes to find these opportunities, but we are seeing that Frenzy is still able to pump damage out on even the strongest tanks of Engage right now.
Yeah, that's just one of the benefits of Kukulkan. You can stay so far back and just pump out damage if no one's getting on top of you, and we've seen how potent that pick can be in some weeks, but this Anubis, as we saw before as well, is pumping damage at the same time. I am kind of interested to see if, when the next objective comes, more focus onto Quickie, because he's there, apart from the Kukulkan, who's probably their primary steal potential. Quickie can sneak around the back with that Sunder, but we'll just have to wait and see. There may not even be another objective, but I think the right play here is just to get the rest of these towers off the map if you're 99% engage, and maybe find a pick if Apes try and step up to defend. I think it's definitely not completely over just yet. There is still many avenues back into team fights through this comp that Apes have. Like if they're finding beads from a Ymir freeze or from a CERN polymorph, Half Guy has such a good avenue to really capitalize on some backline engage, followed up by a Cuckoo ult. Quickie can then pile on in the back with his combo, and I think there's still good avenues if you're playing for Apes together, but it's more just in 99% Engage's hands at the moment not to slip up, and we see a good split coming out here, a 3-1-1. Trivi's just whittling down this right side, which is awesome. No one's answering just yet, so if they do play this Engage well, we could see both remaining Phoenixes fall here.
2 chimps and 1 trench coat. Maybe a little bit far up there, but not now as far as Weave is. The pluck was good from Jed9, and Weave will go down. Swifty credited with the kill off the back of the Death Gaze. In goes the Fenrir though, and Ragnarok popped early, forces the beads out of Furin, and the chase is on. So much damage already coming out from this Jingwei. Sundering up popped. 2 chimps and trench coat looking for it, and Scout will go down. Frenzy though turns it around and picks up Furin. He's looking for 2 chimps, 1 trench coat. Here comes the GOAT Phoenix, still holding strong. Jed9 low health on this Sobek, about half. This Odin low as well, but Trivi's managed to push in a fire wave, and it comes into the backline. Is low on the Kernelist, but won't be pulled in here. A Spirit of the Nine Winds connects and pushes Truvy off the aggression. Can he get into the fountain and find this kill? No, he doesn't want it. He wants the Titan. Left side Phoenix does go down. Truvy wants to get into the backline, but can't find a way in. Yes, he can pull in, but Zagoras turns it around, holding firm. The Apes. Quickie, low health. Zagoras finds a double kill. 2 chimps credited with 1. 50 picks up another, but Weave gets the trade off. The Titan holds, and Frenzy's still alive, Osmay!
Crazy. I was getting worried there for a moment. I thought that these minions were just going to whittle that down, and they were doing their best to distract from Frenzy from clearing those waves, but he just found his Whirlwinds, found his Zephyrs, and yeah, nice defense. A little bit calamitous, a little bit messy, but they'll take it either way. I thought maybe that Truvy was going to find the end after that brilliant wraparound on the left Phoenix, but
He
oh my
just
god, the
came
Titan's
in, looked
so
for the
low.
Titan. And now, Osmay, we've seen this a million billion times before. What happens now? Do 99% engage, go in one at a time and throw their lives away trying to get this 1 health Titan? Or are they going to slow it down, take the Fire Giant, push in as a team, and end the game together?
Well, it's a risk, and I don't know. You're in this position. You're in a lose or go, like win or go home game. I don't know if that risk is something you really want to take. You can, in theory, as a group, all walk into that Titan, but trying to siege into a Kukulkan is scary. And I think the right play is just to play it slow, play it smart, find FG, and capitalize, push all lanes up, really put the pressure on, instead of just giving the enemy team an opportunity to have some miraculous defense and then completely flip the game on its head. I know that this Cuckoo has just been pumping out so much damage already, and I think it will keep happening. So Siege is his specialty, so I think playing it slow like this is the right play.
Fire Giant does go down 31 minutes into the game. Dash in here from Quickie on the right side. Thundering Arc popped and looking early for Swifty. Does find a kill first, but Zagoras gets the counter kill. Furin does find Quickie as well as the Spirit of the Nine Wind comes out and connects immediately with the Odin. Furin, Jed9, and 2 chimps trying to push in to look for a kill here, and maybe they will be able to find it. Deep into the backline they go. Bit of a technical difficulty here as the game is over. 99% engage are able to find the win, taking down the remainder of the opposition team there. And looks like we missed the back end of that one there, but we did see that 99% engage were able to push their way in, take down the remainder few of those kills. Only Swifty fell in that fight before... There we go. Before Engage were able to push in and take the win. Great game though, Osmay. Frenzy really showed what he was made of and the potential that he has on that Kukulkan.
Definitely. I'm sure that they're gutted to end their competition there, but Engage just looks so solid in this game and found leads all across the map, despite having heavy pressure put in solo from half guy, two chimps still ended up on top. And yeah, great showing from them. And I'm sure that as a new team, Apes aren't too gutted with finishing so highly in the standings. And this finals is now the big question going against Sunday School. Can they right their wrongs from that game earlier and find that dub?
Well, we will be getting to see this rematch of the century, 99% engaged versus Sunday School. Sad to see Apes together knocked out, but a great showing. Frenzy, Thegoris looking amazing. Half Guy Scout having an excellent game as well. It really goes to show, Ozmay, that the best of the best is who makes it through these games and into the finals. We're going to head off to a break, but don't you go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
I think we've seen both of these teams consistently improving. I know that Vintage at the start of the stream said he thinks his team's improved a lot since the start of the season, and I think Engage, even being a newer team, we've seen them improve over the past few weeks.
Yeah, they've improved a lot. But you've also seen Shank wasn't available for a lot of this, and now he's back. And I feel like I've seen him make a lot of impact in these games as well. So that could make it even harder for these teams to take a game off them. But with the amount they engage has improved in this time, I do think they have a good chance.
Definitely. Why don't we take a quick look at our bracket and see how these teams have got to our grand finals match so far? Sunday School being on the winning side of the bracket from the beginning, but Engage did encounter Sunday School not too long ago, but we just saw them have a clean win over Apes and have ended up in this grand final match. I think
Yeah, and I mean, their game with Apes together could have just been, okay, we're gonna kind of dust off that loss, pick ourselves up a bit, and get back at Sunday School. And they've already got that game against Sunday School. They know a little bit more about what kind of picks they're picking, what they're preferring. So maybe they'll be a bit more prepared for their game against Sunday School in the finals.
well, you'd hope so. And I think we spoke to Jed before, and we know that he's really wants to get into this finals match and do his best. But we do have a quick interview from some of the players, Sharks and Swifty, joined by Sleepy, which we'll throw over to right now.
Hey guys, welcome to the grand final interview. We got Sharks from Sunday School, the coach, and Swifty again, mid laner for 99% engage. We're just back for this is a rematch from the first finals of you guys. Is there anything we can expect from you guys going to this third match?
I'll go first. I think that we need to change up our game plan mainly. I think in the first best of three in the semis, we were getting stomped. So I think it's up to us to figure out how we're going to respond effectively to the pressure that Sunday like to put on solo side into those invades. So I think we just need to figure out what the hell we're doing in response to that and do that, because I think that was the biggest problem. We didn't play our game. We just let Sunday play their game.
Sharks, is there anything you guys changed at all, or you just send it still?
I don't think we changed too much. If you look back at like that semi-final set, Swifty, I think you're discrediting yourself. You guys are in the lead for like 8 minutes each game because we both we inted super hard game 1 and game 2. But to change anything, probably not int would be a good start, and actually try to build from 0 up to an ending phase rather than have to scrap back from us just throwing away the first 10 minutes of the game. That would be ideal, I think.
Makes it a bit more interesting, I guess.
Yeah.
Is there a sort of a meta happening in this set now that it's game 3? Anything sort of changing? Obviously, Zeus has been prioritized.
That's a good point. Zeus has been prioritized, and I'm not gonna discredit you guys, Swifty, but Game 2's draft that they did was like the biggest misdraft I think we've seen for the whole tournament. They had 4 Fizz, they didn't have a mage, they played like Neath mid with losing side lanes. I think that kind of misplay won't happen again, which is what I'm excited for going into this set.
Yeah, I agree. It did look like a bit of a blunder. What was happening during that moment, Swifty, when you realized you had 4 Fizz and then you see a Ra going like Helm first, I think it was?
Yeah, it was Helm. Yeah, look, it was a bit rough. I think we sort of shoehorned ourselves a bit with the leaving our mid to last pick. We sort of had no real options on the table. So I think in that moment I was deciding between maybe Nuwa or Neath, but I'm of the opinion that Nuwa is just like a sit back and give up gods. I just don't play that character. I think it's not good. So I think that was sort of our thinking. We wanted to maybe try and respond to some of the invades. It obviously did not go well, and we couldn't kill anyone past 15 minutes. So I agree that it was a blunder. So I think playing draft is super important. You guys obviously have very good drafts in this region. I mean, you're one of the only teams with an actual coach, so it helps to draft well. And I think that that's going to be a big thing for us. Is we got to not win draft, but at least not lose draft so horribly.
Yeah, I mean, that helps a lot as well. Is there any predictions for this set? Is it going to be the same old, or are you guys going to cause an upset from Engage? Like, What's going to happen?
Well, I think same old would not be good. So I think we're definitely looking not be good. So I think we're definitely looking to break the narrative here. We'd love to win. I think we've shown that we can do well. We've shown that we can beat top teams. So I think it's really about enacting our game plan and just playing our game of Smite, because that's generally the common theme when we lose is we are not playing our game of Smite. We're doing silly things and it's just not how we want to be playing the game. So I think I'd love to win. Obviously, Sunday are a very good team. So it's going to be up to us to be able to play well.
Enough. Sharks, I guess you're just going to say same old anyway. So
Look, I would like to see the guys on Sunday School pressed. I feel like we've lost one set this whole like OCE like 8-week tournament thing that we've got going on, whether it's open bracket or if it's playoffs. And then even in scrims, I think with full roster, we're like 56-3 or something. Like it's kind of rough when people get leads on us and then I think they respect us a bit too much and then don't continue to put us in the dirt. Like I think teams need to like really bring up their confidence and just keep being aggressive into us. Because like, I don't know, they give us too much time and they don't make us make any decisions that we don't make ourselves. Like we get to ask the questions all the time and force them to react. So it's a 2-0, obviously, with that record.
I mean, that makes it like interesting because if they take a game, you guys don't really have much experience losing.
That's true. Like, yeah, we have no idea what it's actually like to be pushed. So it'd be sick for Engage to push us. And I think they do have the capacity. Me and Vint rate Swifty pretty highly compared to other mids in the region. So hopefully you don't make us eat our words and like choke. No pressure on you, Swifty. Please don't choke. Okay?
Yeah, all good. I just have to play against the best mid. No stress. Nah, it should be good. I think I 100% agree with Sharks. I think that, I think we'd love to push them. I think we have the capacity. It's just, we got to put them in that situation and keep pressing.
So Swifty, if you guys win this game, where's it coming from? Who's winning it? Like how are you?
Well, definitely me. I'm probably going 10-0. I'm probably solo in their base carrying 1v9. It's going to be a masterclass. Just wait and see.
Yeah, and who's doing it for you guys, Sharks?
Oh, dude, I got to do the coach answer. Like it's a team effort,
Cringe.
There's no hard carry. If Texie gets dove 20 times and the other team's not farming, I'm sure we can trade the map and it's a 5-man game. But obviously we have to put a lot of attention in mid lane and keep Swifty down. So maybe we help Vint a bit more this set compared to last set.
Well, good luck anyway. We hope it at least goes to a 2-1. Like make it a little bit interesting for everyone. But yeah, good luck to you both.
All right, thanks, Flavie. I'd love to win though.
Gotcha.
A very insightful interview there. Swifty saying needs a little bit of a change up from their game earlier tonight, which you can't deny falling earlier to Sunday School. Maybe some fully different game plans coming out, but we don't know. Shark says he wants more pressure put on them. How do you think Sunday School is going to play their game? More of the same or change up?
I think they're going to... No, I'm sure they have a few different comps or ideas, but I do think they're always going to pull out something that we don't normally see from other teams. And Engage just have to think a little bit better with who they're picking and go in with the game plan. Just because that last game they played against them wasn't really a good team comp. But I must say, the confidence on Swifty really is the confidence that Engage needs. And because Sunday School, they do seem to be a really tough team to beat. So and Engage does seem to have the confidence to step up, take the team fights when they need, and just hopefully they get a good team comp to do it.
That confidence is definitely what they need, and this Zeus Pro that was mentioned is showing already. Zeus being banned by Engage will probably leave a Sobek open for Sunday School, or we might see Vintage going back towards this Ra as we've seen in his other games tonight, which he looks so clean on. Sobek coming out first pick is awesome for Sunday School.
Yeah, and we still have Fenrir open, Loki open, still a lot of big picks available for Engage to counter this into. I don't know what they would want to go to counter the Sobek, but we're starting off with a Fenrir, which is isn't much of a surprise. Fenrir isn't as strong as he used to be, but he still is a really good pick at the moment with the current set of guards that we have.
Yeah, definitely. And this Sobek is also has that flexibility potential. We know it can go support, as we've seen most games tonight, but it's very potent in the solo lane as well, almost handedly winning every matchup.
Yeah,
We
and
do
then
see this
that's
Mordred in response though, which is very nice from Engage.
yeah, and it's probably a solo Mordred. I would expect. Think we've been seeing that more. So we've got an Anubis coming out from Sunday School. We did see Anubis last time, twice actually, on ADC. So I can only assume that's where they're putting it, but they have already showed that hand to Engage. So I do wonder if that's really what they're going to be doing with this Anubis, or they're going to put something else in ADC and Anubis will be in mid.
There's quite a lot of flexibility from that top three with the Sobek and Anubis. Multiple lane potential there, but this Loki pick, we've seen Engage go towards that in the past. Truvi having a very good showing on the Loki previously, and taking that away, Sharks knows what he's doing. The Rajing Wei follow up 3 and 4 for Engage is lovely. We haven't seen Swifty bring out this Ra just yet in any comp games, I don't think. So it'll be nice to see him piloting that new god and maybe having a god where he can have that confidence to bring his game plan towards Vintage,
Yes,
as he
you do
mentioned.
need to have a lot of confidence to play Ra, and he brings a lot of sustain as well. He is new to Smite 2, and we've seen a lot of success with Ra today, and I think he is quite strong. He puts out a lot of damage, offers your team a lot of sustain. It's an excellent pick. So it looks like it's going to be a Neath, most likely in the middle lane, so that would be Vintage on Neath, which another strong pick. They have played with Neath very well in the past. I can imagine that Neath will be getting those global ults with the Loki, locking down picks in the solo lane or the duo lane. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And Texi going back to this Bologna again. We saw him playing that earlier this evening, and I'm not too sure. I thought Bologna was
Yeah.
not as considered as highly effective as a god, but that also locks the Sobek in to support for Sunday School. Seeing Shank on that god is something you definitely want if you're playing on Sunday School. And the Bacchus last pick for Jed, that's one of his signature picks, and I think they should be very happy. I think both teams have secured very nice drafts kind of
Yeah.
towards their own play styles. And yeah, I'm loving this Ra, Fenrir, Bacchus, Mordred, good setup. And then Furin on his preferred Jingwei pick in ADC. This Engage draft is really nice in my opinion.
Yeah, I do feel like this team comp gives them a window of opportunity to potentially take a game off Sunday School. This is a really strong team comp. So if there's a game where they can take a win, this is one of them, hopefully. And we do have an excellent team comp on Sunday School. We have a Sobek into an Anubis wrap, a lot of damage locked down from that. And, global pressure with the Neath. Bologna is Bologna. She did get some buffs quite recently. I think maybe she's just a really solid solo laner at the moment, and she doesn't have a lot of caveats to her kit. It's just a nice all-rounded solo laner. I think that's why they choose to pick her.
Definitely. And we're here. We made it. All these games,
Yeah.
all these weeks. We're at the grand final, and let's wait no longer. I'll chuck it over to our two casters for this grand final match between 99% Engage and Sunday School. Dice Hard and Jay Beto, take it away.
That is not the correct game. Grand finals are finally here. My name is Dice Hart and I'm
Here we
joined
go.
right now by Jay Beto here for our finals games, a rematch, Jay Beto, between Sunday School and 99% Engage. 7 weeks of grind for these teams, Jay Beto. 7 weeks of gameplay, 5 weeks of open bracket, 2 weeks of playoffs. It's all culminated in this. Tell me right now who's going to win. I don't want to watch the games. Just tell me the outcome. I'm too scared.
The winner is the viewers from all this amazing entertainment that we've been watching. I am so happy to be a part of it and to be able to deliver this. But I actually really love what Swifty and Shark said in the interview. I think Shark's absolutely completely honest. He said, "You guys are good. I think you really messed up." And Swifty says, "Yeah, I agree, and we know, and we're gonna make some changes," which is what we talked about. Coming into, if Engage is going to be in the finals. You've played against Sunday School. You know what they're going to do. And Dice, I'm a little worried about this Anubis because
Oh, big fight here early on. Pluck out from the Sobek Diamond. Dennis finds first blood already, and Sunday School have secured themselves a foot in this game. Down goes Furin.
now that is, I was just about to talk about the Anubis Jingwei matchup, and I mean, Anubis didn't get the gold, but man, Jingwei falling there, not good, not what you want to see.
Not good at all. Excellent start there from Sunday School. Maybe not as bad as it could be, though, Jay Beto, for Engage. Yeah, it's a bit of a blow to your mental, but you have to expect it when you're grouping up like that. You have to know that it's a possibility, and you just have to recover from that.
Invade over from Shank. Well, look at him being a little sneaky over here. He does have the Sunder as well, so this is going to go... Oh, Jed has the Sunder as well. Who got that? Looks like Jed securing that.
Engage. Managed to get that now. Looking for some aggression onto Shank as well. The auto attack's good there from Furin. Will chunk a little bit of health out of this Sobek. Good start here for Engage in the duo lane. Tilly low health as well. This is what you want to see from Engage right now.
Yeah, but Dice, look at health pots. Look at what they do. He is basically full health in a second, and obviously Anubis lifesteal. They're going to have to concede this wave 2 pressure in duo, but I mean, yeah, it's a trade for health pots, but have a look at Furin health pots. He's completely out as well.
He is completely out, and this is going to give, I think the Anubis a bit of an easier time. He has that inbuilt lifesteal available, but 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat will find the solo kill onto Texi. In the meantime, Brutalize coming out from this Fenrir as well, looking for Diamond Dennis. Will he find it? This Loki just barely surviving. No, Truvy will find the kill, and Engage have brought themselves back up a lead, clawing it back, Jay Beto, after that first blood.
Now, guys, this is exactly what Shark said. He said that teams are able to get leads off of us. For sure, they are. But they're just not able to continue their lead. And, Shark says, maybe you guys just respect us too much. I saw Swifty nodding his head to that, so he obviously agrees. So I'm hoping to see some disrespect from Engage with this small lead they've been able to build up, whether that's with the Fenrir with this first pick or whether it's over in Duo right now.
Could be over in Duo at the moment. Jed9 has aggression on this Barcus, but Jay Beto, we saw in the first set between these two teams that this Barcus played too aggressively into Shank's Sobek and was constantly being plucked out of position and punished. I do want to see Jed play this a little bit differently, but this time he has the lead over Shank, and that could make all the difference in the world.
I want to quickly highlight this solo lane matchup while we're having a look here. Dice, I'm not sure how playable Bologna is into Mordred. Mordred is really good into everything Bologna wants to do in lane. And obviously we can see there's a solo kill coming out really early for 2 Trims, 1 Trenchcoat. I mean, we've seen Texi play. He is by no means bad at all. He is very good. So to see him getting solo killed there in a game where we haven't seen too many solo kills, especially in solo lane, as a jump coming out onto Vintage Cow, but the backflip going to give him some safety under that tower. But I think that really showing the matchup, like, it's so hard for Bologna to play, but Dice, the Loki is here.
The Loki is here and will find a lot of damage. Mordred, though, finds the double knock-up with his ultimate. Texi, low health in the Bologna, but can this Loki find it? Dennis doesn't lock in the kill, and surviving does two chimps, 1 trenchcoat. Jump in here from Truvy, looking for Texi, and there's a rotation from Jed as well. Truvy finds the kill, and Texi goes down 3-on-1 for Engage. Jay Beto, you wanted to see a belligerent, nasty Engage bringing it to Sunday School, and that's what they're doing.
This is perfect. I mean, I think 2 chimps, 1 Trenchcoat, the absolute GOAT right now, nearly solos Texi in the 2v1. Buys enough time for both Truvy and Jed to rotate over. And even though Truvy misses his jump, he is able to land the Brutalize, obviously. And Jed there to help with the CC. Another flop into mid. Engager everywhere, Dice.
Aggressive plays from the Barcus currently, although we did see Shank push up into the left side back camps there, taking some farm away from Engage. So good play by the support of Sunday School, and Jay Beto, pluck out onto Swifty there next to this mid camp around the left side of the jungle, but flop in. Ra ult doesn't connect. Diamond Dennis finds the kill onto Swifty. Texi also solos down 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat this time. The turnaround for Sunday School is massive, and the lead is starting to catch up. Combat pause. Someone's cheating. But Jay Beto, this is what we have to talk about with Sunday School. While 99% Gingage are constantly looking for fights, Sunday School are looking for farm. They're finding ways back into the game and then waiting patiently for their opportunity to get a good fight.
Sharks must be in spectating the game again because there's just no way that two chimps get solo killed there. So, admins, can we please have a look at that? No, I'm joking. There must have been something that we missed over there in solo because I don't know how Mordred gets a solo kill and then gets soloed back in the same matchup and Bellona's full health. So maybe a mistake on the reset, wasn't able to get his back off and just got caught there. But I really want to highlight Swifty there. I mean, it looks like he gets caught and he just dies. But Jed is able to full kit the Neath, and Neath chooses to backflip. She can choose to backflip left or right. And Swifty's ult guessed right. And if he hits that ult, if he guesses correctly, that's a 1-for-1 in a situation that they should have no right 1-for-1.
No right,
He
that's true.
backflips left, and the ult looks a bit silly. I love the attempt, and I think if that hit, that was an absolute highlight play for sure.
I think that Swifty definitely had his head on a swivel there. You're right, unfortunate guesswork, but you know, the fact that Swifty in that moment was able to make that split-second decision is very, very intelligent heads-up play as Ragnarok will come out looking for Vintage, backflips himself into the wall. Truvy will get a brutalize off here and find the kill onto the Neath. Diamond Deniso is going to look for a punish. Jed available to protect his jungler. Great play there from 99% engaged, but Jay Beto, the lead is barely there. They have to push further and harder. We heard Shark say it. You need to push this team down or they will win. Don't give them time.
I don't necessarily think they have to overcommit though, because while Loki has been scaling really well, I think that Jingwei, Ra, Fenrir do that just fine as well. And if they're able to play off of this team comp where, you know, you're biting someone or you're flopping someone into a bite, into a stun maybe, and then a searing pain on top of that, the classic Ra, you know, 1-4 combo that we've seen a lot in Smite 1, but now obviously haven't seen it too much. He's just in. I think that Engage are playing really well together. Something, you know, maybe not well as in just in general, but their synergy seems really good. Jed is exactly where he needs to be. Truvy is covering where he needs to be. And crucially, none of these members are falling behind Dice. We saw in the last game, it's a bit of a scuffle in solo, but the Barcus fell levels behind. And it actually
5 levels by 20
yeah,
minutes.
and in
down.
the last game we saw with Jed on Sobek, I believe it was, his mid laner was down a level, even though he was up multiple kills because he was splitting too much mid farm to catch up. Now we see no level disparity so far, and up down from Fenrir to get away. This buff defense has been saved, but Dice, a fight might be around the corner.
Pexi will try to secure his blue buff here, although 2 chimps, 1 trench coat in the area, 3 members of Sunday School had to make a rotation 4, in fact, over to this red and blue area to prevent Engage's aggression, and this is what I like to see. Tilly and Furin, though, taking the 1v1 Death Gaze will come out and force the ultimate out of Furin back under his tower, and I'd love to see the head-to-head stats between these two ADCs right now. Tilly, 10.97 average KDA over Furin's 2.76. Massive for Tilly, and we're going to see him push that aggression further, wrap out onto Jed, tries to steal away that, secure his own purple buff there over this Barcus. Look at the stats there. Tilly, 53.39% average KDA as Truvy will find Engage here onto the Neath, and this time Ragnarok will find its target. Vintage Cow low. Can Swifty follow up on it? The 3 won't be able to find the kill. Furin, in the meantime, being chased out by Shank here, still has a dash available. Maybe. No, won't be able to follow up the kill. Furin lives. Shank found that aggression, and we see Jay Beto across the map. Kill after kill dropped.
Dice, I want to talk about that head-to-head one more time, because with the KDA, it looks really good, but then a lot of, you know, Tilly's damage isn't as high. The kill participation's it's not as high as we've seen, but Tilly is a weak side player. That means he is oftentimes sitting under his tower, just waiting, not dying. He shows up in the late game to get the kills, to get the assists when he's needed to. But great block from Shank right there. The blink used from the Fenrir, but the chase is still on.
Tilly able to find a wrap on the left side here, and half health Furin immediately. Jed not able to engage effectively with that burp, and now he's fallen a level behind Shank, who was able to find that aggression. Sunday School Jade Beto have a 5 to 600 gold lead in this game, and this is what we were talking about. Engage continue to find fights that they want, but not the farm that they need, and Sunday School are being given time in this game to get a lead.
Guys, I'm not sure where this swing back has come from. I mean, Engage tried to get an invade off. It was changed over. But man, Ra, Sobek's so good into that Ra. I mean, he can't really do anything. Jed plucked out the root as well following, but a flop away will get him back to safety. A lot of aggression in mid
Coming out though. This might be a kill onto Shank as we see the Searing Pain connecting from that Ra. Follow-up is there from Jed and Truvy though. The dash is too strong and Truvy can't connect the kill. Vintage finds it instead onto Jed. Wellweaver being charged up and will connect on Truvy. Double kill for the Neath and Truvy will fall. 2 chimps in a trench coat though. We'll find a shutdown solo kill onto Texi in that proxy. Great play from the solo laner. The game it's teachers on the edge, Jay Beto. Who could possibly win this? Sunday School are pushing for it as they've taken the lead, 1,400 gold now.
Not too much, but obviously not something to scoff at. It is still available to scale up as we see Tilly going for this invade. This is a potential solo kill right here. So much damage for him.
Turned on. Death Gaze comes out. Low health for the Jingwei. Tilly's going to lock in this purple buff. And we see now why there's a 2-level lead for Tilly in the duo lane in this ADC role right now. And it's because Furin just can't step up to even get his own farm.
And we'll see, Dice. I know that there is a Ra this game, but Ra's damage is very inconsistent is something I will say, right? He's got that massive burst potential, but once that's gone, he doesn't have basically any damage. And he's very cooldown dependent on that one as well.
Look at this, Jay Beto. They're starting up the Gold Fury, 99% engaged. They have Secure available and know that Death Gaze is down. Ra's Searing Pain available right now to lock this in. Truvy into the backline does use the Ragnarok to lock down Vintage, although Beads popped and the turnaround is there. Tilly finds a kill onto Truvy. Searing Pain and Sundering Arc will secure the Gold Fury for engage. Jay Beto, was it worth trading out their jungler there? This Fenrir is now 2 levels down on Diamond Dennis's Loki.
Shank still looking for something, but no, gonna go back to mid, prioritize this mid tower. Guys, I don't think this is worth it at all. Look at the gold that Vintage is being able to get. He got that kill as well onto the Fenrir. I mean, he had to use his beads. Oh, wait, no, he didn't. How did he get out of that? I could have sworn I saw beads get popped there to get out of Fenrir. Maybe a visual bug?
I thought I saw beads being popped there. I'm not 100% sure what it was. I can't see a purification talisman being popped there either.
No, neither. Oh, well, I'm going to ignore that for now. Obviously, Alpha build as Jed flops in, but there's not enough follow-up onto this Loki. So safe on him. But, yeah, I don't know. I love the play. I really, really do. I think Death Gaze is down. Jingwei resets. She comes out of base with passive. Let's pull gold. Let's see what happens. Swifty calls. I've got ult up. We have double Sunder. Obviously, Mordred not there, but we can secure this. And then Truvy goes, I'm going in. I'm ulting. And he just falls down, and there's a bit of a disconnect between the team. Then the slow chase is on and left by one person, and then they're pushing down to mid tower. You can see that mid tower's fallen now, and a sizable lead for Sunday School being built up.
12 minutes into the game and a 3,000 gold lead for Sunday School. This is exactly what Sharks warned Swifty about in the pre-game interview. If you give Sunday School time, they will take the game, and now maybe a bit of a risky play here from Jed9, just barely able to flop away from that Naga as Shank had Execute available. Wellweaver was also used there.
Shank plays so well, like, fast and loose. There was another play just before around that same area near that mid-camps where he gets engaged on and just dashes out at 1 HP, allows the team to go back in, but Mordred ult onto Vintage.
The weak have been pursued and constant aggression onto this Neath. We'd love to see Engage have picked a target that they can keep down and out. So far it's this Neath, although Vintage does have a 1-level lead over Swifty.
Yeah, this is... I'm not sure. I mean, Jed's down a level as well, so I can't really blame it on maybe some mid-farm splitting. Yeah, these level leads for Sunday School, other than Solar, I think, Dice, I need to see 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat rotate more. I need to see more of him. He is by far the most potent member of Engage right now, but Tilly getting ganked by 2 members, Shank and Loki following behind though.
Jed9 needs to time his flop correctly here. Up downs early, and Shank will find the pluck in. Jed likely to fall to this Death Gaze Tilly, credited with the kill on this Anubis. Ra rotating over. Swifty will find no poke there, but might be able to hold the tower as you wanted to see. 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat makes the teleport over, but stunned out immediately by Tilly and turned around on. Has to use this to pursue the weak ultimate to walk through these walls and get himself out of trouble.
This guy has his license. None of this int Mordred missing ult or getting blocked. He's out of there, but Furin might not be.
Might not be indeed, as Shank is going to lurk inside of those waters. A little bit more damage will allow him to find an execute. Aegis pops there from Furin and will turn around the damage onto Shank. This is what we needed to see. 2 chimps, 1 trench coat. Did make a rotation and find himself a kill in the meantime. Swifty has picked off Vintage Chaos 6. Good turnaround from Engage, but now they need to turn it into farm, J Beto.
They do, absolutely. Man, I just want to say, Shank, like, how does he get that much pressure out? I mean, he does, sure. He's still 2 levels up, and the farm is that tier 1 tower that they just took. I mean, this Pyromancer trade is nice, but Bologna behind might have something to say about it.
Texi does have his ultimate available. Rally Cry can do a lot of work here. Swifty, though, has the Ra ult in Searing Pain, and that's enough to out-secure this Bologna's damage, although it will be used late there. Pyromancer was secured by Engage, forcing the ult out of Bologna as well.
I'm not sure if this is another spectate bug. I'm hoping that it is, because otherwise someone didn't pick up the Pyromancer bomb, and that's a big misplay. That Pyromancer, that's all its value. That's not much gold or XP for your team, but Gold Fury just spawned and Shank is directly on top of it.
Gold Fury has been started. Sunday School have already taken it down to 3,000
wow,
health. Deathgate doing a lot of work. Furin, can he walk in time? Sundering Arc used, and it will be secured by Sunday School. Both teams now with a Gold Fury under their belt, Jay Beto. But Sunday School have the better half of it. Nearly 5,000 gold in the lead.
Nice. Who said that you need an ADC to do objectives? That Death Gaze did so much damage so quickly. And it felt like so much more than it was in Smite 1. I guess Gold Fury a lot less tanky than it was, but Tilly in the bush freezing as well. Furin down 2 levels. This is a really hard spot for him. And Shank, it's their only option here to go on him, but I don't think he can get caught here. He's just walking away. There's not enough damage for him.
The crits do a little bit of damage, which is nice to see, that even while Furin is behind, he's able to find a good bit of damage. But you're right, Tilly is freezing these waves, and it's probably enough that it's going to bait Furin in. Does know that Tilly's hiding in this bush. The wrap will come out, though, and Furin down to a quarter health already. Jed9 walks in and finds that. Burp, flop, keeps his ADC alive for a little bit longer. The ultimate will come out as well, and Truvy's made a rotation over, but the Death Gaze will come out and force this Fenrir away. Jed9 low health will be followed up on by Shank there. Tilly is credited with the kill, and Truvy will be followed up as well. Double kill for Tilly. The Anubis is huge.
Guys, I've had enough of this Anubis. I don't need to see it anymore. It's strong. It's too strong. Tilly looks really comfortable on it. Vintage, however, not comfortable in his arrangement right now. Able to backflip away, but the chase is on.
Nice knock up there from Shank to completely zone out Furin here. The pluck used as well. Aegis popped early by Furin, but Searing Pain is good. Will Vintage fall? Shank picks up the execute kill for this Sobek. 1-1-7 on the support. 3-level lead over Jed, and Vintage will survive.
2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat falling. Man, he's what their team needs. He's ahead. I mean, actually, he's not ahead anymore. 2 levels down. Where did that come from? Texi and Diamond Dennis. Diamond Dennis pushing down this tower. Man, Sunday School's macro is just so good. I'm not sure. I've spoken about this a few times, but when you're able to win both sides of the map simultaneously, as we get another look at this fight. Look at Furin health, by the way. He gets Neath ulted and then gets away at 1 health. How much damage is Tilly able to do here with Death Gaze? Just Fenrir really not able to hit as well. And then beautiful. But then at this point, they go in, they fight over, get another pick in mid. Vintage doesn't die, and then 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat gets dove as well. So Sunday School winning out basically 3 lanes at once is just really difficult position to be in for Engage. And Dice, you have to wonder. Sharks mentioned, these teams get leads off of us, and they're just not able to push them forward. And that feels like the story of this game too.
It really is difficult for Engage to find a way back in. We saw it in the first set, Jay Beto. Now we are back over to a 9,000 gold deficit as Jed9 plugged in once more. Vintage has some damage available with that backflip. Jed, the Barkus, has to walk his way out of here, but will be connected on by that Well Weaver. Will survive. but it's becoming again an almost impossible mountain to climb. Furin will be engaged on here by Diamond. Dennis has to dash out of the tower here. Loki can't quite follow up. But where to engage, get themselves back into this game? Jay Beto, it's an impossible hill to climb.
I mean, Dice, I've spoken about this before. Sometimes as Furin getting chased out, Shank in the wings here. Pluck is available. There it is.
Early on the dash there from Furin. The Pluck will connect and Tilly will be credited with the kill. Truvy though, blink out straight into the Ragnarok, but can't pick up Shank inside that. Lurking in the waters, Death Gaze will be used. Swifty immediately has to Aegis out the ultimate, but the turnaround is here. Shank far out of position. Truvy will be credited with the kill. Now, Tilly, Diamond, Dennis are walking away, but Vintage Cow being aggressed on here. This is a great play by 99% engaged. 2 chimps, 1 trench coat should be able to lock in Vintage Cow and pick up this kill, but the rest of Sunday School have come in as Truvy finds 1, Tilly finds himself a double kill. Jed goes down, Diamond Dennis is going to take down Swifty. Great rotation from Sunday School. Texie picks up 2 chimps in 1 trench coat with the Eagles rally, and that was the moment the 99% engage had to get back in the game, but they had it turned around on them.
Dice previously in that fight. And you can really see what happens when you don't have a tier 1 tower. Jingwei, as safe as she is, just cannot farm. As soon as they decide to go for her, mid tower is down 2. It's so easy to rotate through that jungle, and she's dead in that play. Shank, perfect piping from him. They engage on the Vintage. He beads a lot of that CC out and just buys enough time for his team to rotate over, and Tilly is the majority of the damage here. Vintage has some damage, has CC, but have a look at the damage charts there on the left. Tilly has 3k more damage as Loki ult is on top of Truvy to take him out. Neath ult on top of Furin. And Dice, this game is feeling over. It's feeling rough.
Pyromancer will go in favor of Sunday School here, and you're right, Jay Better, that the lead is becoming absolutely insurmountable here for 99% engaged. Sunday School are likely to push their aggression towards this Fire Giant. 12,500 gold in the lead, but the game isn't over yet. 99% engaged still have pathways back in. It's 20 minutes into the game right now. The level deficit isn't too bad.
Yeah.
We see Swifty only a level down on Vintage, and we know that he is quite capable on this Ra of dealing damage, stealing objectives. Texie, Shank, going to walk up and look for the backline of 99% engaged though, as the Pluck is going to come out and connect with 1, but a 3-man Mordred ult doesn't matter. He's trapped inside of the Anubis damage, and Texie will find the kill. 2 chimps, 1 trench coat goes down, and Sunday School are going to return themselves back to this Fire Giant.
Unfortunately, Dice, I mean, I think 2 chimps on Trench Coat had his time, and it's not anymore. He's 3 levels down on the loner. He's 3 levels down on the jungler, 3 levels down on the ADC, which is Anubis this game. I mean, he gets a great ult, but there's just no damage from him. And the Ra also just doesn't have enough items. He doesn't have enough levels. That ult needs a few more points in that to really do damage. And I actually think it missed most of Sunday School there. Might have been able to go big, but Dice, I like the fight, and I think that there is an engage potential here. But Fire Giant getting started and Engager on the other side of the map.
Giving up this Fire Giant might be the best decision that Engage can make right now. Grouping up and potentially looking for a pick as we see Truvy on the top side above Texie here. No, it's Engage securing away this Queen Naga, trying to find farm where they can. Furin pushing into this left side T1 tower will be spotted out by Diamond Dennis here as well. Weaver connects and the Loki will find this kill.
What was that damage?
Loki,
didn't even
Neath,
ult.
kill, good.
I don't even think Neath ult hit there. I didn't see a stun.
I did.
Oof, I mean, maybe it's a bit hard to see, but even without the Neath stun hitting, even if it did or it didn't, I still want to say that I think Sunday School is really the only team right now that I think Neath looks as good as it does when they pilot it. The synergy between Vintage and Diamond Dennis or Sean, Vintage talked about it in one of our interviews about how well they play together and how comfortable he is playing with Sean. And those are the kind of plays that I think Neath does so well in. Sharks talked about, you know, when Swifty was playing the Neath with no winning side lanes. If you haven't really heard that before, that's typically what happens with these global ultimates, where you get clear in mid, you just sit there and you're able to play off of your winning side lanes. And in this situation, it was the Loki walking over to the Jingwei, even if he didn't have enough damage to take him down, even if the Neath ult did hit, it was there, and that's more important in my eyes. But right now, Dice, Apac is flopped in. Some stalling while Mordred pushes out right, but he's reset for this siege.
three members of Sunday School strong on the left side. Jump out though from the Fenrir. We'll get a Ragnarok off, but not before Furin falls low on this Jingwei Swifty. Also low health in the mid lane. Will fall down to Texie's pressure. Vintage Cow finding another one. Tilly will be credited with the 2 chins, 1 trench coat kill. Double kill for Texie as the left side Phoenix is aggressed on. All 3 Phoenixes still healthy and alive, but left side is going to fall here. Jingwei alive and trying to hold mid off the back of Diamond Dennis's Loki aggression. Texie, Shank, Tilly, Vintage, they're all pushing into mid now. Trying to hold is Truvy, but he will get stunned out there and forced back to Fountain. Shank is going to push in. So much damage out from Vintage as the Worldweaver will connect and stop Truvy's aggression. Blink him from the Fenrir. Can he hold? The Titan falls ever lower and lower. Sundering Arc used, and it looks like this game is over. Number 1 will go to Sunday School. Jay Beto, they want to end this fast. They want to end it clean, and they have taken a 1-0 lead in the grand finals.
Guys, that was a crazy game from Sunday School. They looked really strong, but I think Engage had the lead at the beginning of that game. I mean, it wasn't for too long, but it was pretty even across the board in the beginning of the game towards the around 10-minute mark. Not too much gold separating those two teams, and I don't necessarily think that it was unplayable for Engage for most of that. I just think that they made some mistakes. There was some objective calls that, might not, maybe shouldn't have happened or shouldn't have gone the way that they did. But I definitely think adaptable. I think adaptable, quick regroup, talk about it. What are we going to do for game 2?
Jay Beto, this is a story that Sharks told us word for word. The first few minutes in game 1 and 2 of the first set, the semi-final set between these two teams, was a lead for 99% Engage. But then Sunday School were given time. They end up with a 10,000 gold lead. That's what happened here.
Yeah.
I'd like to see how Engage adapt. And let's send it on over to Devane and Osmay on the desk to find out what they think.
What a game. What a game. Clean from Sunday School. Tilly on that Anubis just looked immense. I couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, he's really, really strong with that Anubis. It almost warrants a ban. If they're gonna pick it again, and I feel like they would. I don't see why they wouldn't unless Engage take it away from them. Yeah, good game.
Maybe they could look at Engage could look at adapting their draft into getting that Anubis, because I saw that the Ra pick was good, but maybe Swifty didn't have as much impact as he liked on it, and they did have a good start. There was some good secure from the Ra, and as we've said, like, teams have been able to find these good starts into Sunday School, but just can't keep it going. And I think that was the story of that game, but it kind of spiraled out of control quite quickly into a
Yeah.
23-minute end.
Yeah, I think the danger with picking Anubis as in for your team is that Anubis is a pretty unsafe guard to pick, especially in the middle lane. And I think one of the reasons why it's working so well in the ADC is Tilly is really good at playing back, playing safe. He doesn't, take 1v1s unnecessarily. He's very good at playing for the late game, waiting for his turn type of thing. And I feel like maybe in the ADC lane, it's not as gankable as well. Whereas in the middle lane, fights are constantly happening, and I feel like, they could take Anubis, but they have to make sure they have a team comp to kind of protect that Anubis as well. Because I can't see Engage using that Anubis in ADC.
Definitely. Well, why don't we just get into these picks and bans straight away and see what adaptations Engage are going to make coming into game 2. Opting for the first pick is good, because at the moment I feel like first pick is quite substantially stronger than second pick in the current state of our competitive Smite 2 games, and that's Sobek being taken off the board straight away. They didn't like Shank on that pick.
Yeah, I mean, the Sobek gave a lot of setup, especially for the Anubis, so that is taking that away from Sunday School. And no surprises, Zeus ban again. I feel like we've seen a Zeus ban in each of these games against with Engage and Sunday School. So,
yeah, that prio just remains, and
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see where Engage goes. Looks like they're going back to this Fenrir, which I was pretty happy with. Truvy did a good job finding some pressure in those side lanes, and maybe gods like Sobek were the ones that were preventing him from having impact with that Ragnarok. We saw the lurking in the waters just being almost handshakedly like interchange for that Ragnarok. So that does leave the Odin open, which I think Texi will be very happy with.
Yeah, I mean, very strong picks off the bat. We've seen these gods all tournament pretty much. And then Mordred onto Sunday School, also another strong pick. We've seen Odin and Mordred on Sunday School before. They're very good at pairing those two up and locking down these ganks essentially. Like they send the Odin and the Mordred, and that's a pick for them quite often. I'm surprised. We're looking at Barkus pretty early and for engage.
Jed just loves that Bacchus pick, and those flops will have an impact. But I think I'd like to touch on just this Odin and Mordred pick. That's two chimps, one trenchcoats, like premier comfort picks in the solo lane. So taking them off the board is very smart by Sunday School. We'll have to wait and see what he resorts to in the solo lane. But this Anubis pick we were talking about being taken away from Tilly and being given into the hands of Anubis with the Bacchus as well, that kind of takes away lots of options for dive into that Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, and this time, this game's going to look a little bit different to what we've seen between Engage and Sunday for just from putting the Anubis on the other side, on the other team. But they've opted for Ra this time, which they've utilized very well earlier today, and gave him a lot of sustain, and they landed a lot of damage. There's not a lot of setup though for Ra, except maybe the Mordred ult. But Umoja might be able to.
Yeah, Umoja will do that just fine. And we saw Vintage being on point with those Ra ults, but we never know. This could make its way into the duo lane. We've seen Tilly loves those mage picks, and
he does.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Baron.
That is interesting pick. We've seen Baron have some success before. He is very good at setting up fights. He plays very good from ahead, and they do have the Barkus as well. So I think that might be a Baron solo.
It could be Baron support. It could be Baron solo. Depends where this, where Jed really wants to prioritize his pressure. That I feel like the Baron and Bacchus are quite interchangeable. But rounding off that draft with the Xananos, I feel like they have such a good team fight comp. So much CC and so much just like overall presence as a team in that team fight. So nice draft from Engage, and looks like Tilly won't be taking that Ra into duo lane and will just be settling with the Jingwei, which we've seen him be so powerful on in the past. But two very nice drafts here. This Sunday School draft with the Ra and the Umoja is really appealing to me. But what do you think? Who do you think got the upper hand here?
I am a bit nervous when I see the Baron because I feel like they usually goes really, really well or really, really bad from what I've seen. Umoja and Jingwei are very good picks for both Shank and Tilly. I feel like they're both very comfortable on those guards, and the rest of the team comp does seem suited to what they have set up so far. Like the Ra with the Umoja, Mordred with the Ra. But yeah, I feel like we might see the similar story that we've just seen in the first game, where Engage has a really strong early game. I hope that they may be able to turn that around and continue that pressure through to the late game.
Yeah, well, we have to wait no longer. This could be it. This could be the final match of our Apac Founders series. Let's chuck it over to Dicehard and Jay Beto and the cast to take it away.
Thank you very much, Devane and Osmay. That's right, esports fans, this could be it. As we get into game number 2 between 99% Engage and Sunday School, we saw set number 1 today, semi-finals between these two teams. A clean 2-0 for Sunday School, and now 99% Engage. They are at match point to lose it all. Can they bring us to a game 3, Jay Beto?
But Dice, Shank is on Umoja once again. This is scary. A lot of beads pickups from Sunday School. Something to be a note of, except for the Mordred, who just decided to go Aegis. And Tilly finally off this Anubis today. We haven't seen that so far from him. Furin maybe going to be a bit more comfortable in the ADC versus ADC lane, but I'm keen. I'm excited for this game. And I don't want to go too far into thinking about, what's going to happen. I want to focus on what's happening right now, which is this mid grouping, which they were caught by last game.
Oh, very well aware of it, though. Are 99% engaged this time. Fury going to throw out those brambles and get a little bit of poke onto Sunday School. Still grouping, though, are the top team. But Engage are ready to go back to farming.
Dice. Whew, I got to inhale and exhale after that. No quick, fast kills this time. But maybe a late invade over here. What is going on over here? A proxy in the mid. They're going for the same strategy again, Dice, but this time it's going to work out.
Not being punished out this time. Diamond at Dennis and Vintage Cow 6 will find that farm and straight onto the back camp, stealing some more farm away from Swifties and Nubis. Going to get both of these backs here. Jed and Furin making the rotation over, but a bit slow to punish out this Ra. He's even going Jay Beto to try to find pressure onto this speed buff.
Dice, being able to get so much of this farm is so unfortunate. Truvy being able to get these back shield camps is really nice, but hasn't dropped his own speed buff there. And not able to rotate over to the left side to grab those. Maybe can help Baron on this mid contest, but might even be late for that. A lot of farm going down for Sunday School right now, and 99% engage on the back foot.
Vintage will start up this mid speed buff neutral farm. Good position to be in for this Ra, already putting so much pressure onto Truvy and Swifty. And this is difficult for the Fenrir, Jay Beto. We saw what happens when he's not able to get a massive lead, and we've seen how well this Ra can do from ahead. I'm terrified of what Vintage is going to bring to this game.
Vintage has been caught out quite a few times on this Ra so far. He's played it, I think, every game so far. He's obviously very comfortable and excited to play it. Maybe it's just a fresh look, happy to have a new mid laner for himself to have a bit of fun with and test out. But he has fallen at times. So this Ra is quite a volatile pick. And we can see that Diamond Dennis is helping him out. He's helping push out these waves. He's going to go down a bit in XP, but he's allowing this Ra to just accelerate the clear, stuff Anubis under tower, and just look, he's got a fast reset. He's reset for a pot and some more items. Like, this is some really nice read from Sunday School. I'm not sure who called this to say, hey, just, let's hover mid. Let's help push him out. Get these first item spike. We'll split some XP. I really like it from them.
Excellent position to be in already for Sunday School. 1,100 or about 1,000 gold in the lead already. Furin probably in a struggle of a position to already be teleporting back to lane this early, Jay Beto. And Tilly having a lead on this Jingwei is not at all what you want to see for Engage. The sooner that this Jingwei can get ahead and start to find kills, the more terrifying Sunday School are going to be in this game.
No, but Dice, I think that Fenrir has a pretty decent time into the Jingwei, and Baron can too. If he's able to land that root on her, so I'm maybe going to see some more prioritization over to the duo lane. We saw a lot of that in last game, but 2 Chimps, 1 Trenchcoat was left a bit to the wayside as Furious dash away from this potential all-in from Sunday School. Great stun.
Stun out from Shank, and the auto attacks will be good. Tilly finds first blood on this Jingwei, and this is exactly what I said, Jay Beto. If Tilly can start to find a lead, he's going to ball out of control. Truvy rotating over towards this duo lane side of the map might be able to punish out the Jingwei, but it's a difficult position to be in. Instead, going to invade away this purple buff while Tilly does the same thing to his opposition. Jed, though, in position to potentially steal this. Shank making the rotation over as well. Dashing from Tilly, and the stun is good. Jed 9 locked down in place, and Fury not in the position to prevent this from happening. Tilly 2-0 already on the Jingwei. Good steal in return from Truvy, but the lead has taken effect.
Darius, we've talked about the Baron a few times. It's been what I would call a bit of a controversial pick in Apac so far, because we saw it when it came out. There was a hot debate amongst the community about whether Baron was actually good. Were we overvaluing it or not? I think Baron is good. And I know someone, like Sharks in general, I think he said that Baron is one of the best picks in the game at 7 items. At full build, 20k gold. He just needs 20k gold and then he's good. I believe he tweeted out something like that. But Baron in the early game is not really what you need right now from Engage. They've drafted all this pressure across the board, and Furin is getting pulled back in. A beautiful Riptide there, and I mean, the Jukes can try, but Tilly off to 3-0. Shank just escorting him to a 3-level lead at 5 minutes in, and his team can do nothing but watch.
3-0 here for this Jingwei. Devastating position to be in right now. 3-level lead over Furin's Kernanos, and the further this god gets ahead, he scales so well into the late game, the more devastating of a position Sunday School will find themselves in. Well played there by Shank to find that Riptide, and Swifty now rotating over towards this right side of the map, just trying to find a way back into this game for his team. This Truvy Swifty Jed combo has kill potential as jump in there. Tilly finds another kill onto Furin though, 4-0 for the Jingwei, and the lead pushes further and further ahead.
Dice, I'm terrified. This duo lead is insanity right now as a Life of the Party comes out in mid to pull in, but it's immune by the Pursue the Weak.
Great use of the Pursue the Weak there as Jed9 falls down to a quarter health. Ragnarok used as well as Searing Pain is going to be off the mark. This could be the first kill here for Engage. Swifty will be credited with that one, and Diamond Dennis is punished. Engage clawing their way back into this game. Ra pushing up onto Swifty there. A little bit of damage available onto this Anubis. And this is a big difference between game 1 and 2 in this set. Jay Beto, Tilly was able to consistently find damage onto Furin when he was playing this Anubis. But now in the mid lane, it's a lot harder for Swifty to safely walk up and just poke out onto Vintage.
And 2 Chimchon Trenchcoat, the one beacon of hope for that last game for Engage, has been stuck on a tower all game. I mean, this is a matchup thing, right? Odin into Barkus. What can the Barkus do? More invades coming out from Sunday School. Dice, I can't help but feel like Engage have just let Sunday School do exactly what they want. They've gotten a duo lead. Tilly can just farm for free. He's now 4 levels up on a Cernanos. Completed a full item. He's got to be at least 1,000 gold up, if not more. And they're just able to get these invades for free. There's just no damage right now getting traded back over onto Jed. This Baron was a mistake, Dice. Pursue the Weak through the wall.
Straight out onto Truvy here. Forces the blink away from this Fenrir. Searing Pain won't connect Truvy. Good juke. But Texi finds a stun, and this Fenrir is back under the T2 tower. Furin so far behind Tilly right now. Has to watch his purple buff comfortably taken away. Now his tower likely to fall as well. Down goes the T1, and Furin barely holding strong right now. Jed and Swifty might be in position to punish away Shank here, but the escape potential for this Umoja is just so potent.
Dice, this might be the fastest tower in APAC we've seen. We did see in one of the earlier weeks quite a very fast duo tower, but forcing
Link out from Swifty, but he's caught in the River's Rebuke. Well played there by Shank as the shell will come out to keep Swifty alive. Turnaround here. The Life of the Party is going to pull Shank into the T1 tower, and there's the Death Gaze. Will this Umoja go down? The Jukes are good. The heal is better, and Truvy will find the kill with that Brutalize. Forces the beads out. Does Swifty? Is it enough for this Ragnarok to connect? No. Vintage will survive on this Ra back under his tower. Meanwhile, Furin goes down again. Tilly 5-0 on the Jingwei. Dive into mid tower though. As Pursue the Weak will connect, and Diamond Dennis will take down Truvy. 7-2 for Sunday School. Engager hanging on by a thread.
Dice, this game is hard to watch. As someone, I like the guys on 90% Engage. I'm friends with a few of them, and this is a brutal showing. Oh, that was a beautiful snipe. Just not enough damage to take down Jed right there. I was going to mention about what happened in that game that I mentioned where Tier 1 Duo went down, and it didn't happen in that game, what I wanted to happen. But in this game it is, where you just send your members over and you say, why don't we just push Furin back even more? He's so far down. This game is borderline unplayable for him. There's nothing he can do right now. 5-0. I don't even want to look at the levels, guys. Please don't look. Duo level gap. Someone make it go away.
This game is not over yet, Jay Beto. 99% Engage have taken an early spill, but it doesn't mean that they can't find a way back in. We know that 2 Chimps and 1 Trenchcoat has been a linchpin for this roster alongside Swifty, and now They've got a Barcus Anubis core here, and that could be enough to bring them back into this game, but they have to play for late, as we see Life of the Party once again used, looking for Shank, will pull him in, and Truvy is here on the Fenrir as well. Great use of the knock-up there, but brutalizes enough to follow Shank through those Riptides and get the kill. 3 now on the board for Engage. They are still showing signs of life and aggression through the mid lane plays, J Beto.
Nice. This macro from Sunday School right now, I don't think there's any other team that we see do this. As Sheer the Week coming out onto 2 Troops, 1 Trenchcoat, up down is good. Is there a damage though, Dice?
Swifty is here, and Diamond Dennis might be punished out for the damage that this Anubis has available. Stun is good, but Texi is better. The cage is down and trapped in, or Engage might not have a way out of here as Texi finds Jed, and this Jingwei is already rotated over as well, but Brutalizers come down. Can Truvy find the kill?
No!
Will he get the shutdown onto Tilly? One more auto attack. It's a huge shutdown to find Tilly. 6-1 now on the Jingwei, and Truvy has to be feeling fantastic about that kill. Engage are not out yet, J Beto. They will not lie down and give up to Sunday School.
That was a good fight from Engage, maybe a bit over-eager from Sunday School. I am going to still talk about the macro play that I was going to talk about before that fight. They lane swap Vintage into duo, and they put Tilly in mid. Now, sometimes we saw this, I talked about it a bit previously, where you can swap away from an unplayable lane. So let's say you put, you know, the Cern in solo to play against the Mordred, hypothetically, if Barcus was doing really well. This game, that's not an option, but what Sunday School are doing is they're putting Jingwei in mid, and she's able to get more towers. Guys, I'm really strong. I don't think I can kill tier 2 though, but tier 1, I can kill that for sure. Okay, but what about, are we okay with putting Vintage in duo? Dice, he's the same level as Tilly is. He's still got that level lead. So we've got a Jingwei that's much safer against the Anubis than this Ra is, with that beads getting picked up by Jingwei, which Furin had not had in that previous Anubis Jingwei matchup. And he's so far ahead as Life of the Party onto Shank forces the beads out, but Shank, what are you doing here, man?
Truvy might be able to find this kill, but the Rivers Rebuke will punish out Truvy's positioning. He's going to take the trade. Searing Pain, though, won't connect, so Jed's still alive, and the use of that root as well will keep him alive. Death Gaze coming out and looking for Tilly, won't be able to find the kill, but Vintage is here, doesn't have a Searing Pain left to follow up the rest of the damage, but the rest of his team are here. Pursue the Weak will connect with Sifty. No body block coming out there from the Fenrir will mean this Anubis is low health. Will he fall? Yes, he will. Diamond Dennis credited with 1, looking for the second one, will be able to get himself a double kill as Jed9 goes down. Furin, the only member left alive, as we go over towards the solo lane and see the Sundering Arc pops. Texi being chased down by 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat, will survive. Truvy alone in mid tower. Behind him, Diamond Dennis, Vintage Cow. They're going to try to find this kill onto the Fenrir. Jump in, looking for Tilly, trying to trade off his life here. Brutalize is good, but Vintage is better, and down goes the Fenrir.
Guys, I don't want to watch anymore. Did you see Vintage walking forward into 4 people by himself? Mordred ult following through to a 2v4, and they win that. Fenrir just off by himself, can't carry this game. Guys, this gold lead is 10k, not 1k, 10k nearly at 12 minutes. This is a really, really brutal lead right now that Sunday School have built up. They've got 2 talismans for the Fenrir ult, for the Baron ult, for maybe Fenrir Wrap if that's able to land as well. The CC chaining is not available. There's beads on everyone. I don't know what Engage can do. They can pray, Dice. They can get on their knees, but I think Sunday School, they aren't here in church today.
J Beto, it's not over till it's over, and Engage still have ways back into this game. A solo lane completely tied up in the levels between 2 chimps and 1 trenchcoat and Texi. So far, so good over in that lane. Shank doesn't have a huge lead over Jed either, and we've seen that the Rivers Rebukes have not been as impactful as potentially they need to be in this game. 4-man grouping from Engage, trying to punish Texi, but Sunday School are aware of it. Couldn't find the stun, can the Odin, but the cage will come down, and Mordred pursue the Weak, will connect Swifty though, using that Death Gauge to amuse out the damage. Truvy will be able to jump away, low health bars across the board, but Tilly finds Swifty as Texi goes down to the tower. Truvy managing to pull him back into that one. Double kill here for Tilly, triple kill for the Jingwei. He's 9-1, J Beto, and he's not done yet. Looking for Truvy, can he get the quadra kill? No, not quite. Yes, he picks it up. Down goes Truvy, quadra kill for Tilly. He's huge on the Jingwei.
And Tilly shows Furin how it's done. Here you go, little buddy. Here's how you play the Jingwei. How's a 10-1 game for you? an absolute clinic from Tilly right now. I would hate to be against him right now.
Tilly, absolutely massive. 10, 1, and 2, 3-level lead over Furin. He's been across the entire map. He's showing what it looks like to put on a clinic, and now Sunday School pushing towards the Fire Giant.
Not even up yet,
which
guys.
isn't quite up yet. 30 seconds left there. I thought they might just set up. They're going to do this Pyro, and Jay Beto, I think they're going to do Fire directly off the back of it.
I thought it was like, yeah, Fire angle. I look up at the time. There's still 30 seconds on Fire. They're 12k up before Fire Giant even spawns. After this Fire Giant, Ancient Fury still not even next gold. They've got one more after that, and then Ancient Fury, so much gold still to get for Sunday School. They've got this massive lead. There's still towers for them to take. There's still objectives. There's still farm. There's so many items for them to build. Currently, 2 items across the board for everyone on top of each other. We've got a 2 item difference in jungle, almost a 2 in solo. This is I'm gonna calm down for a bit, Dice. I'm gonna try to maintain positivity for Engage. What are the options? Well, late game for them is really strong. If Sunday School are not able to clutch out this game, I'm not gonna say if they steal Fire, because I think that that's, you know, a bit ambitious. And Fire has been started by Sunday School.
Fire started up and no response here from 99% Engage. Will go down in favor of this team. First one of the game. And now, chased down is 2 chimps, 1 trench coat. No flop available as he's inside of this Odin cage. Shank gonna walk in as well to find the rest of this damage along with the rest of Sunday School. Down goes 2 chimps, 1 trench coat. And it's another kill for Tilly. Left side T2 tower being aggressed on his Swifty. The only member of Engage here to prevent this tower going down. Sorry, this Phoenix going down. Jed has made his rotation over alongside Furin, but Phoenix aggressed on, and Sunday School likely to finish this off. Shank goes in, life of the party is out on the back of this Rivers Rebuke. Will pull Shank deep into the backline, and Death Gaze is good, but Shank is still alive. Mordred pursue the weak finds 2, and low health bars across the board. Blink out for Swifty will keep him alive until he's not able to find a kill this time, but Vintage will. Jed goes down, and now the mid Phoenix can't be aggressed on just yet. There's still a T2, but Texi will give it an auto attack anyway. And here is Truvy. Ragnarok is good, he finds a double stun. Beads forced out of this off of Tilly, sorry, just barely alive. Swifty will be able to find that kill as Swifty himself, low health. Vintage is going to be credited with that one. Furin does find Texi though. They're defending Jay Beto. Double kill for the ADC. Furin, Kernanos is going huge. He's found himself a shutdown. Tilly down. Vintage down. Texi down, and Engage will hold firm for now.
Dice, this is exactly what Engage needs. Sunday School to overextend and make some mistakes. Is it enough? For now, yes. They are able to fend off the siege. They don't lose any more tier 2s, which is a really big deal. They lose 1 Phoenix, and it's not a bad Phoenix to lose if you're going to play around this Fire Giant. Gold Fury, I believe, is up. And Engage have numbers. They're able to look over there. Looks like they're pathing towards that right now. And Furin is able to get some camps. He's shortened up that level disparity. Only 1 level now between him and Tilly. Obviously, gold is a different story, and we can have a look at player damage real quick that I will highlight. See up the top there, that's Jingwei. Can you find the Cernanos, Dice? Yes. He's just above the 2 supports. He is having a really hard game.
Can see him just barely there, but he did find himself a double kill in that fight, and it goes to show that there's availability and options here for 99% Engage. Sunday School made a mistake, and you won't see them do that often, but when they do, Engage are likely to punish it. Jay Beto, I'm telling you now that I wish I could see the look on Tilly's face going 11-2 and falling there eventually to Swifty. Difficult position to find himself in, but this Jingwei still has a 2-level lead over Furin. And Jay Beto, I think that Sunday School want to end this game here. They're pushing into the mid T2 tower now.
Tier 1 in solo for Engage is not a bad spark of gold, but they need to reset right now. If they're not fast enough, these 2 tier 2 towers in mid and duo are going to be gone. But Dice, they're still pushing in solo. They're going to try to trade a tier 2 in right for tier 2 in left. I'm not sure if this is the play that you want, because they're able to just keep going. We're going to have a quick listening with the comms as they go into this Phoenix siege.
Oh, we're shredding it.
We should probably go help.
Yeah. Sen?
Just slow.
Mid top.
I got Aegis.
I
King Balkus.
Buck's did a lot of damage. We need to heal.
Catch him.
Oh,
Fen on me.
Fenrir jumped in.
I got a
Oh, yeah.
decent root as well. Just
Nice.
front.
That guy's
Oh yeah.
In the back.
Alpha play.
Leaving.
Really, we just had a good mid tower. It was pretty hard.
Now, Dice, we've listened in with Sunday School before, and every time we have, they are calm, they are clean, and they are clinical. It's just a simple checklist for them. Everyone's saying what needs to be said. It's a very different look from what we've heard from Jed in the past. I don't necessarily think that either is correct and either is better, but it's just such a strange difference that we see between these teams.
At the end of the day, Jay Beto, preference is the most important thing, and you're right that Sunday School's comms are clean, cool, calm, and collected, and I think if we'd been able to hear Engage at the same time, you're right, Jed9 would have been absolutely popping off loud and hard there. Difficult position to defend that Phoenix. It did go down, but we saw some kills traded out. This Jingwei 12-2-5 now for Tilly. However, the leads are becoming more and more irrelevant as we see Furin only a level down now, and this ADC might be able to find himself a way back into the game. Fire Giant though, 5 seconds until respawn, and Sunday School are here.
Engage, however, on the other hand, nowhere to be seen right now. They're happy to give this, and maybe happy isn't the right word. They're reluctant, but it's the only play they really have. If they die here, that's game. Now, Dice, I'm going to talk about this Jingwei quickly. When Furin was piloting the Jingwei, he did go crit a bit earlier in the build, but we saw 3 Spectrals on the side of Sunday School. This game, Tilly 12-2. Windemon picked up a little later in the build, but no Spectrals at all on Engage. This Jingwei is unchecked and unkept. Absolutely let off the leash as a cage comes out.
Life of the party in the right lane. Searing Pain will connect with Jeb, but still healthy enough is this Baron. Mordred over on this left side near the mid Phoenix might find himself a position in, but Truvi will match on the Fenrir to hold his ground. Sunday School waiting for the opportunity to push in with the minions. It's Riptide from Shank will pull in Furin. Does survive though without much poke coming out as the right side Phoenix goes down. B's forced out of Diamond Dennis, and here comes the Pursue the Weak off the back of the River's Rebuke. Tilly finds one, and Texi will take down Swifty. This could be it. Double kill for Texi as Furin goes down, and 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat will use his ultimate. The Intoxicate is good. Can Truvi hold again? Blink out from the Fenrir. The Titan falls lower and lower. 4,000 health, 3,000 health. Vintage goes down. Finds a kill, and the game is over. Engage go down 2-0 for Sunday School. They lock up the set. They lock up the playoffs. They lock up the tournament. Jay Beto, it's over. Apac Founders Series will go to Sunday School.
Congratulations to Sunday School, and what we see as one of maybe the most dominant games in the entire Apac so far. There are some games, between, Sunday School and maybe 10th or 11th place that weren't streamed, but that, in my eyes, is the most dominant win of a casted game we've ever seen in Apac so far.
Really love to see that come out there from Sunday School. Clean and clinical. I know that Sharks has been talking about wanting to bring down their game times a little bit to make sure that they're showing that, yes, they're winning, but they're winning more and more cleanly, more and more dominantly. And I think that seeing Game 2, the last game of the finals, is the culmination of all of that, is wonderful to see. Let's go now to an interview with yourself and Tilly.
Tilly, how are we doing?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
I'm with the Leviathans rep. Nice jersey there. Congratulations on being the first team to win APAC. How does it feel?
Thank you. It's a great feeling. I came into the games feeling confident. I'm sure the whole team did.
Yeah.
And I feel like we played pretty well. So,
Yeah, I mean, that game was unreal from you personally. Now, do you, obviously, you won, you're allowed to be a little bit like take away the humbleness. Do you guys think that this first place finish was expected? Do you guys have any doubts? And what do you think made it so comfortable? What made, we listened into your comms a few times. It's always calm. It's always comfortable.
well, I think it was expected from all of us. We've played together for a long time, at least like, as friends, not even competitively. I know our jungler and the mid lane have played together like every team they played. Texi swapping into solo would have been a rough start, but I always believed Texi was a good solo laner. He used to play solo back in the day. And the only problems could be him swapping lanes and me swapping out of mid into ADC. But I feel like I'm a strong player in any role, and he's a strong player in any role, so gonna
I
turn
mean,
out
you
fine.
play mages there as well, so it just feels like home and duo. You get left alone on an island, just free farm, and yeah, it looks good. Those picks look really fun, and it didn't look like any teams had any answers for that. Now, we spoke to Sharks in the pre-game interview. He thinks that he mentioned teams can find leads against you in sets, and we did see that today. But they're not really able to finish out those games. Why do you think that is? And maybe who from 99% engaged is your team's most dangerous opponent? Do you think?
Um, I don't know who I don't say we fear a player. I'd say Swifty's the best player on that team,
Mm,
and probably has the most carry potential.
yeah.
But our team is always super strong through mid side and like the mid solo side we play usually. So
Yeah.
I don't think we ever fear a mid or solo side player going into a set.
Fair enough. Well, you guys, what I would call a dominant, run through the weeks. I think Sharks. I said you only dropped one set the entire time, and your scrims were looking really dominant as well. Do you see this roster continuing forward in future seasons of APAC as the same? I'm assuming that's probably yes, but maybe any role changes or just keeping it the same, keeping it serious.
Well, like I said, my mid and jungler played together for ages, so
Yeah.
I think if there's going to be any roster changes, it'd probably be the ADC player,
Hmm.
which I mean it's fine. I just go back to playing mid with another team. But I think we'd be strong if we stayed together. I don't see another ADC player outperforming me. So
Yeah. Some confidence coming out from you today. That's good to see. I mean, you did have a crazy performance. Now, we watched you play the Anubis in those first few games against the Jingwei. And then you come out with the Jingwei and absolutely stomp that entire game. It was a chasm, to say the least. Do you think that was maybe a support matchup thing? Was it just a you playing the matchup differently? Obviously, not an Anubis in lane, but there was one in the game. Talk me through that matchup. How did that feel in that final game?
well, coming from the mid lane, I always keep the mages in mind. So I feel like Anubis is super strong into the ADCs because he has a stronger early game. Once you get the first item online, you can kind of run at any ADC,
Yeah, so he's
and
sitting
you
in the
just are
bushes a lot.
stronger, especially into the Jingwei because she doesn't really do anything to you. Her one, what do? You just press one into it, you knock up immune. She
Yeah.
dashes away, your ult will just do a big burst, and she can't ult away from you because she just stands still for your whole ult and just take it
Mm,
down. So it's like I think it's a super strong matchup.
mm. And then you turning it around, obviously not against the Anubis, but showing that you're super comfortable in the ADCs as well. Do you think that was maybe a support diff? Because Baron might, he's typically a very late game focused pick. You guys seem to have pressure from wave one the entire game.
Well, from that game, it was actually a weird start. My mid and jungler proxied at the enemy Phoenix, and it
Yeah.
dragged the duo lane over to the enemy speed buff to defend it on spawn. And
Mm,
I got to solo my purple buff into freezing the first wave while they were defending its speed buff, and then I got hit level 2 before they even showed up into lane. So
yeah.
from there,
Wow.
I kind of just snowballed it and just played it smart.
Right. Yeah. So you just started off strong, and I mean, it's pretty understandable, pretty simple to explain. Once you start off, you're already ahead. You've XP in the early game is a massive, massive deal when you've got double the abilities that the other team does. That can be very hard to play against, and it resulted in I think it was 2 kills and the purple buff invade coming out as well. Now, my last question for you is, I know this is a bit of a bit of speculation, but your current roster, hypothetically, let's say, we go through some more seasons of APAC and you guys continue to do really well, you guys stay together. How do you feel like you guys would be matching up against some NA or EU teams? Have you guys spoken about that at all? What does Sharks think? Obviously, he has some experience with those guys. Is that anything you guys have spoken about?
Well, I'm unsure about Sharks' opinion, but I know Shank thinks that we wouldn't do as well as someone who's gone over in the past. I
Hmm.
think he's been a bit humbled by the NA players and EU players. I
Sure.
like to think we'd have a chance, but ultimately I don't know. It's a bit hard when we don't have a lot of strong level of competition in OCE.
Hmm.
So up to the standards of those players, it's hard to get the practice that they get.
Yeah.
But I do see that they aren't as committed to the game at the moment from an outsider point of view.
Hmm.
So it feels like OC can be a lot more committed, and if there ever were a chance, it'd be nice to see if there was potential. I
Yeah,
think
I
there could
agree.
be.
And with the, ever increasing roster of gods and some players becoming more comfortable, maybe yourself included. Some people like Goras I know had mentioned as well, maybe Yada, another player like that who honestly myself in that category as well, who is excited to see some gods. You know, OCE maybe opens up a little bit more. We get some more practice in. The teams are more committed over the next year, and you know, we've seen it before. I've heard players talk about it after going to NA, coming back. They feel like they've absolutely peaked. The difference between going before and then coming back is monumentous, and then they're able to scrim those teams that didn't go, impart some knowledge, hopefully. So that would be super cool. I agree. One last thing. We have got the Smite God roadmap up until February, which I believe is when Vegas is happening. Who are you most excited for?
Well, last time you asked me this question, I said Cupid. I'm really keen for Izanami because I haven't liked the hunters they brought out recently, but I'm a big Izanami fan, and then Cupid. So those two hunters, I'm very keen for.
Well, lucky you. They must have been listening into our interview last time because they've just gone, hey, this guy knows what he's talking about. We'll just put them straight in. No, I'm joking. They're, probably pretty simple kits to implement. I know a lot of the more complex kits are going to take a while. So, but thank you. Congratulations again. I'm sure it feels good. But I'm hoping to see you guys back. I'm hoping to see some more competition. I'm sure you guys are too. I know Sharks is. But for now, I'll let you go.
Can I get a quick
Congratulations
shout out
again.
before I go?
Of course.
I'd like to shout out my ADC king, Chompy. He taught me everything, and that is all.
The GOAT for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Tilly. Thank you as always. I'll let you go.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that. We're all on. Perfect.
Very,
Beautiful.
very exciting to hear from Tilly there. Absolutely massive gameplay on the Jingwei. Congratulations to Sunday School for taking the #1 spot there. Let's have a quick look at the bracket and what we saw for playoffs over these last few days. Sunday School had an absolute run through massive teams. Apes together, Engage, Ping, Engage again. It was a difficult bracket to force their way through, but they did it cleanly and came
Yeah.
out with a 2-0 victory at the end.
I mean, I think Sunday School, like the favorites from the start, obviously, it can be a bit, I'd say, cringe to just only talk about the top team. And I really do think that in that first game, maybe, we can hear from everyone else as well what they think, but Engage looked really good in that first game. Obviously, that second game didn't go off to maybe the way that Engage wanted. They weren't able to get that lead that they were in game one. Tilly kind of spoke about it, the proxy start. I think Engage just weren't able to adapt from that. And that really is what happens in a lot of these games where you're off to a start like that. You're just not able to adapt to what the enemy team does. And I mean, we saw what happened.
Yeah,
We did indeed see what happened. Oh, go on, Devin.
I was gonna say, I think with time, it has been only a couple of weeks, and I think with time, you could have maybe seen something a bit differently. Like if this was a longer tournament, like maybe we would have seen, maybe a 2-1, like a
Yeah.
longer, like maybe, you could have seen maybe Sunday School take a few losses. It could have been possible. Yeah.
Osmo, what do you think about the those starts that we saw? Because we haven't really seen anything like that previously with the proxy start into what, Tilly said he just did the wave. Sorry, he did the buff, he froze the wave, he was up a level, and then, we saw, I'm pretty sure it was 2 kills, one onto Furin, one onto Jed, the purple buff invade. I mean, they're creative, no?
Definitely. And I think these teams who, like Sunday School, who are in command of most games, they have that opportunity. And it's really cool to see these teams just like come up with these new and interesting starts. And hopefully more creativity comes in that respect because I'd love to see starts like that. And I feel like everybody's a little bit bored of starting on their buff or starting in lane. So yeah,
Yeah.
great to see.
I think it's really interesting too because they kind of failed that start, but obviously something they've scrimmed on. The Sharks thinks it's good. They think it's a good start. And they said, no, we just made a mistake. We're going to do it again. It doesn't matter. It's not a cheese start. It's definitely something that we want to see. I think it's super cool. I love games coming up with those creative starts. I think that's one of the most interesting things in Smite 2 so far.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is all we're going to have time for tonight. Before we go, though, we'll get some quick shout outs. Anything that you want to say, Osme, before we close things up for the night?
Oh, big shout outs to Redacted and Nuke Ninja for carrying the cast, driving our casts every week, and we wouldn't be here without them. So yeah, big thanks to them. So
Devane, anything from you? And getting
No,
sexy.
but
Anything from you, Devane?
I was gonna say, like, also shout outs to Malum and Dilo and Val for joining in on the cast as well. And yeah, we got Kachi and whoever's else is missing today.
Nuxel as well.
But yeah,
Yeah, my boy
Nuxel,
Nuxel.
yeah. Yeah, he's not here today. So yeah,
Did a
everyone
lot of
put
work
in a lot of
yesterday.
effort into this.
Jay Beto, shout outs from you.
I mean, just everyone, all the admin team, the casters, everyone who's on here today, everyone who recorded any videos, and then obviously the players. It's a big ask. It's a full day of gaming for some people in those early weeks. If you've gone all the way to finals, you're playing all day, and then I've seen a lot of them in the chat as well. So coming out, watching as viewers, and shout out to all the viewers from NA, from OCE, from anywhere else that you're watching it. It's a massive, massive thing for us to be producing what we are.
Great support coming out across the board and from regions all over the world. If you liked what you saw tonight of the Apac Founders Series or any other nights that you've seen us on Smite Game or on our own Twitch channel, make sure that you continue tuning in. We're not done yet. We've got plenty more content to come. Oceania are not done. We will be bringing you more, but make sure you let everyone know how much you love our region and that you want to continue to see our work, our plays, and our teams, because we want to go to Worlds and we will bring it to you live every single day. Make sure you let people know. Big shout outs, as everybody said, to everyone that was talked about. And if you want to see more content, make sure on this Thursday you check out Delo's stream on Smite Game of the Brazil Founders Series as well. The entire playoffs will be covered on the Delo. The team at Sewer, who we saw earlier tonight, will be covering all of that. Thank you very much, esports fans, for joining us tonight. We'll see you in the next one.